Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Became Prince Shouto's servant story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. The sky was a dull shade of grey that day. The scent of rain filled the air, promising showers with the darkening sky. Everything was eerily silent. The only sound was the shuffling of feet along the gravel road. The candles which they carried were the only light source found during that dark day. The crowd was making their way to the castle gardens. Their eyes trailed the ground and full of sorrow. No one spoke. It was an unspoken agreement that they kept the silence. Even young Midoriya Izuku knew to keep quiet. He let his mother guide him by hand without a word. Although he did not understand, the questions died in his throat. Finally, they halted among the group of civilians. The boy was too small to see over the heads of the adults. All he could do was wait, and hope someone would explain. That moment never came. The people waited with their heads bowed for something Izuku could not understand. However, he remained vigil. It had felt like hours before the people shuffled back through the castle gates. Finally, Izuku caught a glance of what they had come here for. 4 figures stood over a few workers that appeared to be filling a hole. The people wore simple black clothing. The only color was the unique white and red hair the family possessed, and the shining crown placed on top of the man's head. Izuku's attention landed on a boy about the same age as him. He was kneeling on the dirt before the hole. Izuku wondered why the boy was crying. It's been years since the queen died. The kingdom loved the kind queen and missed her dearly. Izuku would never understand the love the people had for her. He could, however, understand the loathing for the king. Although he kept the kingdom strong, he was unjust and gave little attention to the people. All he desired was war and power. Without the queen to listen to the people, they were neglected and trodden beneath the king's feet. Izuku and his family had moved out of the capital soon after. Instead, they resided in a cottage in the forest outside of a neighboring village. Today, Izuku would be leaving his home to return to the capital. He was searching for work there. He dressed casually for the walk. Old and worn white shirt with blue breathes, "You got everything?" His mother asked for the 3rd time. "Yes, Mom," Izuku assured with a light chuckle. She could be such a worrywart sometimes. "Money, clothes, books, food for the travel. I've got everything I'll need," he replied. "Don't worry, Mum. I'll be fine." He pulled her into one last hug. "You'll write to me, right?" she asked during the embrace. "Of course. And make sure you eat properly." "Naturally. Don't talk to strangers." "Mom, that's everybody. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 16. Izuku reminded her. He forced himself out of the embrace. "I'll be off now. Don't worry. I'll come visit as often as I can." Tears streamed down his mother's face. "All right," she gave him one last quick hug. "Goodbye." Izuku nodded and turned around to begin down the path. "You know the way, right?" she called after a couple of seconds. "Yes, Mom." They had only gone through it a million times. He could probably get there blind at this point. "Be safe," was the last thing he heard from his mom. "I will," was his last reply. The journey took the whole day. The moon was high in the sky by the time he reached the capital. The town lit up the darkness, chasing away the shadows of the night. Despite the hour, plenty of people wandered the streets. They were mostly middle-aged men walking to and from taverns. Izuku avoided them and headed straight to the inn his mother had recommended. Their friends owned it. He found said inn not far from the edge of town. It was in a quiet area with little light. The tavern wasn't as Izuku expected. The place was smaller than most and had an old appearance. Green vines climbed the edges, weeds sprouted along the base of the structure. The wood had a grey tint to it, and the windows were yellow around the edges. The inside was much different. It had the comfortable feeling of home. A stone fireplace that lit up the room along with a few lanterns. Tables were carefully organized to fit 2 or 4 people per table. The walls, floor, tables, everything was perfectly clean. A staircase on the far right side of the inn led up to a hallway of rooms for the guests. There was no one sitting at the tables. The only other signs that the place wasn't asleep was a single girl sweeping the floor while humming a familiar tune. She turned around to the sound of the bell when Izumi entered. "Sorry, but our rooms are full," she told him before turning around. "Oh, okay." He was about to leave when a loud squeal halted him. "Midoriya!" The girl ran up to him, bouncing the whole way. The broom was long forgotten on the floor. She forced him into a strong hug. "It's so good to see you, Uraraka." Izuku searched his mind for all his memories of his old friend. Uraraka was a very bubbly and friendly girl. Izuku loved being around her. She was one of the few who was any nice to him. Izuku used to be bullied by neighboring kids. Although that was long in the past, the memory hurt. A scar in his mind that was sure to stay. "Come, come." She grappled his hand and pulled him through a door into the kitchen. "I'll make you something to eat before you go to bed." "But you said you were full." Izuku trailed off. Guess he would have to find another place to spend the night. "Of course not, silly." Uraraka laughed as she began pulling ingredients onto her cutting board. "We reserved a room just for you." "You knew I was coming?" "Yep." Izuku jumped as she chopped a large carrot. She could have taken off her fingers along with it. "Your mother sent us a letter to inform us that you'd be arriving here. You're looking for a job, right?" Izuku nodded. Uraraka pondered for a bit as she poured her ingredients into an already boiling pot. "I'm sure you could easily get a job at the castle." Uraraka stirred the soup as she spoke. Steam rose from the pot, clouding the air around it. "I haven't heard of an opening lately though." "That's fine." Izuku waved his hands to dismiss her depressed expression. "I don't even need to work at the castle. Anywhere's fine." Uraraka smiled cheerfully. "In that case, I've heard of places that could use some help. There's the baker, the seamstress. Oh, you could be a merchant apprentice and travel all over. That sounds fun." She continued to share her ideas for the remainder of the night. After catching up on the last few years, Izuku followed Uraraka to his room. He spent a couple of minutes writing today's experience before lights out. He was awoken by a loud series knocks on his door. "𝐴?" Uraraka breathed through the wooden door. Izuku hurried to open it before she both lost her voice and broke her knuckles. "I have great news." "Hey?" Izuku asked sleepily, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "A sign for a new personal servant came out last night." She spouted all at once. It was hard to keep up while still half asleep. Personal servant. His thoughts refused to form within his brain. "For who?" "The Crown Prince," Uraraka yelled. The noise so early in the morning made him flinch. "The Prince. The Prince." It clicked. "The Prince." They both laughed, Uraraka from Izuku, and Izuku a nervous laugh. Working with the Prince, the Crown Prince, that was just crazy. A personal servant would be with the Crown Prince every day. Izuku could never do that. He's not proper enough, clean enough, good enough. Just not enough. That responsibility would be just too much. "I think I'll have to pass on that." Izuku choked out the words. "That's just way too much responsibility. I could never do that." Uraraka's smile dropped. "Why not?" His heart did a little flip after seeing the other's puppy eyes. I mean, I could try." The smile reappeared. "Yay." She clapped her hands loudly. A paper was forced into his hands. "There will be interviews today at noon, so best get up and ready." The door shut a second after, leaving Izuku by himself in silence again. Noon came faster than Izuku would have liked. Even with all the time in the world, there wasn't enough to prepare. Now, Izuku found himself at the castle gates, all alone and afraid. The butterflies went wild inside his stomach. His chest squeezed shut, refusing to let air through. "Excuse me." One of the gate guards intervened his panic attack. "May I ask what your business is at the castle?" The flyer shook like a leaf in Izuku's hands as he passed it to the guard. I have a flyer." I'm here for the job thing. He stammered. His heart pounded against his chest. What if he thinks I'm lying? What if he thinks I'm here to steal stuff? Or assassinate the prince? He could kill me on the spot. Izuku's thoughts raced, and his face paled. Show this to the page boy at the front doors of the castle. He'll take you to the interview. The guard informed. After turning his back and returning to his post, Izuku shakily began to make his way to the door. Like the guard had explained, the page boy leads him through a series of doors and small servant hallways. The boy was around his age with bright yellow hair along with a black bolt-like streak in his hair. He had a bubbly personality, and he did his best to strike up a conversation, but Izuku was hardly paying attention. Eventually, they finished in the servants' quarters. Before the long hallways of rooms, there was a small room with old couches and a small table. Although it remained mostly clean, nothing could rid the furniture of the old musky scent. An elderly woman sat one end of the couch. She motioned for him to stand on the other side of the table once she noticed his presence. Izuku gulped down his fears as he stood before the woman. Her light gray hair was pulled up into a tight bun. Her dress was old and patched up. Multiple stains told of years of being worn. With a white line down the center and red on either side with gold ribbons separating the two colors. The woman watched him with half-closed eyes. I'm, Izuku Midoriya. The boy stammered. So you want to be the crown prince's new personal servant, here? Despite Izuku's irrational fear of her being some evil with seeking to murder him in the most gruesome way imaginable, her voice was as sweet and tender as one would expect. Stupid anxiety. Yes. He shouted with hesitant excitement. Call me Chio. The woman informed. Izuku nodded and waited patiently for the job interrogation. She asked about his abilities, which were cooking, cleaning, basically most house chores along with gardening. Not that that was relevant. The job is basically babysitting. You sleep in the room next door, you bring him his meals and wake him up, dress him, be at his beck and call. Izuku expected all that. The job sounded like being a mom for a child. It seemed ridiculous that a grown man couldn't do all that himself. The dressing part just went over the board, but a job's a job. Because this is basically a 24/7 job, it paid nicely. And rooming and food was free too. Of course, that didn't mean he could slack off, but the most important part, Chio interrupted his muttering. He didn't even realize he was talking until his train of thought was broken. Is you're not only his servant, but his friend. Friend. That didn't make sense. A servant was a servant and there should be nothing more. Not that I would mind being his friends, it's just I didn't think that was appropriate. Muttering again. Although the king isn't as strict with the other children, he usually wouldn't allow that. And you certainly can't try to befriend the king. Chio leaned forward, her eyes locked with his. Despite what the king says, what Shouto needs is a trustworthy friend. A friend. Of course, he could do that. He didn't have any friends himself since back home it was always work, and he lived outside of town and only was there for errands. Don't tell the prince, of course. Izuku nodded slowly, coming to an understanding. Wait. So I got the job. Chio laughed gently. You should have seen the other candidates. One was 3 times his age, and another broke a vase that used to be on this table. Can't have a klutz like that. Oh. Okay. Izuku twiddled his thumbs nervously. When do I start? Denki. Chio called out. The page boy from before bolted into the small room from the hall Izuku first went through. Take Izuku here to his room and give a tour of the castle. She dismissed them with a wave of her hand while turning to a folder of paper from under the table. Yes. The page boy approached the other and grabbed his sleeve. Let's get going then. His eccentric excitement continues to surprise Izuku. Even without a reason, this boy was acting like a puppy with a new chew toy. Izuku was led through multiple servant hallways and crossed some major ones with red carpet and extravagant chandeliers. One wall had a large painting of the current royal family. The queen with shockingly white hair holding the hands of the youngest twin princes. They had the same white hair with a streak of red in each. She wore an appealing blue dress with detailed flowers and leaves in the fabric. The twins wore darker blue vests with white shirts underneath and simple black briefs. The king, with spiky red hair, beard, and mustache. He wore an outfit of all black save the delicate gold designs and the red cape with Dalmatian fur lining. The whole get-up screamed king, but with the black, it had a terrifying mood. The only daughter stood between and slightly in front of the king and queen. She appeared to be a replica of the mother with multiple streaks of red in her hair. Beside her stood the crown prince, Shouto. His incredibly unique appearance captivated all who saw. Half his side took after his mother while the other of his father. White hair with a grey eye on the right side and red with a bright blue eye on the left. He wore the same as his brothers, dark blue vest and white long-sleeve shirt beneath. He had gold designs line the edges and curl around the gold buttons in the center. The same simple black briefs. The whole family seemed off. They all appeared to be a unified family, but it wasn't true. You can tell by the eyes. For none of them sparkled. Uraraka helped him bring his stuff to the castle gates, then Denki and a friendly guard brought it to his new residence. The castle had a rule with no visitors allowed. Chiyo receives special permission to allow serving candidates inside the castle. Because of this, Izuku received a staff identification card. It is to be worn around his neck and depending on the job, it came with special perks. For example, Denki was allowed to go almost anywhere inside and outside the castle. Everywhere but the king's chamber along with closed-off areas like the treasury. He could also get into personal residences if the message were urgent enough. This was only because he was a page boy. The guard, Kirishima he said his name was an outside guard. He patrolled the castle grounds most of the time. Other times he was posted at the castle gate or front door. Sometimes side doors if assigned there. Izuku had a basic pass, to begin with for now. Chiyo informed that most newbies started that way. He had access to the castle along with most servant areas and anywhere else as long as he was with the prince. Denki would do anything he needed until he received his full pass. It was basically a child lock. Until Izuku was deemed trustworthy, he would always have limitations. Here we are. Denki announced once they had reached a large double door. The dark oak wood was smooth and clean for a door. The brass handles were polished to be sparkling in the light of torches. Izuku reached for the handle when Kirishima slapped his hand. That's the prince's room. He lowered his voice to an almost whisper. I wouldn't recommend barging in there like that. Oh, okay. Izuku pulled his hand back toward himself and rubbed the new-found red spot. Denki opened a door farther down the hall that leads to the room Izuku would be staying in, while at the castle. It was smaller than his room at home. All it had was a twin bed with a hay-stuffed mattress, nightstand, dresser, and a desk and chair. It was all Izuku needed, and he wouldn't complain about the squeezy space. Denki made himself at home on the bed. Can I ask what happened to the last personal servant the crown prince had? He had wanted to ask this question since Uraraka told him about the opening. However, he found it hard to ask since it could have been something horrible. Kirishima joined Denki. He sat a lot closer than he needed to with enough room left for a whole other person. Their faces were solemn. He got fired because he dropped the prince's food one time. Kirishima replied hesitantly. And no one gets fired because of course, the kingdom can't have any secrets told, so I'm sure you can guess what happened next, Denki added. Izuku froze in place. Was he not allowed to leave? Would he have to spend the rest of his days working at the castle? Dude! Kirishima interrupted, a new smile formed on his face. Denki had a similar expression. We're totally just messing with YA. Izuku sighed with relief. That was a mean prank. The guy totally just ran off with this maid. Denki finally explained. He pouted as he added after. She was a total hottie and can't believe he took her away. Kirishima punched him in the arm. It was neither playful nor meant to cause serious harm. However, Denki yelped from the pain. I kinda feel sorry for Prince Todoroki cause no one has stayed long in this job. Kirishima's expression was full of empathy for the lonely prince. None have lasted over a month after he grew out of his nursemaid. He doesn't have any friends. That sad, Izuku knew what it was like to have no friends. A hollow feeling of dread filled his chest. He hated remembering those times. Yeah, but it's not like he even tries to make friends either. Denki rubbed the back of his neck while nervously watching the door that attached Izuku's room with the prince's. He's kinda cold, ya no? Kirishima nodded in agreement. They all ended up staring at the door for a while in silence before they were interrupted by a series of loud footsteps followed by the opening then closing of a large door. Prince Todoroki's back, Kirishima announced while getting to his feet. Denki followed suit. My shift should start again, so I'll see you guys around. With that, the red-headed guard exited the room. I guess I'll introduce you to the prince now. Izuku followed Denki to the prince's door in the hall. Technically Denki wasn't allowed to go inside the room, so he knocked on the door then stood back. He gave Izuku a thumbs up before taking his leave. Come in, replied a voice through the door. The guard posted at the doors opened one for Izuku to enter. Slowly, Izuku walked inside. The room was massive, as expected of the room for a crown prince. The large king-size bed opposite the door took up a lot of the space. The bright red covers caught Izuku's eyes. A small table sat to the right of the room by a second window. The dark oak dresser was 3 times larger than the one Izuku had. He also had a well-organized desk by a large window which overlooked the castle gardens. The castle mostly had stone floors, but this room had smooth dark wood with elegant rugs with unique patterns. The prince sat at the desk. He was going through multiple papers and would write a couple of words with his pen and ink. His back was to the door where Izuku hesitantly stood. He attempted to get the prince's attention, but he remained unmoved. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm the new servant. I'd like time for my personal studies. The prince finally spoke. If I need you, I'll ring the bell. Denki was right, he was cold. Izuku silently backed away through the door to his room that was situated next to a bookshelf. He began to unpack his things and organize his room to his liking. When the time came, he found his way after getting lost and asking directions multiple times to the kitchen. He collected Prince Todoroki's dinner like Chio explained and brought it back to the room. He again got lost but not as much this time. After knocking, the guard at the door informed he did not have to knock every time. Sometimes it was best to quietly walk in, drop off the food, and leave without a sound. Prince Todoroki is out right now. He decided to tell Izuku after waiting for a reply to enter. Set the food down at the table, and he'll come eat it later. He added after seeing Izuku's confused expression. Where did he go? Izuku asked the guard. If he didn't come eat soon, his food would get cold. My job is to stay here, so I have no idea where he goes. The guard sighed. He usually doesn't leave after dinner, so he must be upset again. It must be a common occurrence if the guard put that in there. Prince Todoroki must be the kind of person to skip meals when feeling down. Izuku was also like that. It remained a mystery as to why he acted this way, but Izuku desperately wanted to find out. Izuku placed the food on the table as directly, thanked the guard and returned down the halls. If the prince often disappeared at this time, then someone must know where he goes. He first found Denki. The messenger was found sitting on a counter and snacking in the kitchen. Yeah, I passed him the hallway on my way here. The boy replied while shoving a chunk of bread into his mouth. A middle-aged woman came and shooed him off the table. I don't know where he goes, though. I bet 𝐒𝐻𝐼 would know. Following the instructions given, Izuku found Kirishima patrolling the garden along with another guard at his side. I didn't see him, but I do know where he goes. You do? Izuku exclaimed as he pounced up and down with excitement. It had taken longer than expected to find Kirishima patrolling the inside wall of the castle, but it had been worth it. Yeah, he visits the stables every night. The guard informed him. He began pointing out the direction for him to go. The stables are on the other side of the castle from here, but it's easiest to cut through the servant halls. Obviously you don't know your way around then yet, so you should have Denki show you around sometime. In the meantime you can go around the castle through the gardens. It's by a separate opening in the castle wall that leads into the forest. Following Kirishima's instructions and made his way around the castle until he spotted a smaller gate hidden behind a clump of trees. The stables were beside said trees attached to a path which lead back to the main gate and a smaller dirt path with 𝐒𝐿 followed from the castle. The stables were quite large with a pasture fenced off for the horses to have at least a bit of room. The building had 4 rows of 8 horses. One on opposite sides of the structure with 2 back-to-back in the middle. The ground was littered heavily with heaps of straw and mud and the air smelled of dust, hay, and sweat. Most stalls held horses of all kinds. 𝐒𝐿 was particularly favoring the few white horses they held. Neither were perfectly white, they were dotted with light grey dots. 𝐒𝐿 himself didn't mind. In fact, they reminded him of his freckles. After wandering around, he counted 5 empty stables. Earlier 4 were spotted in the pasture, which meant the last one must be the prince's horse. Unfortunately, that meant he had missed him on his way out, but that wasn't surprising. It took him forever to get here. 𝐒𝐿 waited at the stables for the prince, but he was gone a lot longer than he expected. The stable boy, Koji, informed 𝐒𝐿 that the prince always took his horse on a daily ride. His rides would differ depending on the weather, how much time he had and his mood. What if he's upset? 𝐒𝐿 asked nervously. He hoped it wasn't too long. Koji chuckled. If that's the case, then he might be gone all night. Or night. Could he be that upset? What could make him that way? Was it okay that he stayed away overnight? Was it safe? The questions drove 𝐒𝐿 mad. However long, 𝐒𝐿 decided he would stay and wait. It wouldn't hurt. After all, Chiyo said that he needed to be the prince's friend. This is what a friend would do. Right. He wasn't a friend expert, but surely this is what they do. He must have fallen asleep because his eyes fluttered open after a series of something poking his face. His green eyes met. With one grey and one icy blue. One red hair strayed onto his white side, and 𝐒𝐿 wanted so desperately to reach out and put it back in place. The crown prince was wearing such a casual outfit that 𝐒𝐿 would have mistaken him for a worker if not for his unique hair and eyes. He wore a simple baggy white shirt that was dusted lightly brown and a few smudges of dirt. His brown breeves were decorated with specks of green grass, and his long black boots were covered in mud. He did not appear to be a prince at this moment. What are you doing here? He asked the half-asleep boy. 𝐒𝐿 rubbed his eyes and looked around. There was a single torch lit by the door to the stables. Other than that light, the world was dark. It was a mystery to what time exactly it was. I was waiting for you. 𝐒𝐿 quickly jumped to his feet and did his best to look good in front of his future king. You didn't eat dinner and ran off, so I got a little worried. The servant reached into his pocket and brought out a loaf of bread wrapped in a white cloth. He handed it to Prince Todoroki. The prince was surprised. His eyes were wide, and his hands shook slightly as he accepted the food. You waited all night to give me this. The prince whispered in awe. I know it's not much. 𝐒𝐿 waved his hands trying to assure the prince. I left your dinner on your table, though it's probably gross now. The prince said nothing. A growling stomach interrupted the silence. Ah. Sorry. 𝐒𝐿 bowed quickly. His face flushed red. His stomach growled in front of the crown prince. How embarrassing. Can I take you back to your room? None of my past servants have ever done something like this. Prince Todoroki spoke softly. His eyes were glued on the bread in his hands. He then split the loaf in half and handed one to his servant. 𝐒𝐿 matched the surprised look the other had from earlier. You must have missed dinner too. No, I'm fine. 𝐒𝐿 insisted. He was still shocked that the crown prince of his kingdom was offering him bread. His servant. I got it for you. But I made you wait here for me. I chose to. Don't worry, I'm not hungry. His stomach growled again. I can wait until breakfast. Please, take the bread. His plea basically forced 𝐒�l's hand. The servant took the baked good from the prince. He at least waited for Prince Todoroki to take a bite before biting into his own piece. The prince began making his way back inside the castle with 𝐒𝐿 close behind. They split ways after reaching their rooms and with 𝐒𝐿 saying a quick goodnight that the prince returned with nothing but silence. Pardon my intrusion, Crown Prince. 𝐒�l knocked gently before entering the prince's room through his door. The prince was found scribbling away at his desk. It was a mystery about what he was doing, but it wasn't a servant's place to ask. Well, Izuku had asked, but that was the reply he received. Izuku assumed it was some kind of princely paperwork. Shouto hummed in response. May I remind you that why you have combative lessons first thing in the morning? He continued hesitantly. It was hard to tell if this was okay for a servant to say such things. The crown prince could go to bed whenever he wanted. If he wanted to stay up all night, then Izuku couldn't stop him, but that wouldn't change the fact that he'd try. I think you should. You should probably get some sleep. At first, there was silence. Izuku's palms began feeling sweaty as he rubbed his fingers together nervously. Had he said the wrong thing? Was the prince going to get mad? Would he lose his job? He only meant to help. I'll go to bed right after I finish this. Shouto finally replied. He placed his ink pen on his desk and tucked the book he wrote in into a drawer of his dresser and locked it shut. Whatever's inside must be pretty important to lock away. Royal secrets perhaps. Well, good night, Your Highness. Izuku began to slowly shut his door as not to make much noise. He barely caught the grunt for his reply. Once in the safety of his room, Izuku sighed heavily. He rubbed his head furiously. Stupid, stupid, stupid. You don't tell a prince what to do. I can't believe I even thought that was a good idea. The servant finally threw himself onto his bed, followed by a loud creak of old wood. Negative thoughts shot through him at 1,000,000 miles per hour. How could he have done that? Number 1 rule is not to speak unless spoken to. Well, no one actually said that, but it was basic knowledge. Why did he have to step in? The prince isn't a child. He can take care of himself. The prince probably hates him by now. It's been only a week since he first arrived and there hasn't been any progress into becoming his friend. Even though he has said good morning and good night every single day, not once did the prince do the same. Izuku exhaled slowly to calm himself. How could such a relatively easy job be so exhausting at the same time? All he does is follow the prince around everywhere he goes. Shouto makes him do almost nothing. He serves him meals and every now and then makes him grab things from around the castle or ask what is planned next for the day. Other than that, Shouto does everything for himself. He even dresses himself, which is different for all the other royal family members. His days are kind of boring, to be honest. He just wished the crown prince would open up to him a little more. It would be more fun if they were friends. Izuku sighed again. Well, at least it wasn't all his fault. It takes 2 people to make a relationship work, and it doesn't seem like Shouto is interested at all. It would sure help if he were just a little nicer. But it does make sense. Being the crown prince meant that people would always try to use him. Perhaps his cold appearance was used as a protection against them. Or maybe Izuku was just overthinking again. He could just be shy. Let's hope so. Izuku laughed nervously to himself. He laid down and gazed up at the ceiling, forming images in stone above him. A small breeze made its way into his room and tickled Izuku through his thin blanket. At this moment, Izuku desperately wished for the warmth and comfort of his home. However, that only gave him the motivation to make this new place his home. What made a place a home? That feeling of warmth and comfort. A haven where you can be yourself. It is a place of security and peace. This is what Izuku felt at his house with his mom, but this place felt foreign to him. It's hard to find warmth in a place so unfamiliar. But surely after time, this place is somewhere Izuku can call home, and the prince can be someone he can call a friend. He left again. Izuku sighed as he fell into place beside Kiminari and Kirishima. The stone of the fountain sent chills up his spine as he leaned against it. The other 2 were seated on the grass in the castle garden, leaning against the fountain for support. The days have been getting colder with the beginning of fall. This particular day had promised rain with thick clouds of multiple shades of gray. Some even appeared black. They had already experienced a slight sprinkle from a small shower that morning. It left the grass damp but gave it a refreshing aesthetic. Again! Kaminari exclaimed. Kirishima scared. He's been going out a lot lately. He noted while biting into a sandwich Kaminari brought him while off shift. What even happened? The page boy asked Izuku. You're with him all the time, so you must know. Oh, well, he thought about it for a bit. He had been with him most of the days, but he never did find a reason as to why he was upset. The prince has always been hard to read. His face is a continuous blank sheet. His composure reveals nothing. It was both impressive and a bit annoying. I'm not sure, but I'll try to find out. He shouted determinedly. If he knew what was bothering him, then maybe he could help. That would make them friends for sure. You do that. The other boys laughed at his ridiculous thoughts. CRP, he talked out loud again. A raindrop fell into Kirishima's eye. He shouted in protest as another fell onto Izuku's cheek and rolled down. It's raining, Izuku pointed out. He reached out his palm to feel the increasing drops make contact with his hand. CRP, let's get inside. Kaminari declared while packing up the food he prepared. Man, I got my next shifts coming up. Kirishima yelled, full of agitation with the depressing weather. Patrolling in the rain is gonna SCK. See ya later, guys. The guard took off towards the castle barracks by the wall. The remaining two quickly ran inside the shelter of the castle. What a bummer. Kaminari sighed, disappointed. He began making his way further inside but stopped when Izuku didn't follow. I hope Prince Shouto brought a raincoat or something, Izuku whispered worriedly. It would be bad if the prince caught a cold. His schedule was packed, so getting sick would inevitably cause problems. What are you, his mom? Kaminari clapped his back to get his attention. Izuku turned to face him, startled. Don't worry, he's a big boy and can take care of himself. Let's go get something warm to eat, I'm freezing. After one last hesitant look toward the stables, Izuku followed after his friend to the servant kitchen. Prince Shouto did not return until well after dark. With the dark storm clouds combined, the world was pitch black. Izuku waited impatiently in the stables for his return. Despite the now raging storm, it was cozy inside the stables. Izuku rested on a pile of hay in a corner while reading a book he had brought with him. Earlier, he had helped the stable and bring the horses inside and clean up, so nothing important got wet. Thunder scared the horses when it first arrived an hour ago, but they seemed to get used to it by now, though the tension remained. Finally, the stable's doors were pushed open. A spray of water showered the floor nearby. Izuku shot up from his comfortable position to investigate. The first thing he saw was a figure drenched from head to toe. If he hadn't been expecting him, the strange man would have frightened him. However, he knew better. The prince led his white mare inside. Her coat turned brown from mud. Both looked utterly exhausted. You didn't bring a raincoat? Izuku scolded while running up to take the mare from Shouto. The prince stared back with slight surprise. And look at your horse. She looks dreadful. The poor thing. After taking her to her stall, Izuku brought over a bucket of water and a rag. He quickly began scrubbing her coat back to its natural color. Koji came over soon after and took over the horse for Izuku. He then turned back to the still stunned prince. Hurry up and take off your clothes before you catch a cold. Izuku demanded before quickly adding, Your Highness. Shouto let Izuku peel the wet coat from his shoulders. The navy blue now took on a black appearance. Izuku hung it on one of the stalls. The prince was still wearing a soaking shirt underneath along with his breaths and boots. Looking around, Izuku found a blanket and wrapped the prince in it after forcing him to take his shirt off and put on an extra pair of boots Koji left around the stable. I'll return these after I take the prince back to the castle, Izuku promised while taking the prince by the shoulders and leading him outside. It was strange that he let him push him around in such a way, but Izuku didn't pay any mind to that at the moment. Izuku let Shouto walk the remainder of the way to his room. Many servants rushed over to make sure the prince was okay. A maid offered him a towel she had been carrying, and another went to make him tea and some soup to warm him up. As soon as they reached his room, Izuku drew a warm bath for the prince while he changed out of his soaking clothes. I won't catch a cold. Shouto finally spoke for the longest time. Izuku had just finished preparing the water when the prince walked in. He was out of his clothes and wore the towel from earlier. Izuku regarded him questioningly. I don't get colds. I hope you don't do this often. Izuku exclaimed. It's not good for your health, Your Highness. Izuku let the prince have his privacy and left the room. Nothing more was said. The tea and soup arrived by the time he was out of the bath. His servant hurried to prepare his bed and began a fire for the night while he ate. This guy was bizarre. Never had any of Shouto's servants treated him with such passionate worry. It shocked him each time he did something so kind. "You waited for me again," he whispered, not caring whether it was heard or not. Izuku hummed. "You waited again," he repeated hesitantly. Izuku turned toward him with a brilliant smile spread across his face. "Of course. I knew you would have forgotten a raincoat. I wanted to make sure you got home safely." Lightning filled the room, followed by loud thunder. It made his servant flinch, then he moved to close the curtains. Shouto regarded him with curiosity. He sure was a strange boy. He was constantly jumping with energy and always wore a smile even if nothing was amusing. Not only was he sweet and innocent, but he was just so kind. Not only to him but to everyone. His new servant had only been here for barely over a week, and he had already befriended half the castle. Did include him as well. Unlike those before Midoriya, it was clear that he was friendly simply because that was who he was. The others put on an act. They all thought that Shouto didn't know what they said behind his back. "He's so cold. That's the one who's going to lead us someday. I didn't believe the rumors at first, but now that I've met him it doesn't surprise me that he, Your Highness." Shouto jumped when he found himself staring into bright emerald green eyes. They lacked the usual sparkle and were replaced with worry. "You're spacing out. Are you okay?" The sincerity in his tone left Shouto speechless. This one was not like the rest at all. There was no way that this boy could act this out. Izuku Midoriya had to be the nicest human being in the world. "I'm fine. Just lost in thought." He quickly sipped a spoonful of soup to avoid any more conversation. Midoriya got the message and backed away. Somehow, the lack of proximity somehow left a hollow feeling in his chest. "Is there anything else you would like tonight, Your Highness?" the boy asked with his usual cheerful smile. Even though it was small, it was bright enough to remove all of Shouto's anxieties. "And no, that's all." Shouto turned his gaze from the boy next to him. "I will be retiring to bed shortly." Izuku bowed and accepted his wishes. Shouto quickly made his way to his desk to begin writing some more. The prince waited until his servant had taken the empty tray out before opening the pages of his leather journal and start jotting things down. When the boy returned, he announced a quiet good night, as he always did before leaving to his room behind the door. He was a strange servant indeed. The sky remained gray for the next few days. The land filled with on and off showers at random times throughout the day. The chilly weather left numb fingers and red noses. The ever-nearing winter promising its arrival. The town began mirroring the moody weather. There were no laughs of joy like there was in the sunny days of summer. Even the children started praying for the clouds to break. At first, everyone cheered at the sight of rain. However, after more than 2 straight days it became annoying. Even Izuku, as bright and optimistic as he is, sulked silently after opening his curtains to see the dreary gray of rain. The only good thing this brought was Prince Shouto didn't go out riding for too long. Instead, he'd read or write at his desk. Izuku was dismissed until dinner, so he peeked outside to kill time. Everything took on a dull color. The leaves that had once been bright orange, yellow and red, were now shadows of what once was. The poor guards on patrol hid beneath the soaking fabric of their hoods. Izuku was lucky to have such warm place to take shelter. However, the boy pulled up his hood and walked out the servant door he was peeking through. This led into the center of the castle garden, which was sheltered by the many types of trees. Izuku reached out his palms and looked up to the sky. His hood fell onto his shoulders, and the servant made no move to put it back. Instead, he let the rain run down his cheeks like tears. They bounced from his hands. He shivered when a few droplets found their way down his spine. All of it was appealing to him. Not many found these dark days to be amusing. However, Izuku had always seen the world differently from others. There was something appealing about the way life paused during the rainfall. It was as if time itself had frozen. The smell of rain was pleasing. It brought up the smells of the earth, and of the trees and flowers surrounding him. They all melted into one scent. It was as if they had all been bottled up inside until they could finally be released into the air. The rain washed the earth and made everything clean. The air felt lighter, the grass and trees were greener, the sky was bluer, and it made everyone happier. Whenever the sun returned, it would bring out a joy locked inside everyone's hearts. Once it was over, the world collectively sighed. Not out of annoyance or frustration, but a calm, deep breath in and out, that left that wonderful feeling of peace. Then there were the memories. Each raindrop that he feels would bring back the childhood memories that had been forgotten in time. Warm days spent inside huddling next to the fireplace while holding a hot cup of tea. Or cold days left with soaking clothes but smiling faces. The days outside splashing in puddles or running through the rain. That is why Izuku loves the rain. And as he stood there taking it all in, breathing slowly, he felt at peace. It was a lovely feeling that only the rainy days could bring him. With one last exhale, Izuku took cover under a weeping willow. The branches formed a perfect barrier from the rain. The soil was only slightly wet, but Izuku didn't care as he sat down against the tree and closed his eyes. He still had plenty of time to kill. Cold. It was cold. It was freezing. There was only darkness. Wait, there was something warm, it was nice. And something sharp. Pain. Ouch. Midoriya. Hey. Izuku rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He opened them too. White and red hair along with one gray eye and another bright blue eye meeting his. Navy blue vest, gold buttons. The Crown Prince. Your Highness. Izuku jumped to his feet, nailing the prince in the chin with his head along the way. The prince merely grunted as he stepped away from the now alert boy. Oh my goodness! Izuku gasped, horrified at what he'd just done. The servant quickly fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Prince Shouto rubbed his chin but said nothing. Do you need something, Your Highness? Izuku questioned. Last he remembered, the prince was in his room. It was such a dark day, why would he go outside? I'm going to the stables. He stated plainly. Shouto had always been one for short, blunt statements and short conversations. With that, he turned to leave toward the stables. Izuku was left confused. Why would the prince even bother waking him if all he did was announce where he was going? Wait, wasn't the stables on the other side of the castle? Izuku went to follow the prince when his foot landed on something soft. A black cloak laid at his feet. When did that get there? As to not be rude, Izuku picked up the cloak and did his best to brush off the mud he left from his boot. That's when he noticed the royal seal sewn onto it. Could this belong to the prince? He must have left it. The servant chased after the crown prince not too far away. Your Highness. You left your cloak. If you're going out for a ride then you need to wear it, so you don't catch a cold. The rain had stopped now, but the clouds and low temperature remained. Shouto paused to look at him. Says the one sleeping outside on a cold rainy day. Izuku blushed, embarrassed to have been caught in such a vulnerable state in front of the crown prince of his kingdom. I didn't mean to, his voice faded as he pouted. If you don't need anything, I think I'll go inside now, so please take it before you leave. Shouto accepted the cloak from his servant's hands and threw it over his shoulder. If you're going inside then I guess I'll take it back. Yes, thank you. Izuku beamed at the other boy. He was glad it was so easy to convince him to take his cloak this time. It was good that the prince didn't catch a cold from the other day. Please take care, Your Highness. And please be back before dinner. The other turned his head to face the other way. Why yes. Of course. Shouto coughed. How could he refuse the request from someone with such a sincere smile of delight? See you soon. Izuku called over his shoulder as he ran back into the castle. Rainy days were so boring. And of all the days, it had to rain the one day he had nothing to do. Shouto loved reading, but it gets annoying after a while. Same goes for writing. Outside looked dreadful, and he couldn't let 𝐴𝐵 get sick from being out for too long. His servant would come in from time to time bringing him tea and stoking the fire, but he let him leave. After all, he must also be bored out of his mind on the other side of the door too. Shouto had never been inside the servant's room, but he knew it was small and dark. He felt sorry that some people had to live there. And then he found himself looking out the window, watching the rain drip down and holding raindrop races out of desperation for entertainment. That's when something caught his eyes. His window overlooked the garden. It was the most breathtaking in the springtime, but seeing the red trees had its own charm as well. But what he saw was a boy standing out in the rain. His green hair dark with water, and his arms reaching out to catch the rain. He was looking up, towards the sky with the most peaceful expression. Izuku Midoriya. He truly was the strangest boy he'd ever met. Not that Shouto has met very many. It intrigued him. Everything the boy did was so unexpected. The way he smiled, talked and acted were all the same. They were filled with kindness and innocence that Shouto couldn't understand how it was possible. Then the boy took shelter under a weeping willow. Shouto sighed, then wondered why he did that. Was it because he wouldn't be able to see him anymore? Or that he would be sheltered from the rain and wouldn't get sick? Perhaps a bit of both. When Shouto checked again a while later, he realized that Midoriya was still under the tree. What could he possibly be doing? And from what is seen, the servant only has a light jacket on. No way would that be enough to keep him warm. With a sigh, Shouto grabbed his black cloak from the coat hanger by the door and left the room. He stood over the sleeping boy. How could he fall asleep in such a place? Honestly, he's going to catch a cold if he doesn't wake up. Shouto drapes the cloak over top of his servant and begins to walk away. What if he kicks the cloak off? He turned back around. Izuku had quickly curled up into the cloak. He must have been really cold then. Shouto kneeled down, then turned it into a crouch once he realized the grass was wet. Izuku must be soaked by now. This was no good. Grabbing the nearest stick, Shouto began poking his servant's freckles. With each poke, Izuku would scrunch his nose and mutter sometimes too until his emerald eyes flickered open. He didn't mean to scare him, he really didn't, but Shouto was used to people getting intimidated by his presence. Maybe he should have left him alone. Izuku probably hurt his head when they contacted. Shouto's jaw hurt like heck, and he bit his tongue too, so surely Izuku must hurt too. When he began apologizing, Shouto didn't know what to do. It was entirely his fault, yet Izuku was the one who was sorry. CRP, this was a huge issue. Say something. Say something. Do you need something, Your Highness? That's right. This whole situation must seem weird now. What does he do? What does he say? I was just worried you'd catch a cold. Of course, he can't say that. I'm going to the stables. Perfect. That was a believable lie. And that's his cue to exit the scene. He'd leave his cloak with Izuku, and the boy will never know. Wait, weren't the stables on the other side of the castle? Oh. Well, guess he's going out for a ride now. But then Izuku came running with his cloak. This plan was not thoroughly thought through. Yo, Midoriya. Kaminari called to the new servant. He motioned for the other to take a seat beside him in the servants' dining hall. The page boy stuffed his face with bread while sipping his soup at the same time as Izuku approached. Kaminari's hair was soaking wet, although his clothes were perfectly dry other than the dark patches on his shoulders and back. Were you out in the rain? The boy asked while making himself as comfortable as he could on the old wooden chairs. This was the first he'd seen Kaminari all day, which was unusual since he often popped by Izuku's room out of boredom. No rain's gonna stop me from visiting Kirishima on his breaks. The other replied through a mouthful of bread. Dude, this stuff is amazing. You should eat something while you're here. He waved over one of the girls handing out the soup and bread to the other servants. Yes, Kaminari. The girl croaked. She was small with long teal hair tied in a ribbon at the bottom. She wore a long dark green dress with long vertical black lines running down both her shoulders. Thin yellow lines traced the black lines. Her eyes were wide as if always surprised. Can my friend here get some of that soup? Kaminari gestured to Izuku beside him. Here you go, Izuku. She placed a bowl of steaming soup and a large slice of bread from off her tray. Thanks, Asui, Izuku replied with his usual friendly smile. Wait, you guys know each other already? Kaminari exclaimed, jumping from his seat. The other two regarded him questioningly. Izuku helps out in the kitchen all the time, Asui explained. He even did the dishes for me when it was my turn. What? 𝐭𝐻𝐸 gasped, looking back and forth between the two. How come you know everyone already? It took me like 3 months. Midoriya's a lot more likable than you. Asui deadpanned. What's that supposed to mean? Kaminari shouted back. Asui shrugged, then said her goodbyes and left. Kaminari sighed with relief once she was gone. It's so true it stings. What are you talking about, Kaminari? Izuku asked, concerned for his friend. You're super likable. Of course you'd say that, Denki muttered under his breath. Izuku barely caught it. Anyway, how's it going with the prince? Izuku hesitated to think for a moment. I think I'm making progress. He seemed a little more open to him, and he even approached him first this time. It was a short conversation, but it was something, right? Then there was the cloak. The prince gave that to him, right? He must have went out of his way to do that for his servant. The prince did what? Kaminari pulled Izuku back into reality. He must have been muttering again. That was a habit he really needed to break. Since there was no way out, Izuku told his friend about what Prince Shouto had done. They agreed that that was good progress. The room went quiet when the doors slammed open to the dining hall. A servant Izuku didn't know very well barged in, breathing and soaking wet. Where's Koji? He cried out, clearly distressed. Everyone looked around, offering questioning looks at one another. There's trouble at the stables. Izuku gasped. Isn't that where Shouto was? The servant jumped to his feet and marched over to the servant delivering the news. What happened? He demanded. He felt Kaminari right behind him. It's one of the horses. Izuku ran straight to the stables while Denki and the other servant continued to search for Koji. It was strange, Koji never left the stables. Why must he be gone now of all times? The muddy ground grabbed at Izuku's feet, slowing him down as he tried to run. He tripped several times but got up quickly. The journey to the stables wasn't long, but at this moment, it felt like an eternity. Once there, he found Shouto kneeling next to a horse on the ground inside one of the stables. The chestnut horse was small and thin, clearly still young and still growing. However, the horse laid silently and without any movement. Beside it, Shouto was leaning over the horse, tears rolled down his cheeks. Prince Shouto. Izuku knelt down beside him. At first, he gazed at the boy, but then he noticed something about the horse. Where he expected a slow rise and fall of the animal's chest, there was nothing. It's dead. The prince remained silent. He turned his face and sniffed away his tears quietly. What happened? Shouto stroked the brown fur of the animal lying in front of him. She's been sick for a while. He began slowly. We couldn't figure out what was wrong, and no medicine was helping. He sniffled. When I came in here, she wasn't breathing right. Koji went to get some more medicine he thought might help, but it's too late now. Izuku wasn't sure what to do or say to comfort the prince. He was never good with death. However, he was going to go by instinct. What would he want to hear if something precious to him died? What was her name? Miki. Goodbye, Miki. Izuku smiled gently as he pets her mane. I hope you had a good life. I'm sure Koji and Shouto treated you well and that you were happy. Midoriya, Shouto whispered gently. His servant's words touched him. It was unbelievable that anyone could have such a heart of gold. The smile that radiated from Izuku's face was breathtaking. You shouldn't be sad, Shouto. Izuku turned to face the boy next to him. Shouto froze, eyes wide. If Miki lived a good life, then there's no reason to be sad. Right. The prince nodded. We can stay here as long as you want. The two remained vigilant until Koji arrived with a handful of medicines. The farmhand cried the most. It was clear that Koji really loved animals, and this horse especially. The same went for the prince. Not just anyone would cry over a dead horse. That showed the kindness Shouto locked away in his heart. Izuku would do anything for the key. After their mourning, the trio took a cart and carried the horse to bury her in the forest. It took a while, but they finally made a hole large enough to place Miki. Izuku created a pile of rocks to mark her grave and decorated it with wildflowers nearby. The forest was dark as they walked back, but Koji and Shouto seemed to know their way around. Izuku stayed by the prince's side when he slowed his pace. The prince turned to his servant. "Thank you, Midoriya." Izuku caught the slight upturn of the prince's lips. It was the closest thing Izuku's seen to smile, and seeing that made him all the happier. It was always a treasure to see other people smile. The rarer the smile, the more precious it is. Seeing the cold prince smile for the first time was worth more than gold to Izuku. He wanted him to smile all the time. It was nice to see the sunshine again. The clouds finally broke, letting streamings of light shower the land below. The golden light warmed the souls of the people and brought back the cheerfulness. The CRPS were no longer thirsty, and the rivers were filled with water to the banks. The sun had finally returned to brighten up the world once more. Izuku got to follow Prince Shouto into town today. Apparently, Prince Shouto sneaked out of the castle monthly. Of course, he would never go alone, so Izuku and one guard accompanied them. The guard, Ojiro, was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, so he was a natural choice to accompany the prince since he didn't need to carry around a weapon through town. Many servants were aware of the prince's actions, but none tattled on the king. Having been stuck inside the castle walls for a month, Izuku was glad to return to the town. He only got to see parts of it before, so he was happy to get the chance to explore it this time. The place was a lot different from his small town in the country. People buzzed with their various jobs all throughout the streets. Shops, markets, street performers, and all kinds of fun things. Everything was so lively, and with the rain gone, the town shined with both the sun and the smiles of its people. King Todoroki, or Endeavor as the people called him, was a good king. He was great with dealing with problems both inside and outside his kingdom. Prince Shouto had a lot to live up to, and right now, his shopping. So what does the prince do while he's here? Izuku asked Ojiro while waiting inside a clothing store. Shouto was off browsing the items in the winter section. Doesn't he have servants for this? Why is he doing it? Ojiro shook his head. He does have servants, so I don't know why he's doing this, but this is the first I've seen him come into a clothing store. Both looked off to the prince with confusion. Well, what does he usually do then? He always gets lunch at this old family tavern on the far side of town, and always visits the animal market, Ojiro explained to the new servant. He eyed the other customers of the store, nothing suspicious, just checking. He was very observant. Izuku took note. Animal market. Izuku echoed. Yeah, they do it every month. Ojiro kept his eyes on the prince while he spoke softly. Shouto draped his cloak hood over his head to cover his hair, which made sense with a hair as unique as that. Prince Shouto always makes sure to purchase one of the horses. Oh, one of his horses passed away the other day. Shouto must still be quite distressed. Mickey must have been bought at this animal market, along with his other horses. From his reaction yesterday, Izuku imagined Shouto would have a hard time not thinking about Mickey. Izuku knew the prince loved horses, but this was more than imaginable. It was nice to bring a horse into such a pleasant environment to live out their days. Izuku has seen what some animals have to endure. His mother raised pigs, and they fed them their leftovers, and Izuku would play with them as a boy. When they were older, he'd take them to the market to be sold. It was there that he saw how mistreating humans could be. Once the prince was done with his shopping there, they left to the animal market. It was near the center of town, and it was incredibly crowded. The two had trouble sticking by the prince's side. Row after row of horses, and Shouto had hardly stopped to look at any of them. Some were appealing pearl white and sturdy builds. There were mysterious black ones and bright chestnuts. However, none seemed to catch his eyes. Izuku couldn't help but gap at the variety of horses. Finally, Shouto stopped at one of the stalls. A young brown quarter horse laid on the straw of the makeshift stall. Its ribs created large waves on the skin, not the way it should be. Its ragged breaths were loud and unsteady. The eyes were dull and sad. No one stopped at this stall like most of the others. Instead, they all turned a blind eye to the horse on the ground. Shouto did not hesitate to drop to his knees and slide the animal's long nose. I was beginning to wonder when you'd show, Todoroki. A man appeared from behind the stall. He leaned against the edge, twisting the rope tying the horse around his fingers. He was middle-aged with long black hair that was unkempt. He had an exhausted look to him with red-shot eyes. His all-black clothes caked with mud and hay. The man looked down at the prince, then the horse, to Ojiro, and rested on Izuku. His new. What's with this horse? Todoroki ignored the previous question to ask his own. The man sighed. The usual. He shrugged as he began to untie the knot, not that the horse was in any shape to get up and run away anyway. He has a bunch of medical disorders along with abuse in her past home, if that's what you want to call it, including a broken ankle. He'll be pricey, but recovery should be possible. The man informed. Izuku frowned. The poor horse must have been through a lot, and now it lay on the streets of the capital with no promise of a better life. Shouto dropped a large sack of coins on the ground beside him and traded it for the rope belonging to the horse. He'll recover. The man nodded and pocketed the money before kneeling down to give the horse a push-up on his feet. Reluctantly, and slowly, the brown horse got to its feet. He should be able to make it back to the castle. He knew. Izuku immediately stiffened, making the man turn his gaze to him. Newbie, here. He sneered down at the young servant. Don't worry about his little secret. I've none for a long time. See you around Kido. Shouto and Ojiro had already begun leading the horse through the crowd. When Izuku turned back to the man, he was gone. After searching around for the vanished man, Izuku turned around and joined his companions. It took a while, but they finally managed to get the horse back to the castle stables. Koji went to work right away, listing off the problems the horse had along with everything they'd need to help it recover. The list fell into Izuku's hands with the instructions to give it to Denki, who'd pass it on to Shouto's personal shoppers. When he returned, Shouto and Koji had moved the new horse into Miki's old stall. The weak animal laid half asleep on the ground. The prince looked up when he heard his servant approach. Koji said he'd make a full recovery, Shouto informed with a slight smile. Seeing that, Izuku couldn't help but grin back. The servant knelt down beside his MSTR and combed his fingers through the horse's mane. That's good. He'll need a name. Izuku stated without looking away from the creature in front of him. My mom used to tell me about this horse she had when she was little. She found this horse left half dead from human abuse in the forest. She took him and saved his life. The horse's name was Roz. Can we call this one that too? Prince Shouto nodded in agreement. There was a long pause of silence until the prince got to his feet to leave. Where are you going? Izuku hesitantly asked the other. To check on Gwyn. He stated simply, continuing away from the servant. Are you going out again? Izuku asked, slightly disappointed. It was so boring whenever Shouto went for a ride. However, the prince shook his head. Curious, and also bored, Izuku followed the prince to his horse's stall. The pure white standard-bred horse was waiting in her stall. Her head was leaning over the short gate allowing people inside her stall. When she saw her rider approaching, she snorted and shook her mane. I know. Shouto reached out with both hands to hold her head in place. I've been busy today. She blinked slowly once, with somewhat of understanding, then turned toward Izuku. He tensed up under the horse's strangely scary glare. This is Midoriya. Shouto introduced, then motioned for the boy to come closer. He did as he was told, but not without hesitant steps as he drew near to the intimidating mare. She doesn't bite. The horse whined quietly. If she likes you. Izuku gulped. What a frightening horse she was. Izuku loved all animals, but some were just so scary. Gwyn was one of those scary animals. Her black eyes felt like they pierced his soul. His mother used to say that animals can see into a person's heart and judge them for who they truly are. That was why animals loved Izuku so much. However, this horse either couldn't see or didn't care. Once close enough, Shouto reached out and grabbed Midoriya's wrist gently, startling the boy. He pulled his hand closer to the horse. Gwyn sniffed it once, neighed softly, then Shouto placed his hand on her nose. The white mare closed her eyes and breathed out loudly. She likes you, Shouto stated, another smile placed on his face. It was wider than it was earlier. Not a full smile, but a smirk of some sort. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement and realized he had now befriended the prince's horse. She wasn't so bad after all. In fact, the horse beneath his hand let off an amiable vibe. Perhaps she just needs to get a good reading on a person before trusting them. It was always an honor to earn an animal's trust. The fact made Izuku's smile widen. He had his full attention on the white mare that he didn't realize the prince was staring at him with awe, and maybe something a little more. Roz was recovering quickly, and soon, he was able to walk around the pasture. After 2 weeks of helping around the stuffy stable, Izuku was very glad to see him walking around outside now, and apparently, so was Roz. The brown horse couldn't run just yet, but he did try many times. The horse was just so excited to be out and about. His health and improved majorly. There were no longer any visible ribs and his eyes shined with joy. Izuku visited daily with the prince. While he went off with 𝐺𝐸, Izuku stayed behind and watched Roz explore his new home. The two had become pretty close as well. Out of the 3 of the ones who saved him, Roz liked Izuku the best. The young horse was extremely playful and loved to nibble on Izuku's clothes or nudge him with his head. Sometimes it was a little too rough, and one time he pushed Izuku off the fence. He laughed about it afterward, but Shouto wasn't too happy. He scared Roz away only to find the boy laughing on the ground, half in pain. It was cute having the prince get all worried about that. At the moment, Izuku was leaning on Roz while he bathed in the sun. Naps were still a common occurrence with the healing horse. His ankle still needed more time, but he'd soon be running in another week or so. Midoriya was reading a book Shouto let him borrow from his bookshelf. The two have been talking a lot more, and the prince is way more open. They both have become a lot more comfortable around each other. It made Izuku extremely happy. Shouto asks for Izuku's help a lot more, and has been going out on rides less and less, much to 𝐺𝐸's dismay. Once Roz is fully recovered, Shouto promised to teach him how to ride a horse. Quarter horses like Roz were ideal for beginners, plus he was already attached to Izuku. A loud neigh brought Izuku from his book. Roz also lifted his head to the direction of the sound. 𝐺𝐸 and Shouto came in through the gate. Izuku jumped to his feet with Roz not too far behind. He came up and nudged Izuku, pushing him forward. Izuku turned back to grip the horse's bridle as the prince led 𝐺𝐸 inside the pasture. Once the gate closed, he released, and Roz went speed walking as fast as he could to greet the mare. The two were quick to become friends over the past 2 weeks. 𝐺𝐸 was a little bossy at first and still is sometimes, but they get along well despite that. How was your ride? Izuku asked as he bounced to the prince. The trees are appealing, Shouto commented. The two both regarded the trees over the top the outer wall of the castle. Brilliant yellow, orange and red leaves with a calm blue sky with a few fluffy clouds, some turned pink with the setting sun. The weather was getting chilly, promising winter. Izuku wished he could go riding. By the time he would have learned how to ride a horse, winter will stop him from going out into the forest. I wish I was out there. Izuku pouted, looking longingly out toward the small gate leading outside the castle walls. He hasn't left them since after the market. We can go out for a walk if you want. The prince offered. Light pink dusted his cheeks as he asked. Izuku smiled gently at the prince's offer. Thanks, but you're eating dinner with your family tonight by request of the king. Izuku reminded him of the monthly family dinner the royal family had. Another time. Shouto groaned. I hate family dinner. Do you not like your family? Izuku asked. As an only child living with his mom alone, he couldn't imagine hating her. He loved his mother more than anything in the world. I like my siblings. It's my dad that's the problem. He scowled at the mention of his father. The king. His servant asked without comprehension. But he's a great king. Well, he's a horrible father. The prince grumbled. He shoved his hands in the pockets of his vest and glared over toward the castle. Other than these monthly dinners, he never speaks to any of his children. When he does, it's probably something political. The last time we talked it was about marriage proposals. Izuku tilted his head. Why would you get married so young? That's what I said. Shouto raised his voice with frustration. He never listens to me. He just wants me to become just like him. It's like I'm not even my own person anymore. Izuku patted his back in an attempt to comfort him. Of course you're your own person, Shouto. You are you, not your father. I personally like you way more. Izuku laughed, trying to get the prince, his friend, to do the same. Although no noise came out of him, Shouto did smile a little at that, along with a slight blush. Thanks, Midoriya. Shouto took a deep breath in, then out. And after, we can walk around the castle or something fun, Izuku promised his friend. Shouto glanced over, an appreciative smile on his lips. I'll take you up on that offer. When Roz was fully healed, Shouto took up his promise to teach him to ride. The first step was learning to put the saddle on along with the bridle. Next, with Shouto's help, he mounted the horse with almost no problems. Except when he fell off the other side. They both laughed after, but it still hurt, both physically and emotionally. The rest of the week the prince taught his servant how actually to ride the horse. That meant steering, stopping, accelerating and decelerating. He nearly fell off again when learning the trot, but he didn't. One October afternoon, the two decided to go out into the forest instead of the pasture. Izuku gulped as they paused at the gate. It looked a lot scarier out there than in the field. Are you ready? Prince Shouto asked. He looked proper on Gwyn, his pose was confident and in control. Izuku, however, was nervous and afraid. He nodded anyway, not wanting Shouto to have to wait for him to gather his courage. At first, it was all good. They had a nice steady pace down the path Shouto frequented. After about 20 minutes of peaceful walk, they broke into a trot. Izuku lost his balance for a bit, but he got used to it after a while. After only 5 minutes they returned to a walk. Shouto was actually a very thoughtful teacher, knowing Izuku was uncomfortable with the trot, as well as knowing Roz had only just recovered and was a little out of shape. This is really nice, Izuku noted as the two walked calmly through the forest. I understand why you love being out here so much. Shouto nodded, not looking behind him as he spoke. It's always calm since hardly anyone comes here. It can be dangerous at times. Izuku hummed in agreement. The woods were quiet and serene, nothing scary at all. Snap! The cry of a broken twig sounded to his right, and nearby too. Roz's ears shot up. Gwyn and Shouto appeared unfazed. What was that? Izuku leaned closer to his horse as he asked. Probably a rabbit or something, don't worry. Izuku calmed down again until the bushes rustled. Shouto. It's fine. A small black and white creature jumped out from the bushes beside them. What a cute! Roz reared onto his hind legs, nearly throwing off the new rider, had his grip not been too tight with fear. The horse, frightened from the bunny, bolted off the path. Midoriya! Shouto called out from somewhere behind him, but his voice was getting farther and farther away. The bushes were thick, but Roz plowed through them like it was nothing. Fear can do that to you sometimes. Gwyn seemed to be having a hard time keeping up because soon the two were out of sight. Izuku, the poor boy, was clutching the reins for dear life. The wind along with branches whipping his face. A small stream of blood touched his lips. It felt like forever before Roz finally stopped. He pauses at a stream, thirsty from all the running. Izuku had permanently glued himself to his horse at this point. He wanted to get off, to wander around and find the prince, but what if Roz got spooked again? There was no way he could keep a hold of his horse, then they'd lose each other too. At least Izuku wasn't alone. So he stayed on Roz's back as the horse wandered around the forest. Izuku let him do his thing. Maybe he knew the way home because Izuku sure didn't. Time passed by slowly. After what had to be 2 hours, Izuku must have fallen asleep, because when he woke up, the sky was dark, and the forest was nothing but shadows. Shouto! Izuku called out into nothing. His voice was shaky and was on the brink of tears. What if he had to spend the night in the forest? What if he got attacked by a bear? What if he never got found? And died from starvation? Hypothermia. Maybe get poisoned by a berry because he has no idea what the difference is between plants. There were countless possibilities to die in the forest, and Izuku spent his time thinking of every single last one. Some were quite ridiculous, yet still possible. Izuku looked around, waiting for a monster in the dark, Because yes, even being a mature teen, Izuku still feared monsters in the dark even though he didn't believe such things exist. That's when he saw the white blob. It was dark, yes, but there was definitely something white out there. It moved. Close, and closer, until he could make it out. Shouto! He called out again, in the direction of the white figure. Midoriya! A voice called back. Izuku's heart probably stopped at that moment, because yes, that white blob was Gwyn, and Prince Shouto was with her. The white came closer until she stopped and Shouto slid off her back. Izuku! He ran the rest of the way to Roz and Izuku. Izuku slid off his horse for the first time since leaving the castle. His legs, asleep, failed him, and he dropped to the ground. Prince Shouto dropped down next to him. I found you. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? I'm so glad I finally found you. Shouto rambled on, not giving the boy a chance to answer. He then found himself in a tight embrace. I'm so glad I found you, he whispered gently. Izuku felt the tears come in. He thought he was going to die out here alone. The servant wrapped his arms around Shouto and let the tears stream down. I was so scared all alone. They stayed like that for a while. Shouto let Izuku cry until there were no more left. He gave him water and the little bits of food he had. Izuku hadn't realized how hungry he was. Get back on, Roz, let's head back home now. Shouto helped the boy to his feet and began leading him towards his horse. Wait, what if he gets scared and runs off again? I can hold his reins. He continued to the horse until Izuku grabbed his coat. His eyes puffy and red were hard to read, but he saw the message Izuku was trying to convey. You can ride with me. The servant brightened up slightly and followed Shouto back to Gwyn. He lifted the boy up first, placing him in front of the saddle, then sat behind him. The closeness made Izuku felt safe and warm. He heaved a giant sigh of relief as he leaned back into the prince. From there, he could listen to the other boy's heartbeat. It was growing faster by the second, strangely. Despite that, Izuku found it incredibly relaxing. He woke up in his bed before he knew it. Light streamed through his window. Strange, he always closes his curtains before going to bed. Wait, when did he go to bed? Last night's events returned to Izuku's mind. At first, he wondered if that really even happened. Then he felt the bandage on his cheek from a branch and realized it was real. His sore muscles and hungry stomach proved it further. There was a soft knock at his door. It took him a second to realize that the knocking came from the entrance to Shouto's room. Come in. Midoriya, you're awake. Shouto pushed open the door with a silver tray of food in his hands. I have your breakfast. CRP. Izuku shot out of bed. I forgot to wake up to give you breakfast. I'm so sorry. No worries. Shouto placed the tray on his desk. I told Kaminari that you weren't feeling well, so he brought me breakfast. I also specifically requested he brought one for you as well. Oh. Thank you. Izuku trailed off. Shouto was about to leave back to his own room when his servant stopped him. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. I know I've caused a lot of problems for you ever since I came to the castle. I don't consider anything you've done a problem. The prince stated. His eyes were filled with warmth and fondness for the boy sitting on the bed. You could get lost in the forest every day, and I'd still look for you. I wouldn't stop until I'd find you. He quickly closed the door before Izuku could react to his words. A vast blush covered his face once his mind finished processing. His head felt dizzy, forcing him to lay down on his mattress. What did that mean? Were those words true? Would Prince Shouto really search for him no matter what? Would he really never give up? There was no way. No way the crown prince would spend his time searching for a mere servant. Right. And yet, that's precisely what he did. He looked for hours to find him. And when he did, they both were incredibly relieved. Izuku then fell asleep knowing he was safe. Was it normal to feel that way? Do all princes and servants do that? All this thinking was making him feel nauseated. Yo, Izuku. Kaminari barged into his room just as Izuku realized that it wasn't just nausea. He threw up on the page boy's boots. Izuku was forced to stay in bed the rest of the day. Chio, the nurse, came in to check on him and informed him he had caught a cold. After last night's incident, it didn't come as a surprise. Izuku felt like absolute trash. His head throbbed, and his nose refused to stop running, so he could hardly breathe, which in turn gave him a dry throat. Kaminari brought him tea from Chiyo throughout the day, which helped a lot. Many servants brought get-well gifts. Asui made him chicken soup especially for him, Kirishima sent him a handkerchief that came in handy, even Okako sent some remedies and herbs. Some maids also dropped off a basket of pastries, but he didn't feel like eating them, so he left them alone for now. Only a couple hours after lunch did a note appear through the crack under the door. It was the door connected to Prince Shouto's room. Slowly, Izuku went and retrieved the piece of paper folded in half. There was a short note written in neat cursive writing. Dear Midoriya, Chiyo told me not to go into your room, unfortunately. I also noticed the door is locked, which is understandable. I would like to apologize since your illness was most likely from my doing. I should have taught you what to do if your horse reared or how to control your horse better, but I guess it slipped my mind. I am an awful teacher. Please forgive me. St. Izuku. Couldn't help but smile at how silly the crown prince could be. Of course, it wasn't his fault. Things like this happen all the time, and it's never only one person's fault. Shouto was always blaming himself. Izuku did that often too. Everyone does. Bringing out a pen, Izuku began writing beneath the words of the prince. His writing wasn't nearly as graceful, nor cursive, but legible nonetheless. Dear Shouto, there is no need to forgive you. It wasn't your fault at all. Also, you sound incredibly formal in your writing, and it's kind of intimidating. If you still feel bad, I know of a way to make it up. It's super boring in here, so make sure you keep replying for as long as you can. Izuku, he drew a simple smiley face at the bottom to make sure that he understood that Izuku really wasn't mad at all. Shouto replied to his message again and again throughout the day. A few times he had to leave for an hour or two for things, but he responded until dusk. It was fun, and Izuku learned so much about the prince. Although he wished they could have been face to face, Izuku would never forgive himself if he got the crown prince sick. You should be getting to bed. But then we have to stop. Izuku, if you sleep now, you might be good enough in the morning to talk face to face. Okay? Izuku, Shouto, Izuku called through the door. He knew the other boy was just on the other side, leaning against the wood just as he was. Good night, Izuku. Shouto's muffled voice replied. Even after their goodbyes, neither moved. Both sat there, enjoying the presence of the other. But after a couple of minutes, Izuku realized he would fall asleep right there on the floor if he didn't move to his bed. As he drifted off into sleep, he noticed that Shouto's shadow caused by the light in his room was still there, leaning against the door. Izuku smiled. What a cute gesture. First snow arrived in early November. It came silently in the night, leaving the ground in a thin blanket of snow. The morning sun bounced off the snowflakes, making the snow shine like glitter. Snow had this peaceful feeling to it, like a silent beauty. The air was also thin and bit at bare skin. However, the sky was so blue. Pale and clear, with one bright yellow sun that warmed the soul. When Izuku woke up and saw the beauty outside his window, he immediately wanted to go outside, but he knew better than to leave his duties. He quickly fetched breakfast and eagerly waited for Prince Shouto to finish eating. Is there something wrong? Shouto asked the fidgeting boy. His servant had been watching and waiting silently. It was very unusual. He had greeted him with much more enthusiasm, and that was saying a lot since Izuku was always enthusiastic. To be honest, it was kind of unnerving with him watching him eat. Oh, nothing. He smiled wide as he replied with gusto. Shouto gave him a questioning gaze before finishing up his meal. Once finished, Izuku quickly cleared his table of food and left out the door. When he returned, Shouto was dressed and prepared for the day. What do I have scheduled for today again? He asked while tying his large winter boots. Oh! Izuku flipped through his notebook which he carried around with him and flipped through the pages. Sword practice will be held indoors today at 2, private tutoring at 4, dinner at 6:30, there's council meeting at 8. I heard from Kaminari that the king of a neighboring kingdom was coming in a couple of days, so King Todoroki wanted to have a meeting with you alone about it. I don't know when exactly, only that it's soon. Nothing for this morning. Izuku smiled his bright smile, with a little mischief behind it. Nothing at all. Shouto furrowed his brow, trying to figure out what Midoriya was thinking. Let's go riding? Izuku blurted out, interrupting the prince's question. It had been a while since they last went, and they still have yet to return to the forest for obvious reasons. Although he missed it, that was not what Izuku really wanted. Luckily, Shouto couldn't guess what. The prince didn't argue as Izuku led him by the sleeve down to the garden door. Once outside, he released the other and ran out to touch the snow. Izuku's first instinct was to jump in the fresh piles of snow. After having snowed all night, the ground was full of clean and fluffy snow blanket. He cut the snow in his hands and brought it back to his friend. Look, Shouto. He smiled so wide his eyes had disappeared. The snow was sparkling almost as much as Izuku did. The snow's so pretty. The crown prince grinned at the sight, nodding in agreement. However, he didn't bother regarding the snow. His attention was elsewhere. Oh! Izuku dropped the snow from his palms. I forgot something. You can go ahead to the stables, I'll be right there. The servant quickly turned tail and ran back inside the castle. Shouto would have offered to come with him, but it was too late now. Instead, he decided to do as instructions and head over to the stables without him. He got as far as 10 steps before something hard and cold smacked his back. It was followed by bursting laughter. The prince turned to find Izuku on the brink of tears. I got you good. He laughed, wiping the tears from his eyes. While he was distracted, Shouto compacted a handful of snow and hit the other square in the face. The laugh stops abruptly. That's not where he meant to aim. Midoriya he was cut off by another series of chuckling. He was surprised to find the other doubled over. I deserve that. Nice one, Shouto. Izuku's face turned serious suddenly. Determination filled his eyes. But I'll get you back. The battle began. Izuku took shelter behind a large rose bush, though its branches were bare. Shouto hid behind the trunk of an old oak tree. If they were keeping score, the two were pretty evenly matched, but Shouto pulled ahead barely. Izuku could do anything if he set his mind to it. Shouto knew he was smart, but battle smart was not something he expected. It was an excellent quality to have. The battle ended when Shouto forced Izuku inside before he caught another cold. The maids happily made the 2 hot chocolate and cookies while they wrapped themselves in blankets back at the prince's room. That was how most of their winter went. There were many snowball fights, snowmaking contests, snow angel making, and a lot of shoveling at the stable. Some days were cold and bitter, but those days were the most fun, where Shouto and Izuku spent the day in Shouto's room doing whatever. They played games, sometimes inviting Kaminari, Kirishima, and Asui. Other times they read separate books, enjoying each other's company. Or they read the same book, taking turns reading. It was the best winter Izuku ever had. And then spring came along once again. Grass grew, leaves returned, and the sun shined brighter. Flowers soon bloomed, birds chirped in the mornings, everything was appealing. However, once the days were warm enough for travel, Izuku's mother sent more and more letters. Come visit. I haven't seen you in forever. I miss you. You can go visit her if you want, Shouto asked once Izuku read through his latest letter. His face brightened. I could. He asked excitedly. If it were all right with Shouto, Izuku would love to pay a visit to his mother. It indeed has been forever since he last saw her. He would be lying if he said that some days his heart would ache so much for home. Don't get him wrong, Izuku loved it at the castle, but no amount of happiness could change how much he misses his mother. Of course. Shouto nodded, although his eyes showed a little reluctance. I can have an essay bring us there. Us? Izuku questioned. He was surprised Shouto would want to come with him. After thinking for a bit, Izuku shook his head. There's no way you could go on a little vacation, not with your busy schedule. The king would never allow it. The prince was about to say something back but changed his mind after realizing that was true. There really was no way for him to leave the castle. He had a couple of marriage interviews with some neighboring princesses that his father was making him do. Their ally, King Toshinori, was visiting soon as well, and his father would never allow him to skip out on that. How about, Sunday, 3 days from now, I leave for home, stay 5 days, and be back by next Sunday? Izuku suggested. He'd be gone for a week, which wasn't too long so that he wouldn't be neglecting his duties, but still long enough for him to visit with his mom. Okay, Shouto still sounded a little reluctant, but he wasn't going to stop his friend from doing what he wants. That just wasn't fair. He had no right to control Izuku's life. So he'd let Izuku visit his mom. Shouto would have done the same if he still had a mom. It would be short, only a week. He could last that long without his friend's company, right? Despite Izuku's protests, Shouto skipped out on most of his schedule to be with his servant. The two went riding in the forest again, short and smooth without any problems. They played tag around the castle, mostly in the servant quarters to avoid being seen by anyone who would tattletale to his father. Shouto won most of the time, but that was because Izuku would trip and fall or knock someone over and help them up then get caught. Shouto taught his friend how to play chess, and Izuku won on his first try. Beginner's luck. There were games of hide and seek, more snowball fights and calm walks around the garden. Saturday was spent in town shopping for winter clothes. Shouto bought new everything. Boats, coat, toque, mittens, thick socks, everything imaginable. It was cumbersome to take back to the castle. And then the day came to an end. Izuku would be leaving the following morning, bright and early. Even with the dark sky and silent halls, Shouto refused to say goodnight. Izuku didn't either. The two sat in peaceful silence on Shouto's bed, neither said anything for fear of goodbyes being said. Izuku shuffled closer until he rested his head on Shouto's shoulder. It's only for a week. Shouto leaned his head to rest on the other's. It felt nice to be able to be comforted by someone's presence like this. Before Izuku, Shouto would go weeks without physical contact. And imagining anyone other than Izuku here just didn't seem right. His servant was irreplaceable, and if anything were to happen to him, a lot can happen in a week. He finally pointed out. Izuku chuckled gently. The soft sound made Shouto's heart do flips. Don't worry. I promise I'll come back. Promise. Promise. He sighed into Shouto's shoulder. I think I'll just sleep like this. They both leaned back into the backboard of the bed in agreement. They knew they couldn't stay like that forever, but a few minutes wouldn't hurt. It has to be in one piece, though. The prince added to the promise. If anyone hurts you, I'll --. Izuku shot upright to look at the other in the eyes. No hurting anyone. The prince returned the gaze without flinching. His eyes were firm, and his mind was made up. If anyone hurts you, I will handle them myself. And if you get lost, I'll find you, just like I did before. If you need help, I'll rescue you. Izuku's arms wrapped around Shouto's right arm, clinging to him. His body was shaking from the powerful words. I trust you. The boy went limp at his side. Shouto looked over and realized the other had fallen asleep. He left him like that, not wanting to move. Instead of returning him to his old, uncomfortable bed, Shouto laid him down on his own bed. The prince wanted to stay with Izuku a little longer. Even if it was only a week, Shouto felt like if he let him go, Izuku would disappear forever, and he wasn't ready for that. He'd never be prepared for that. So many possibilities played over in his mind. He wanted to go with him. He wanted Izuku to stay. He wanted him to stay forever. Izuku could serve him as king. They could be like this until they die. But that's not how life works, and Shouto of all people knew this. He knew Izuku would one day leave. He couldn't stay in the castle forever. Shouto would be king, Izuku would go back home. Both would eventually get married and start a family. They'd probably never talk again because a king could not be friends with his servants. In fact, if his father, the king, ever found out about how close they were, Izuku would be gone immediately. That's not what Shouto wanted. His realistic dream would be that Izuku would be his servant until he became king, then he'd let Izuku go home, but they'd send letters all the time, like when the other was sick. They'd visit each other, their kids would play. Maybe his second child could marry one of Izuku's. The oldest would take over, and the second would connect the two. He'd have an excuse to see Izuku all the time. But was that what he really wanted? Looking at the sleeping boy beside him, Shouto realized that maybe that wasn't quite right. Reaching out, the prince laced his fingers through Izuku's. It was small and warm, and perfect in every way. No. He didn't want them to be best friends for life. He wanted, well, he didn't really know exactly, but friends didn't feel right. He fell asleep thinking about it. Their fingers still locked together, but their bodies were separated a few inches, which felt like an entire world to Shouto. Izuku woke up in quite an awkward situation. He was aware Shouto left him in bed, having been woken slightly during the moving process. However, this wasn't something he imagined he'd do throughout the night. The servant found himself latching onto Shouto's side. He was like his giant teddy bear and even came with a dark circle of drool left on the prince's nightshirt. He broke away, face bright red, throwing apologies left and right. The movement caused the other to wake up. His eyes squinted, trying to adjust to being open, which was an adorable thing Izuku noticed whenever he woke Shouto up. It was too early for words to be said. The room was still mostly dark, but small streaks of morning sun filtered through the curtains. The prince rubbed his eyes and yawned loudly. He paused to stare at the flustered boy by the edge of the bed. "Oh, good morning, Izuku." Izuku yelped as he jumped off the bed. His balance was unsteady from surprise. Morning." He suddenly bowed quickly and raced off to his room. Shouto watched with confusing for a couple of seconds before following him to the door. He opened the door to peek inside. Izuku was hauling his bag of clothes he had packed the night before to the other door leading to the hallway. The servant's face was still beet red, and he clearly wasn't focusing on packing. "You're bringing your mattress with you." Midoriya paused from pulling off the hay mattress from the bed frame. "Ah." He moved and began dumping his backpack. "What are you doing?" "Packing." The boy paused and realized what he had done. CRP. He stuffed his clothes back inside. Having had enough, Shouto reached over and grabbed the other's hand, forcing him to look into his eyes. "Calm down," he stated directly, but they had a significant effect on the green-haired boy. He looked down shamefully and took deep breaths in. "You're right, sorry." Now that he was more focused and relaxed, Izuku put his things together and threw them over his shoulder. "Walk me to the gate." They strolled along the path, not wanting to separate at the inevitable end. At the gate, Shouto promised to the town, then to the town center, but finally, at the edge of town, they both knew that was the time to go different paths. "It's only a week," Izuku reminded, although it was hard to tell who exactly he was reminding, Shouto or himself. "Don't get lost," Shouto ordered. He had made sure Izuku knew exactly how to get home the day before. Although even with it drilled into his brain, Izuku would still find a way to get lost. "Don't leave the path. Don't talk to strangers. Don't trust anybody. Come back in 1 week, 7 days, no more. Promise me, Izuku." Midoriya smiled sweetly at his friend, taking hold of both his hands as he replied. "I promise, Shouto." Shouto sighed with relief and pulled Izuku into a tight hug that lasted forever, yet not long enough. When they parted, a cold, empty feeling filled both of their chests. The servant turned away and began his trek down the path. Shouto was left watching the other getting smaller and smaller. Unfortunately, all of those promises would be broken. Don't get lost. Stay on the path. Don't stop. Keep going. Easier said than done. The early spring was a lot different from the summer. The sunset came earlier than before. Not to mention it had been half a year since he first walked this path and only the one time. Even with the map carefully drawn, it was hard to follow. Having spent his entire life inside his little town, Izuku didn't get to do much traveling. That meant that maps and travel were all entirely foreign still. Which is how he ended up in his current dilemma. It was dark, although not too late in the evening still, and it was cloudy, with the smell of rain in the air. Even through his thick coat, Shouto bought him, the wind always found a way through. Now and then, a large gust of wind would nearly sweep him off his feet. It was hard enough to stay on the ground, let alone the path. But what really started it was the loud snap of metal and a helpless squeal of pain. Don't get lost. Stay on the path. Don't stop. Keep going. But the creature sounded so distraught. How could Izuku, someone with such a good heart, leave a living being to die in the forest? He could save it. The unfortunate thing must be frightened out of its mind. No. Don't get lost. The cries continued, and each step away from the noise physically pained Izuku. It was not like him to leave something in need. It didn't sound too far away from the path. Surely he couldn't get lost. The road was big, he could easily find it again, right? Stay on the path. He made his final decision and turned around. The bushes welcomed him into the dense forest. They reached for his clothes, attempting to slow him down. It told him to go back, but to keep going at the same time. Don't stop. The wails grew steadily louder, guiding Izuku through the bush. Louder and louder, until it stopped. There was nothing. An empty clearing without a single sign of any animal. It was quiet. Way too quiet. No hooting owls or the pitter-patter of rodents. There was nothing. Keep going. But it was far too late now. Too late to go back. Too late to find the path again. But was it a choice he'd come to regret? Perhaps, but also, maybe not. However, the beast that rose from the bush didn't let him answer. Everything happened in a haze. The beast was tall and fuzzy, like a bear, but it was strangely human. Intelligent eyes, fluid movements, almost as if it had a strategy, which was unlike an animal. It was the source of the animal cry. It lured his prey, then it attacked, without giving his victim a chance to fight. A dark purple gas encircled his feet, climbing up his body. He was frozen with fear, unable to move. Monsters didn't exist. A beast such as this was nothing but a myth. How could this be happening? Once it reached his lungs, the fog smelled of sweet berries, leaving his mouth full of a juicy pleasure, and his head swam with strange dreams. All before, the blackberries closed in, leaving nothing but darkness to see, and nothing but a single shout to be heard. Don't get lost. Stay on the path. Don't stop. Keep going. He broke all 4 promises to Prince Shouto. And he could not feel any worse. But guilt wasn't the only thing he felt. When his eyelids flew open, bright light forced them shut once again. His head bounded, but something cold and wet on his forehead dulled it down. Slowly, he attempted to open his eyes once again. It was late morning, from the way the sun barely danced over the treetops. He found himself surrounded by green, just like he had before falling unconscious. However, he was leaning against a fallen tree trunk, not how he remembered. And once again it was quiet. Izuku pulled the dripping collection of moss from his head. He didn't do that either. The boy's mind tried to wrap his mind around what these indicate. There must be a human nearby. But how? And why too? The bushes rustled next to him. Before he could even yelp, a small wolf popped out from the cover. It was small, probably still young, with a thick black coat of fur. The wolf trotted up to Izuku without fear, or with any sign of a threat, so Izuku watched and waited. It looked him over with curious and intelligent eyes. The wolf sniffed the boy all over and nibbled at his boats. Hey! He moved his foot away. I need that. The wolf sneezed in reply and began to turn away to where it came from. Wait a second, but the wolf was gone. Izuku moved to follow, but an instant dizziness forced him back to the ground. He grabbed his forehead in an attempt to make it stop. That's when the bushes rustled again. Oh, you came, but it was not the wolf this time. Instead, a man or boy more like emerged. He had untamed blonde hair and red eyes with a piercing gaze. He wore a red cape lined with white fur as his only cover for his bare chest. His breathes were pure black, with tears and stains of mud all over. His forearms covered with a light brown leather bracelet. The boy's neck was rung with multiple strands of strings with the teeth of several types of animals. His only sign of him being a decent human was the brown belt around his waist. At least he had the decency to make sure his breath stayed up. The new boy scowled as he approached the other with confidence. Izuku flinched and tried to back away, only to find himself backed up against the log he slept on. The boy reached out his hand, and Izuku closed his eyes, Fear consumed his ability to speak. But what he thought would he pain was instead relief. A new damp object was pressed against his forehead. "Keep that on there," he stated simply. Although his tone and facial expression were both annoyed, Izuku sensed a bit of worry. The servant blinked slowly. "Who are you?" The other scared and retracted away from the green-haired boy. "The one who saved your stupid life." Izuku tilted his head, confused. "From that beast? Did you kill it?" The boy growled. "There was no beast. You were hallucinating." This earned a frown of confusion. It definitely seemed way too real. How could that have been a hallucination? The wild boy sighed with frustration. "The Morpheus flower. They're quite common in this part of the forest, but only an idiot would fall for its tricks." He looked pointedly at Izuku before continuing. "It lets off a powerful gas in the spring which makes any living creature see hallucinations. That by itself isn't dangerous, but other creatures feed off its victims. If I hadn't pulled you away, you would probably remain in a slumber until you were eventually eaten by some carnivorous animal." Izuku thought for a moment to process the information. He's never heard of such a plant, though he was only familiar with farming plants and the most common of flowers. But a plant like that was scary. He turned to his rescuer, who was gathering wood together to form the beginning of a fire. The small black wolf from before bounded out from the bushes. A mouse dangled from its jaw. It ran up to the strange boy with enthusiasm. Yeah, sure, whatever." He waved the wolf off and continued his fire-making. The exchange confused Izuku since he didn't speak wolf, but apparently, this boy did. The wolf then bounced toward Izuku and dropped the mouse at his feet. Thank you." He poked the mouse with a nearby stick. The lifeless body made Izuku want to throw up. I think you can have it though." Without hesitation, the wolf snatched the mouse up and devoured it. It then nuzzled Izuku's feet as if wanting him to move. He went to get up, but the familiar nauseating feeling returned, and he sat back down just as fast. The flower's effects haven't worn off yet. They should be clear in an hour or two. The boy informed while feeding a small fire. After an extended period of silence with nothing but an overexcited wolf bounding around, Izuku decided to talk. "What's your name?" "What's it to you?" he retorted without facing him. Izuku bit his lip. This guy was cold. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." He introduced himself, hoping the other would do the same. "That's a dumb name." The boy noted harshly. "You look more like a Deku. That must be what you call idiots, who wander through the forest in the middle of the night and get themselves killed." This guy was very cold. However, Izuku wasn't giving up. "What should I call you?" "Call me whatever you want, it's not like we'll ever see each other again." He huffed, not caring one single bit. It was honestly quite frustrating, but luckily Izuku was a patient guy. "I want to thank you for saving my life properly." Izuku crossed his arms and held his head high. "Besides, if we'll never see each other again, then I don't see the harm in telling me your name." The other boy's side finally turned to face him. He was apparently displeased and a little agitated by Izuku's persistence, but none of that fazed the green-haired boy. "Katsuki Bakugu," he finally replied. A wide grin covered Izuku's face from ear to ear. Katsuki appeared slightly surprised once he saw how happy the boy was. "If I get a nickname, then so do you," he declared, pointing his index finger at the other boy. "I'm going to call you Kaken." Katsuki blinked in surprise but didn't refuse the name. "Call me whatever you like. Doesn't matter to me." However, Izuku saw the slight pink dusted on his cheeks. It made Izuku smile brighter. "Well, Kaken, I guess I can properly thank you now." He made sure to make eye contact with Kaken, and he continued with his most sincere smile. "Thank you Katsuki Bakugu for saving my life." Katsuki wasn't a very talkative person, Izuku learned from his hour and a half of immobility. He tried to start multiple conversations, but none got very far before Izuku gave up and kept silent. Katsuki was too busy preparing, well, something. His back was turned so Izuku couldn't see exactly what it was. It did smell delicious though, and Izuku's stomach often growled, to which Katsuki would tsk in reply. He liked 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 apparently. Why does this wolf hang around you? Izuku asked while tugging a stick from the wolf's mouth. He thought he'd give it one more try while he could. Katsuki said he'd lead him back to the path as soon as he could stand up without falling back down. I've known her and her brother since they were pups, Katsuki stated simply. All of his previous answers had been one sentence too. However, this time, he continued. Their mother was killed by hunters, so I took them in. Izuku was honestly quite surprised to hear that from Katsuki. He didn't seem like the type to raise, well, anything. He looked more like the hunter than the savior. But since he finally got the other talking, he was going to see for how long. Where's the brother? Izuku egged Katsuki on. He wanted so desperately to hold an actual conversation, instead of a single question and a simple answer every 5 minutes. Somewhere around here. The boy motioned his hand around to gesture to the forest all around them. He's a timid fellow, so you probably won't get the chance to see him while you're here. The news made Izuku frown. He would love to make himself acquainted with the other wolf. Maya was incredibly friendly, and Izuku really enjoyed her company. Another question popped into his mind. So why do you live in the forest? Katsuki suddenly jumped to his feet. At first, Izuku thought he had offended him, but then realized Maya was also on her feet, alert and ready. Both scanned the forest ground, listening for an unknown sound. The boy kicked over his fire and snuffed it out with his massive boots. Maya paced the edge of the clearing with agitation. Her ears were perked, jaw set on its goal. Katsuki then came and pulled Izuku roughly to his feet. He felt only slightly woozy this time, but nothing he can't manage. They moved quickly and quietly. Izuku understood the need for silence in the strange atmosphere. He kept his questions to himself and let the other drag along. Maya followed farther behind, keeping watch. Eventually, the dizziness came in waves. Once, swear he saw a bear lurking ahead, but soon it vanished and was replaced by a tree trunk. This slowed him down, however. Impatient, Katsuki paused to throw the other over his shoulder. The yelp of surprise was quickly silenced by a harsh shush. He didn't argue as the blonde carried him like it was nothing. In a way, it was kind of offending, the way he carried Izuku with such speed and efficiency. But it was also quite reassuring that he didn't slow 𝐭𝐴𝐾 down too much. Finally, Katsuki dropped Izuku without warning, letting him land on his rear. He gasped but silenced himself as he remembered. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 slipped through a thin crack in the side of a large boulder and motioned for the other to follow. When he did, the break remained tenuous and sloped downwards for a while before widening. It eventually led to a full cavern in the ground. It was lit by only a few torches but remained mostly dark. It was decorated with mounted animal skulls and hides covering the floor. There was a significant bundle of furs tucked away in a steep corner. A pile of charred wood stood in the center of the room, and many saplings lined the walls in clay pots surprisingly. He didn't expect to find any cozy decor inside a cave in the middle of a forest. Is this where you live? Izuku asked, stopping to admire the vibrant green leaves. How do these live here without sunlight? I only bring them in when I have a fire. Otherwise, they stay outside in the sunlight. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 kicked some stray animal skins further into the corner. He seemed bothered with the arrangement of his home. Izuku nodded in understanding. It would get stuffy in here with so much carbon dioxide, so it would be smart to put some plants to help it out. He also assumed it got frigid in the isolated cave throughout the winter. So, was someone chasing us? Izuku questioned innocently. He clasped his hands together to form a childish expression. He hoped that would help 𝐭𝐴𝐾 to be more talkative finally. Just some hunters again. 𝐭𝐴𝐾's already permanent scowl deepened at the mention of hunters. We don't like each other that much. Sometimes I steal their prey from their traps. This is my territory. They can go somewhere else. 𝐭𝐴𝐾, you shouldn't steal someone else's things. Izuku scolded the other. Katsuki appeared quite surprised to have someone tell him what to do. He quickly turned his head and covered his face with his arm. Yeah, whatever. There was another extended period of silence. Izuku had gotten accustomed to them. That did not change the fact that he hated them. Will you take me to the path soon? He asked hesitantly. He didn't want it to seem like he wanted to leave, but he wanted to hurry to his mother, then back to Shouto as quickly as possible. It's not that he hated Katsuki's company. Although it was awkward and silent the majority of the time, he didn't want to waste his precious week here. Katsuki scared once again. I had to carry you most of the way here. Do you think you're in any condition to walk longer than 5 minutes? He pointed out rather harshly. His words bit into Izuku's skin. Although he was completely right, the way he said everything always made his blood boil. He had no manners or gentleness whatsoever. He may be living in the forest with little human contact, but that was no excuse for his constant angry tone. I guess you're right. Izuku gave up and pouted to the ground. He would be trapped here for a little while longer. As long as he left before late afternoon, he should be able to make it home to his mother before dark. It wouldn't hurt to stay for a little longer. The walk down the long hallway was always his least favorite thing. The throne room was even worse. Shouto always hated it when his father requested his presence. It's not like he had a choice in the matter. If he didn't show up, he would surely be punished. The first and only time he did, the king sent a servant to let all his horses free into the forest. Luckily Gwen along with several older horses were intelligent and returned, but many others did not. When he entered the room, he felt an uneasy atmosphere. The king's icy blue eyes bore into his son's. His strong figure portrayed immense overall, and his elegant clothing let off power and wealth. Shouto wanted nothing more than to turn around and never return, but he knew he couldn't go back. So he held his head high and made his way over to his father. He bowed politely, although his expression sour. Is there something you need? He didn't even try to hold back his bitter tone. Instead, he let his father know exactly how he felt about him. It had always been like that. They each knew the other's feelings for one another. My servants have informed me that your personal servant is away on vacation. Straight to the point as always. Shouto sighed. He already didn't like where this was heading. He kept silent, but his eyes answered. He won't be coming back if that's how he treats his duties. Shouto's jaw clenched. I allowed him to go. Which is exactly my point. The king continued. This is the longest you've had a servant for. He's a good servant. I hope that is all he is. Shouto paused to glare at the other, but again, kept his mouth shut as the king continued. Royalty has no room to make friends with underlings like him. Why does it matter to you what he is to me? Shouto asked accusingly. It was his life, not his father's. He had no right to tell him who he could and couldn't befriend. There was no harm being done, so why did it matter? What was the problem with being friends with a servant? As crown prince, you must make a good impression on others. Befriending servants, he sighed and waved a hand to dismiss the thought. The action made Shouto's blood boil even more. He would, and could, dismiss everyone with a wave of his hand. No man should have a power like that. What will people think of you? Because being friends with the people I rule is just so uncanny. He retorted. Usually, he can keep his mouth shut and face void of emotion, but for this topic, his built-up anger was seeping through his mask. How can his father say something like that? How can he look down on everyone beneath him? Aren't they human too? Does he not feel at all? These people do everything for him, and yet he thinks of them as nothing but tools. Shouto! Warning edged the king's voice. Shouto clenched his fists to try to keep himself calm. I see how it is then. An uneasy feeling settled inside Shouto's stomach. Something he knew very well when speaking with his father. It was the feeling a parent often gave a child. It would exclaim, if you don't listen right now, you will surely regret it. His mouth stayed close out of fear of what his father might do. Listen here, Shouto. His father rose to his feet, revealing his full height. He loomed over the young boy before him, striking fear into Shouto. That boy is no longer allowed to come back. Think of this as a lesson. Your servants are your servants, nothing more. I'll see to it that that boy never returns. I guess this is where we part ways. Izuku turned around with one energetic swing on his heels. It was a pleasure to meet you. He held out his hand, but Katsuki ignored the gesture. Well, thank you for all of your help. Kaken grunted in reply. He looked around the area with a bored expression. He had been like this the whole time Izuku has known him, which wasn't long, but it was easy to tell that he was usually nonchalant. Izuku waved goodbye and began his journey to his mother's house. He looked back only to find the other boy missing from sight. He continued, trying to get his thoughts away from the strange boy. Instead, he thought of seeing his mother again, and baking with her, gardening, cleaning, and doing all sorts of chores just like he used to. He hoped his mother was doing well. Before he knew it, Izuku had arrived. His cozy cottage was just as he remembered. Smooth white walls and red-tiled roof. Just as he expected, he found his mother kneeling in the garden out front. She wore the pink apron Izuku bought for her birthday a long time ago. He worked at his neighbor's farm to save enough to buy it. She hummed a familiar tune as she worked. "Mom," he called. The woman flinched before turning to the sound. She dropped her spade and ran out to greet him. "Izuku!" She wrapped him in a tight hug, crushing his body. The action took his breath away, literally. He tapped her arm to signal his surrender. Finally, she released him but kept her hands on either side of him as if he would disappear if she let go. "Oh, honey," tears brimmed her eyes, but they soon widened as she looked him over. "Have you been eating enough? You look like you lost weight. Is the castle food gross, or are you so busy you don't even have the time?" "Mom, I'm eating fine. No child of mine should ever hunger," she declared as she dragged him into their home. It smelled of cinnamon and baked bread. Nothing had changed. Everything was still in the same spot, and just as clean as ever. Cookies filled the counters, and a pie, most likely apple, stood at the open window. As Izuku sat down to begin his cookie feast, his mother pulled out a tray of cinnamon buns from the oven. He laughed. Of course, his mother would prepare so many delicious foods for him. Without his mother's pastries at the castle, it's no wonder he lost weight. "Sorry, the cookies are a little stale. I made them yesterday. I thought that's when you said you were coming." She trailed off as she regarded him with a mother's worry. Izuku realized what a fright he must have given her. Oh, yeah, his mind searched for a believable lie, but he was never good at those things. "I got lost on my way." Well, at least it wasn't a lie. It was more like, not the full truth. That would be okay to do, right? She seemed to believe it as she whacked him with a spatula. "Didn't you bring a map with you?" she scolded. The first time, she drew Izuku a map, but he ended up not needing it because she explained it with such detail. However, after so long, it had slipped his memory. Instead of answering, he hung his head in shame. She sighed and handed him a cinnamon bun with frosting on top. "Well, you're here now." That was true, he was. The week passed quickly. It was like he was home again, and he loved it, but the time came to go back to the castle. He loved the castle, and he loved spending his time with the prince, so he was happy to go. But leaving his mother for the second time was probably one of the hardest things to do. "You come visit soon, you hear?" she called as her son grew smaller and smaller. "Come back in the summer." "I will, Mom," he called over his shoulder. His backpack was heavy with baked goods his mom insisted he bring, along with a special gift for Shouto. After hearing how friendly the two had gotten, she just had to get him something in return. At the thought of returning to the castle, Izuku smiled to himself. He could imagine Shouto's face once he saw him. The smile grew larger. The prince hardly ever showed emotion, but this time, he would surely let his feelings lose this time. After all, parting was hard, but reuniting would always be twice as rejoiceful. The road went on, twisting and bending as Izuku's thoughts wandered. It was quiet, but so was it most of the time. No, but it was really quiet. He paused to listen to the sounds of nature only to find his heartbeat in return. Snap! "Guess you sensed us." A man emerged from the bush. His pale blue hair and a single eye were all Izuku could make out through his mask covering his face. The mask had an odd hand design that creeped Izuku out. His all-black clothes gave him an even more edgy vibe than before. Another followed behind him. He was tall, with flowing purple hair and almost glowing yellow eyes. Strangely, he wore a suit that was free of any dirt despite being in the forest. "While we have your attention," the man continued as he drew near. Izuku backed away cautiously. Do you know anyone named Izuku Midoriya? His BLD ran cold. What for? Oh, he's an old buddy of ours who's gone missing. The man lied. His raspy voice sent shivers down Izuku's spine. He didn't know what to do, what to say, where to go. So instead he stood there, frozen in fear. No, I don't know him. Izuku lied in return. Both men stared him down. I see, a simple misunderstanding. He took a couple of steps closer, and Izuku took a couple of steps back. But that's strange, he scratched his already raw neck. He looked exactly like you. It's flight or fight as they say. Izuku chose flight. He bolted into the forest, listening to the heavy pounding of boots behind him. Voices rang out. There was more than he first thought. The fear of getting caught kept his legs going long after they grew tired. What did they want with him? Whatever it is, it can't possibly be good with a sick man like that. What did he do wrong? That doesn't make sense. Why would someone be after him? Help! He screamed, using as much oxygen as his body would allow to let his voice ring through the air. No one will hear you, boy. A new, deep voice replied from somewhere behind him. He didn't bother taking the time to check who. His legs kept moving, and heart raced faster, breath became short. He couldn't keep this up forever. As he panicked, he forgot to watch where he was walking and tripped over a tree root. The fall made a loud thud and a sharp scream of pain as Izuku knew he hurt something, badly. For a while, all he could do was lay there and try to breathe the air back into him while clutching his left arm. The man with flowing purple hair soon loomed over him. Game over for you, I'm afraid. He couldn't see what he was doing, Izuku was too busy throwing up all his pastries to see, but he knew it was terrible. He assumed that was the end. He'd never learn why he died. He'd never see Shouto or his mother again. He didn't want to end like that. There was still something a secret he had to tell. But instead of death, a flash of red and two blacks flew above him. It was all a blur, but there was lots of yelling and growling, and soon, the man from before was gone. Instead, there stood a familiar figure. Kaken! He exclaimed. Katsuki turned to face him. His face was still in a deep scowl like usual, but his eyes burned with anger. He bent down and pulled the green-haired boy to his feet. What do you think you're doing, Deku? He growled at the other. He would have flinched from Kaken's scary face, but since he just saved his life, Izuku was going to assume he wasn't going to hurt him. What? Izuku didn't even know himself what had happened. He was walking him home and then, well, this. How could that which was unknown be put into words? The rustling bushes signaled the return of pursuers. Common, let's go. He hauled Izuku to his feet, who winced from a sharp pain in his side. Without hesitating, Katsuki lifted him over his shoulder like he had when they first met. The wild boy carried him with ease through the forest with Izuku watching what came behind. At the moment, several new pursuers followed after them, but Katsuki kept ahead. It wasn't long until he found himself squeezing through a familiar crack leading to the same cave he had seen before. Kaken stayed behind to watch the attackers pass by before returning to the central part of the cave. He stormed up to the green-haired boy until he leaned menacingly over him. What the heck, Deku? He questioned furiously. Those are the League of Villains. How on earth did they end up chasing you? Thoughts raced through his mind. League of Villains. They were after him, but why? What could they gain? Why did they want him dead? I don't know. He refused to look into the other's eyes as he attempted to put everything together. Kaken shook him back to his senses. What's going on? That was it. He had no idea what was going on. Someone wanted him dead, and he didn't know why or who. What would happen now? He'd have to live in the wild with Kaken. Would that be safe? Or would that endanger Katsuki? Tears streamed down his face before he knew it. Kaken's expression quickly lightened. I don't know, Kaken, his cries became louder. I don't know. Katsuki awkwardly watched the other emotionally fall apart. He decided to pull the broken boy into a loose hug. Izuku took that as an invitation to grab fistfuls his cape to cry into. Sighing, Katsuki pulled the cape off and draped it over the now shaking boy. Katsuki had a feeling that Izuku was going to bring him nothing but trouble. Izuku didn't remember falling asleep, but he found himself waking up in nothing but black. He freaked out, not knowing where he was. 𝐂𝐸𝐿. He cried out into the dark, tears of fear and stress building up. He sensed movement beside him. What the heck, Deku? A sleepy-sounding Katsuki replied beside him. Izuku reached out and found the other, holding onto his clothes. He was there. Izuku was safe. Hey, is something wrong? His voice was surprisingly gentle as his tone portrayed true worry. No, nothing. Izuku smiled through his words, and he curled up closer to 𝐭𝐸𝐿. The boy tensed up once they touched, but made no move to resist. It was enough to feel the presence of another human being. There was just something soothing about the company. Izuku found himself falling asleep easily while latched onto his friend's arm. He woke again to the feeling of wet sandpaper in his mouth. Izuku opened his eyes to find Maya's dark eyes looking back. She shook her head and stepped back now that the boy was awake. 𝐭𝐸𝐿's red cape tumbled to the ground as he sat upright. Izuku rubbed his eyes and looked around the cave. Katsuki was gone, but a fire was going, which meant he wasn't far. Soon the blonde returned with a handful of wood and another black wolf close behind. The wolf paused to regard Izuku before bolting back outside. Was that Tuck? Izuku asked, an amused smile placed on his face. Katsuki let the logs roll from his grip onto the stone with loud thuds. Yeah, I guess he forgot you were here. The green-haired boy smiled more. He's so cute. Well, here's a little thing. The runt of the litter. Katsuki explained while prodding the fire with a stick. Soon that caught fire, and he tossed it in with the rest. Izuku continued to watch the entrance just in case the little wolf came back. He'll wake up to you eventually. Izuku sprang upright. You think? Maybe. Katsuki shifted his gaze elsewhere. Izuku hummed contentedly and turned to the blazing flames of the fire. He noticed Katsuki's breaths were dark as well as the ground from the cave entrance. Why are you wet? Izuku tilted his head with curiosity. Katsuki 𝐻𝐸𝐿. I went for a swim. When Izuku fully accepted the explanation, Katsuki had to add more. I was being sarcastic. Who in their right mind goes for a swim in their clothes? Well, don't answer that. Katsuki glared at him, which quickly silenced the green-haired boy. It's raining, that's why we have the fire inside. But what I want to talk about is what happened yesterday. Izuku's smile disappeared immediately, which made Katsuki almost regret bringing it up. The boy tucked his knees into his chest and kept his gaze low. His eyes were sad and lost the sparkle. I was supposed to be back home today, he trailed off as he thought about it. I bet Shouto is really worried. Who's that? Katsuki asked, bored at the sudden backstory. Izuku blushed and turned away. He's a 𝐒𝐿𝐲 friend. He probably shouldn't tell him he's a prince, that might not be the best. Although 𝐭𝐸𝐿 saved his life, Izuku still wasn't sure how much he could trust him. Katsuki didn't seem exactly convinced, but let it slide to hear the rest of the story. So they spent another 20 minutes going over what happened to the very moment. Although Izuku added much more detail than necessary, the story finally ended. So you have no idea why the League of Villains is after you? Katsuki concluded. Izuku shook his head. Your parents don't do any sketchy jobs. Wait, what do you do? Well, I don't remember much of my dad, but my mom is a nice person too. There's no way someone would be after my family. Izuku hesitated as he talked some more. I'm just a servant at the castle. Katsuki furrowed his brow. Now both were just as perplexed as to why someone would be after Izuku. It didn't make sense. But it would remain a mystery a little while longer. Shouto banged on his door once more. Shouto, please. The guard on the other side had begged. Shouto knew full well that his trusted guard did not want to lock him in there, but he was ordered by the king, he had no choice. The prince groaned with frustration. It had been a full week since he's been locked in his room. Food had been slid through a small crack in the open door. He had tried everything he could to escape, but the instructions to the guards were clear. The crown prince was not allowed out under any circumstances. His father had made it very clear that he intended to kill Izuku, and Shouto was not going to let him get away with it. A voice in the back of his head kept whispering that the deed had already been done. However, if that were the truth, then he wouldn't still be locked up. Shouto turned his gaze to the other door in the room. His best friend should be just on the other side of the door. But he wasn't. He was gone. And it was all Shouto's fault. His best friend would die because Shouto felt lonely. Because he wanted a friend. Because he was stupid enough to let his feelings show. It was all his fault. The tears came down faster than expected. Quiet sobs left the boy's throat as he sat down against Izuku's door. Even that was locked so that he couldn't keep a single memory of his friend. They would probably clear the room and have a replacement in no time. This was it. There was no way he could ever see his friend again. Izuku would die. And Shouto would be helpless to stop him. His thoughts were interrupted by a letter sliding under Izuku's door. A faint memory floated into Shouto's mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. The prince picked up the paper and read the note on it. Wait for the moon. Prepare all you'll need. We'll find him. The note was short and confusing, but Shouto understood it perfectly. He guessed who it was too. As quickly as he could, Shouto packed a small backpack full of necessities found in his room. The bag included one extra set of clothes, a water bottle, a compass, and an apple from the dinner he never ate. Shouto would find Izuku. No matter what. Izuku had twisted his ankle apparently, although he hadn't noticed until he tried walking. That meant that Izuku was confined to the cave. Not that Kaken would have let him out anyway. Not with the League of Villains out to kill him. However, Maya was more than happy to accompany Izuku while it continued to rain outside. Tuck came in once or twice but retreated each time he saw Izuku. He felt a little guilty to deprive the young wolf of a warm shelter. Kaken told him not to worry about him. It got really dull whenever Kaken left, so Izuku did his best to make the most of their time together. He forced the wild boy to play games with him. Games such as Pictionary in the sand and charades. Izuku almost always won, which made Katsuki rage quit each time. Although he could never stay angry for long. Not while staring at such a brilliant smile. They had lots of fun, but Izuku still missed the castle. And more importantly, Shouto. He missed spending time with the prince. He missed going out into the forest on horseback and reading together by the fire with hot chocolate on rainy days such as today. He missed it all. And more than anything, Izuku wanted to run home. Do you think you can take me to the castle? Izuku finally got the nerve to ask the question that had been eating at his mind. He knew it was rude to ask to leave, but he felt like a burden here. And he was. All he did was sit around and eat what Katsuki killed, prepared and cooked for him. Do I look like your personal guard? Katsuki snapped while stirring a rabbit stew. Go there yourself. But the League dash, why do you want to get there so badly? Katsuki interrupted. The question surprised Izuku. He didn't know how to respond to that. Should he tell the truth? Or should he make up a lie? All my friends are there, and I love it there, Izuku admitted, although still unsure how much to reveal. Working at the castle doesn't sound like something to love. The blonde pointed out. Well, my emissary is very kind to the other servants and me. Izuku wasn't sure how he wanted to go about this. The other servants are also very nice to me. It's like a family there. Kaken scared. All royals are trash. How can you stand to be around them? He spat angrily. Izuku wasn't sure why he would be so angry with the royal family. Although I've never met him, I've been told the king is a horrible person. Izuku chuckled gently to try and lighten the mood, but Katsuki didn't appear amused. What was his deal? They never got to continue the conversation because Kaken had enough of it. He got to his feet and gave one last glare before exiting the cave without a word. It wasn't the first time he had done something like that, and Izuku guessed it wouldn't be the last. As he guessed, the ones that rescued him were Kirishima and Kaminari along with several other guards that were apparently friends with Izuku. Most of the maids were in it too, but only the guards left with Shouto. Koji provided them with all of his own horses. They left Roz and just a few others behind. Kaminari would also be staying as an inside man. The rescue went smoothly. Kaminari gave the guards sleeping pills in their meals before their shifts, which didn't take effect until about 30 minutes after they had made their posts. Other than them, everyone in the halls was on his side, so getting out was easy. The stables had 6 kids around his age all dressed for travel waiting for him. Of them were 2 knights of royal families, Tenya Ida and Momo Yorozu. The others were Ahiro Kirishima, Fumikage Tokoyami, Masharao Ojiro, and Hantashiro. Shouto recognized them as friends of Izuku, but he had never talked to many. However, they all shared a common goal, and all knew what the king had planned thanks to Kaminari. "All right, everyone." Kaminari clapped his hands together. "Your horses are prepared. First things first, Okiko Uraraka has volunteered to take us in and use her inn as a base of some sort. Once there, you'll meet Kyoka Jiro, who will be your tracker. She finds Izuku before the League of Villains does." Shouto frowned at the mention of those thugs. Only his father would go that low as to hire a band who call themselves villains. And they were ordered to kill. If anything happened to Izuku, his father would surely come to regret it. Anger boiled up inside Shouto as his thoughts turned dark. He almost missed Denki's instructions. "Everyone okay with that?" he concluded, but Shouto wasn't listening. "You can't turn back once you leave the gates. You'll probably be branded as traitors to the kingdom. Maybe even accused of stealing the prince. But I believe that it's about time we have a new king. A good king at that. If Izuku trusts him, then I do too." The others cheered in agreement. The scene touched Shouto. All of these people believe he would make a good king and would discard their honor to help him only because of Izuku. He silently thanked his friend for all that he was done. Izuku had changed the crown prince. He was no longer the selfish prince who lived in his father's shadow. Now he was walking his own path and making his own decisions. He owed Izuku so much. Saving him was the least he could do. With the rain, they had been forced to spend the first 3 days at the inn. Jiro insisted they wait until it was over. That gave them time to make a plan. There was 8 of them, so they'd split into 2 teams of 3 and 1 with 2. Ida would lead Ojiro and Shiro, Yorozu with Tokoyami and Jiro, and Shouto and Kirishima. Out of all of them, Shouto knew Kirishima the most. He spent all of his free time with Kaminari, and Izuku joined in a lot too. He had an actual conversation with the red-headed boy. Ida would go left of the forest that lay between the capital and Izuku's village next door. Yorozu would go right, and Shouto would take the path straight through. He had a feeling that's where the League of Villains would go first to intercept Izuku's path back. Hopefully, he can find them and put a halt to their work while the others search for him in the forest. Izuku was supposed to be back 4 days ago, and he would have heard from his smug father's face if they had completed their mission. He must be out there somewhere. Izuku absolutely adored Kaken. He was so hard-working and independent that Izuku couldn't help but idolize. He was confident that Katsuki secretly loved the attention, although he was rude and had a foul mouth. He knew because of the way the blonde blushed whenever he complimented him. That, and if he honestly hated his company, Kaken would have thrown him back out into the forest long ago. But instead, Katsuki was helping Izuku walk. He was kind enough first to make a brace and then give him a shoulder to lean on as they walked outside. The rain had finally stopped after 3 days, so they decided to go for a walk together. Maya had gone off somewhere, so it was just the 2 of them. Izuku lost his breath once he stepped outside and saw the beauty of the forest. Everything was bright with lively colors and sparkled with dew from the rain. "No wonder you live out here," Izuku exclaimed as he gestured to the world around them. "It's so appealing." Katsuki paused to look around as well. He shrugged his shoulders. "I guess. So where are we going?" Izuku asked curiously. "I wanted to show you something," Kaken replied, turning his gaze from the other. Izuku leaned closer to try and make eye contact. The blonde was shocked to find Izuku so close to his face and dropped him on accident. Izuku yelped as he fell to the ground. "Don't get so close, freak." But despite his harsh words, he held out his hand to help the boy up. Izuku smiled and gladly accepted it. Once they arrived at their destination, Izuku couldn't have picked a better spot. It was a small pool of water along with a appealing waterfall cascading from a stream above. The clearing was surrounded by large oak trees, giving the place a safe haven feel to it. The trees shielded everything from all that was outside. The water was a gentle blue and invited Izuku to go for a swim. He hesitated and looked over at Katsuki. "That's why I brought you here, stupid." He sighed and helped Izuku to the edge of the pool. Once certain Izuku could do the rest on his own, the blonde turned and made himself comfortable under the shade of one of the trees. Izuku stripped everything but his underwear and carefully took his brace off. The water was cold and refreshing, but that didn't bother Izuku. He first began with admiring the flower lining the edges. Bluebells and soft pink wild roses, along with several he didn't recognize, but their colors and shapes were all uniquely appealing. His attention shifted to the rocks that lay at the bottom of the pool. He dived and collected all kinds. "Look, Kaken. This one looks like a wolf." He stretched out his arm towards his friend but earned no reaction. Katsuki had fallen asleep. Izuku giggled to himself at how peaceful the blonde looked while sleeping. His frown had disappeared. Instead, it was a straight line of neither anger or content, but merely neutral. Izuku let himself stare quietly for several minutes before tucking the rock inside one of his coat pockets and continued playing around. Izuku was interrupted by a loud shout. "Oi! Are you done yet? I wanna go back." Izuku caught the sleepiness still in his voice. "Almost." Izuku quickly finished washing off before coming up with a plan. "Can you help me out?" He mocked helplessness as he looked up at the other with large pleading eyes. Katsuki scared but moved to give Izuku a hand. He took it, then pulled with all his strength so the blonde would fall into the water. Two shouts filled the air. One with joy, the other with anger. When Katsuki rose from the water, he dunked the green-haired boy under as punishment. Once he let him back up, he shouted angrily. "What the heck was that, Deku?" Izuku couldn't help but laugh. "I wanted you to join me." Katsuki dunked him again. "Stop it, Kaken." Although he meant it, he still laughed and smiled so hard he could hardly see. It seemed to affect the other as he seemed to lighten up a bit. Izuku noticed that his smile had that effect, but it worked best on Katsuki. Izuku splashed back as a counter-attack, which was returned twice as hard. They continued the war until both of them were huddled by the fire inside the cave. Their clothes left out to dry as Izuku's also got wet in the battle. Luckily Kaken left his cape, so there was something dry. Katsuki started off with it but wrapped it around Izuku as well after seeing his shivering. Now their skin touched, and it was warm again. Izuku had used up all his energy and soon drifted off on Kaken's shoulder. Although the day had been pleasant, his dreams had not. He started off inside the castle. At first, Izuku thought he was safe, and he hadn't been missing for 5 days now. He was inside Shouto's room, but the prince was nowhere to be seen. Everything was just as it was before he left. Not that he expected any changes. Soon Shouto came in. He barged through the doors and ran towards Izuku, arms outstretched for an embrace. But an invisible force dragged him away. He suddenly was in the forest. A pool of blood around him. Katsuki was there. His sword was drawn and bloody. The wild boy was covered with wounds and looked like he was about to faint. His face was ghostly pale. The blue-haired man from the League of Villains appeared behind his friend. Izuku shouted out a warning, but nothing came out. Kaken reached out his hand towards the other boy, the same time as the man reached out to grab Katsuki. The image changed to Shouto, plunging a sword into Katsuki's stomach. Izuku screamed. Izuku bolted awake. He wasn't at the castle, nor in the middle of the forest. Instead he was in the cave. It was completely dark. So much so that Izuku wasn't sure whether he was in the cave at all. But the waking figure next to him confirmed it. "What the frick?" Kaken growled up at Izuku. His eyes were only half open. Kaken was okay. They were both fine. It was just a dream. It was okay. He'd be fine. Kaken would be fine. Bad dream. Izuku breathed deeply to try and calm himself. Katsuki scooted over to give Izuku room on his bed. After the first day they had separated them a little bit, but Izuku jumped at the chance to sleep next to someone. The green-haired boy curled up next to the blonde, using his arm as a pillow. "My mother used to cuddle with me whenever I had bad dreams," Katsuki explained as he wrapped an arm around the other boy. Izuku was shocked to hear Kaken talk about his past. Izuku forced himself to stay silent not to ruin the moment. She would sing too, but don't expect me to do that. Izuku hummed in reply and let his head rest against Katsuki's bare chest. He felt so warm and safe next to him. It chased the dream away. Inevitably it wouldn't happen in real life. Shouto wouldn't stab anyone. He wasn't like that. He wouldn't do such a thing. But he could be separated for Shouto, and Katsuki could get hurt by the League. Wouldn't it be best for him to leave? He let the thoughts drift away as he snaked his arms around the other boy in a hug. His ear was pressed against his chest as he listened to his heartbeat. It was quickly speeding up, which made Izuku smile gently. He let the beat put him to sleep. He was safe and sound. Nothing could warm him here. Katsuki would protect him. Shouto reached the village by nightfall. Using Uraraka's instructions, he found Izuku's old house without any problems. Mrs. Midoriya was shocked to see two strange boys at her home so late at night but accepted them inside. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya." Kirishima greeted her enthusiastically. "It is a pleasure to meet you. We are friends with your son, Izuku." "Oh, Izuku." She clasped her hands together and smiled brightly. Her smile painfully reminded Shouto of Izuku. She also had the same hair color and freckles. "You'll have to tell me your names. I'm sure Izuku mentioned you before." "A hero Kirishima." Kirishima introduced himself. "I am a guard at the castle and a friend of Izuku." "I think Izuku mentioned someone like that before." She laughed and brought the boys baked goods she had on her counter. "Although he's told me so much it's hard to remember what's what." "So Izuku did make it here then?" Shouto interrupted, trying to get straight to the point. "Yes, of course. He was here 5 days ago but then went back to the castle." She explained, her face turning slightly worried. "He made it back okay, right?" Both boys became awkwardly silent. Neither wanted to break the news to her that her son was missing. "No, he's fine." Shouto lied. After debating for several seconds, he decided he didn't want to break this woman's heart. He didn't want her to worry about her precious son. Mrs. Midoriya let out a relieved sigh, the hand clutching heart loosened. "We came here investigating a problem on the roads with bandits. Izuku mentioned he saw some during his travels here." "Well, he did come here a day later than planned," she trailed off in thought. "But he never mentioned bandits. He told me he got lost on his way." Although a believable story, knowing Izuku, he probably lied to cover up the truth and make her worry. But how had they gotten to Izuku so fast? Had his father sent them before even telling Shouto? He didn't doubt that he would. "Has there been any strange people in this town lately?" Kirishima took over while Shouto pondered. After she thought for a minute, her face lit up with a thought. "There was this particular man that came into my shop just the other day. He was really friendly and was asking how Izuku was. He said he was a friend as well." "What did he look like?" Shouto leaned forward as he engaged in the conversation. "Dark hair. His skin was dyed purple in some places, and he had a bunch of scars. I thought it was strange for a young man to have so many scars." She trailed off again. It was good information. Now they knew what one of the bandits looked like. "What did you tell him?" Shouto pressed for answers. "I told him that he was doing well, and he was just here visiting but then left to go back to the castle." The boys exchanged looks. "Was he alone?" Kirishima asked. "He had his girlfriend with him." She informed, her face questioning why that was important. She was a little schoolgirl. And she had her appealing smile. They probably wanted to check if Izuku had gone back to the village. If he guessed right, then Izuku was on his way back when he found out about the League of Villains and somehow escaped them. That's why they came back to check for him here. Shouto knew there was more than two, which meant they were split up. All of them were searching for Izuku, just as Shouto and his group were. They had to get to him first. And if this had only been yesterday, then he must still be alive. They had time. But not enough. Mrs. Midoriya offered them a room for the night, and they gratefully accepted. Shouto got Izuku's room, and Kirishima got the guest bedroom. As the prince laid in Izuku's bed, he couldn't stop his thoughts from going to the green-haired boy. His room was tidy and had a youthful vibe to it. There was a chest filled to the brim with stuffed animals, and his desk was lined with action figures. There were several of King Toshinori, the king of their neighboring kingdom and a reliable ally. He was widely known as a hero who freed his people from the rule of the past wicked king. There was one of King Todoroki as well. Unlike Toshinori, who smiled, Todoroki had his arms folded, and his gaze was judgmental as he looked down at the smaller action figures. It was an accurate representation. There were also many knights of both kingdoms that Shouto knew. One happened to be Ida, 10 years older brother. He was a respected knight in his country and had a bright future ahead of him. Shouto shifted his attention to where he lay. Izuku had slept here only a few days ago. Shouto was so close to finding him, he felt it. It made him stay wide awake at night as he thought about how close he was. He'd find him. He had to. Ever since he moved into this forest, he had always been alone. He didn't need anyone. Katsuki Bakugo never needed anybody. He could do everything by himself for himself. He slept alone, ate alone, lived alone. And that's all he ever needed. Kaken never needed anyone else but himself. So why did his heart fall whenever Izuku mentioned the castle? When he mentioned his friends and how much fun they are? And worst of all, when he talked about going back? And why did his heart flutter whenever they touched? Or even whenever Izuku did something cute? Everything he did was cute. It made Katsuki furious because he couldn't figure out why. Why was this green-haired nerd so darn adorable? His stupid freckles and blinding smile, his kind nature and loving eyes. And what was Katsuki compared to that? He was intimidating, loud, harsh, angry, and a loner. Unlike Izuku, he had no friends. He wasn't a likable person. So how come someone like Izuku would tolerate a guy like Katsuki? It just didn't make sense. So why was he latched onto Katsuki right now? The morning light streamed through the cave entrance, but only Katsuki had woken up. The boy beside him had his arms still wrapped around Kaken's waist. He couldn't help but stare at the peaceful resting face he had. But when he noticed Izuku was drooling slightly on his chest, he shoved the green-haired boy off. That's disgusting. He snapped, turning his gaze to hide his blush. That's right, it was him that let Izuku sleep next to him. This was all his own fault. What was he thinking? What? Izuku rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Kaken, what's wrong? That stupid sleepy voice. Katsuki clenched his fists, turning his knuckles white. You drooled on me. I did. The smaller boy questioned, still trying to wake up completely. Yeah, and it's disgusting. He spat. I'm not letting you do that again. I can't help my drooling. Izuku shrugged. He yawned once before returning his gaze to the blonde. You have to stay in your own bed next time you have a nightmare, Katsuki promised. He couldn't do that to his heart again. It was like he ran 100 miles and still couldn't catch his breath. He had no idea why it felt like that. So to be safe from that pain, he would cut it from the cause. Kaken! Izuku whined. He flopped to the ground and grabbed onto his friend's arm. He looked up with pleading eyes. It's so lonely on my bed. His heart flipped some more. With a harsh shove, he peeled the boy off his arm and bolted to his feet. You're way too touchy. He scolded as he draped his cap over his shoulder and headed out the cave. Once away, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, his heart could calm down. Except it didn't. A new pain took place inside his chest. You hurt his feelings. He probably hates you. What if he runs away? Izuku probably will never touch you again because of that. What will you do then? Do you really hate him touching you? Or maybe you like it. Don't you miss having someone to hold? Someone to feel and to love? Stop it, stop it, stop it. He shook his head repeatedly as if he can knock the thoughts from his head. He almost missed the sound of a snapping twig. Katsuki pulled out his sword. Luckily he never leaves the cave without it. Who's there? He called out. A series of whispering followed suit. I know you're there. A man with bright red hair stumbled out from behind a bush. He nearly tripped right into Katsuki's sword. Both were surprised. His hair was unnaturally spiky, although Katsuki had no room to talk. His eyes were sharp and observant, and his teeth as he smiled were pointed and dangerous. He wore a red handkerchief around his neck, and he wore a black sleeveless top and light brown briefs with darker brown boots that reached his knees. "Todoroki!" he exclaimed as he faced the pointed edge. "You almost killed me. That's why we test these things." The second man spoke as he exited the bush. Katsuki already hated him. The first noticeable thing was his strange hair. It was cut in the middle with his left side red and the right side white. He wore fancy blue clothing with golden buttons and nice black briefs and brown boots. His sword was at hand as he approached him with caution. "Who are you?" Katsuki demanded. "We want to ask you the same thing." The red-white-haired one came closer, almost as a challenge. "Do you think he's part of the League of Villains?" the redhead asked. Katsuki caught him trying to pull out his twin daggers sneakily. He retaliated by taking a step forward and aiming his blade at his throat. "The League?" He laughed with a sneer. "That would be awkward if I was, since they're trying to kill me and all." The boys in front of him thought for a moment. "Then maybe you can help us?" Redhead asked, but the other glared at him. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "We're looking for somebody." This piqued Katsuki's interest. Although not in a good way. What if they were after Izuku? Were they part of the League? He steadied his stance in case he had to fight his way out of this. "Green hair, short, small and fragile?" he questioned. Katsuki knew precisely who they were talking about. But he didn't know whether they were friends or foe just yet. But it didn't matter who they were. Kaken wouldn't let them take Izuku away from him. "Why are you looking for him?" Katsuki asked. "Why do you want to know?" the fancy once retorted. He glared at him but focused his attention on the redhead. He seemed more negotiable and easier to fool. "That's none of your concern." He was surprised to receive that answer. So he wasn't as dumb as he looked. The fancy boy looked pleased to know his partner hadn't given them away. "Now have you seen him or not?" "I haven't seen anyone in the forest except for the League of Villains." Katsuki lied to save his happiness. If these were Izuku's friends, it didn't matter. He wouldn't be giving up Izuku anytime soon. "I had a run-in with them about a week ago though." Both boys perked up at this news. "Do you know why they were in the forest?" Fancy asked again. He was getting seriously annoying. "Funny, they were after the same thing as you." Katsuki took this chance and attacked the red-white teen. He didn't look the least bit surprised. "You know where he is, don't you?" he demanded as their swords clashed. "What's it to you?" Katsuki sneered. He enjoyed watching the other's face contorted with anger. The redhead came up to attack from behind, but Katsuki swerved, so he almost slashed his friend. He then pushed the bicolored one into his friend, and they both tumbled to the ground. Katsuki took his chance to run. But Katsuki Bakugo never runs from a right. True, but he does lead them to a trap. This was his forest after all. He knew it like the back of his hand. He knew where every single trap was set up. They were either for his dinner or for the pesky hunters and league that have been trespassing on his property. He jumped over his own trap and turned to watch his pursuers get wrapped up in a net. Their swords tumbled to the ground with a satisfying clang. Their shouts of anger were pleasing to Kaken's ears. "Be steady," the fancy boy shouted. "You know where he is." Katsuki neared the net to be just barely out of reach. "I might," he replied with an evil grin. "Behind you." Katsuki was only barely able to move fast enough to dodge the attack that came right at him thanks to Redhead's warning. He turned to face a girl with a bloodlust smile. Her blonde hair was up in messy buns on each side of her face. She held a long pocket knife as she slashed near his head. Luckily her moves had no plan. Only trying to kill. "Hey, we would like to know too." She stuck out her tongue and attacked again. Katsuki had no problem dodging, but he couldn't find an opening in her attacks to strike. "They're part of the league," Fancy informed. "That's obvious," Katsuki replied under his breath. "Another one to your right." Bakugo dodged another attacker from the right. He had dark hair, and his skin dyed purple in some places. He attacked with his fists, but there was no motivation behind it. His attacks were lazy and even easier to dodge. "Let us out," Bicolor demanded. Katsuki was tempted for a moment but then thought again. While distracted by the newcomer, the girl was able to land a strike on his shoulder, leaving a long red scratch. He cursed at the pain. The man took this opportunity to get a good hit at Kaken's jaw. He let himself fall to avoid another attack from the knife. While on the ground he crawled back to the trap. With one strike, he cut the rope, and the boys fell. He only hoped that they would help him. Right now, they shared a common enemy. Once free, they immediately attacked. Both aimed at the boy while Katsuki held off the girl. At first, they almost appeared to be winning until reinforcements arrived. The man with blue hair and his hooded friend. They came from nowhere and suddenly are now fighting the trio. Blue came after him, aiding the girl. With two attackers, Katsuki couldn't keep up. The girl got one hit after the other. The blue-haired man didn't have a weapon, but he didn't need one. Instead, he had bottles of acid. Katsuki learned that the hard way. His left hand burned from the results. The skin beginning to crack as if it were glass. He found himself back to back with the boys that had just been his enemy a second ago. Although Katsuki didn't consider them as allies either. "At least tell me this," Shouto whispered as they faced off against. Katsuki growled but promised himself silently to answer at least one thing. "Is Izuku safe?" Of all the questions, he did not expect him to ask that. And he sounded genuinely concerned about his friend. It almost made Katsuki trust the guy, but quickly changed his mind. "I wouldn't ever harm him," Katsuki promised. And it was true. How could anyone hurt such a kind-hearted boy? It angered him that there were those who sought out his life, although he still didn't know why. Shouto seemed satisfied with the answer and continued to fight off the attackers. Katsuki could tell that they weren't going to last long. Already they were slowing down and breathed heavy. Katsuki himself was covered in little scratches from that annoying girl, and his left hand still burned. He drowned it out. His movements got slower and sloppier. He wasn't going to make it. There was no way he could hold them all off. But he couldn't die. Because if he died, then who would protect Izuku? The League would surely find them eventually, and they would kill him on sight. He can't let that happen. He felt a cold ballad dig into his back. Another not-so-important-looking bandit had dug his sword into his skin while he was distracted. Katsuki tumbled to the ground. His vision was blurring around the edges, but he was still willing to fight for Izuku. But Shouto stopped the fight. "As Crown Prince Shouto Todoroki, I command you to stop," he cried. The League paused immediately, unsure what to do. Katsuki himself was frozen with confusion. The prince. What was he doing here? But confusion turned to anger. A royal. Of course, he had to run into a royal. Those garbage, piece of CRP, good for nothing, spoiled brats. "Oh, that's right," Acid Guy sneered. His voice gave Katsuki chills. "Izuku Midoriya is your precious friend." All three boys stiffened. Shouto and Kirishima from how he emphasized precious. Katsuki because he was once again confused. So Izuku was close with the prince. So much so that the prince would come all the way to find him. And Izuku always wanted to go back and talked about his closet friend. It had to be this bicolored teen. That made him hate him more. "You're not supposed to be here," Blue hissed. Shouto didn't back down as they faced off. "Take him and kill the others." "No." The prince held such authority in his voice. So much that even lowly bandits paused to listen. "Leave them be, and I'll return to the castle without any trouble." He then turned and stared into Katsuki's eyes, passing a message that Katsuki knew precisely what he asks of him. They paused to think about the offer. "All right." The leader agreed reluctantly. "Since we can't kill you, and we technically have to obey you. At least if it's not against the king's orders." He motioned to the girl and boy that first attacked them. "Take the other two and tie them." They turned to take the two boys, but Katsuki was long gone by then. He could hear the shouts call orders to find him as he sprinted through the forest. Every inch of him hurt, but he had to get to Izuku. The prince trusted him to protect him while he lured the League away. His vision was blurring, and the sounds of the forest began to dull. But he kept shuffling forward. Soon the cave was in sight. The voices of those he left behind fading away. The cave was dark. Probably darker than it actually was, but by the time he got inside, he was barely conscious. "Izuku," he managed to call out in a faded voice. But there was nothing. The cave was empty and dark. Izuku, where had he gone? He couldn't get very far on a stop-mending ankle. Why would he leave? Was he all right? Did the League catch him? "Kaken!" The horrified voice followed by light and quick steps. Soon, Katsuki felt the presence of the green-haired boy next to him. "Kaken, what happened?" He lost the strength to answer. But knowing that Izuku was there and he was okay was enough. He let his consciousness leave him, and the world turned completely black. Izuku waited for Kaken to come back, but he didn't. After 20 minutes, Izuku began to wonder where he went and what he was doing. He woke up quite grumpy this morning, so maybe he went for a long walk. So Izuku waited some more. It wasn't until Maya came in that he even considered leaving the cave. He had never done that without Katsuki there beside him. She seemed agitated as well, which worried the green-haired boy. She whined and nudged him outside, and Izuku obediently followed. His ankle hurt, but he ignored it and pressed forward after the wolf. Suddenly, Maya's ears perched upon alert. A small growl escaped her lips. She jumped behind a bush and Izuku followed suit. Not a moment after a pair of two large men bouldered past. They headed in the direction of the cave with a purpose in mind. Izuku carefully watched them as they came and went from his view. After waiting to make sure they were gone, Maya moved on with Izuku at her heels. Soon they got to a dugout hole in the roots of an old oak tree. Maya dived inside. Izuku hesitated before peeking inside. The wolf's eyes shined through the darkness. She looked at the boy expectantly, waiting for him to follow after her. Izuku Army crawled into the hole, trusting Katsuki's wolf friend to guide him. It was dark, and Izuku had the sense to keep quiet. He could hear the sound of an animal sniffing around by the hole after approximately 20 minutes of hiding. "Smell anything, Nomu?" A strangely familiar husky voice asked. Izuku assumed Nomu was the animal, a dog of some kind, which he was using to track something. Izuku had a feeling that something was him. "Dang, we lost them both. Better take that pesky prince back to his castle." Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. By the prince, did he mean Shouto? Had he come for him? Why were they taking him back to the castle? Was he okay? His questions ran through his mind faster than he could answer them. His thoughts still raced until Maya nudged his boots. Slowly, Izuku exited the hole. He came face to face with Tuck. The small wolf blinked once before leading the way back to the cave. A trail of blood stained the entrance. Horrified, Izuku ran inside to find Katsuki laying frozen on the floor. Izuku feared the worst from the unmoving body until he coughed. Izuku cried out his name and ran to his friend's side. He could feel blood everywhere. Izuku glanced at his crimson-stained hands with stunned red hands. "Izuku," his voice was hoarse and was hardly audible. "Kaken, what happened?" He knew the boy had lost consciousness already, but the questions rolled from his tongue in shock. Izuku swallowed his fear and panic and went into a full medical mode. He knew Katsuki kept a collection of medicinal plants in a hole in the stone wall. Luckily he had taken notes for when Kaken used them on him. To his best ability, Izuku patched up the most significant wound before getting to the long scratches all over his body. Izuku had a lot of questions to ask when this boy woke up. He didn't wake up for another hour. When he did, the first thing Katsuki said was Izuku's name. Izuku couldn't even begin to express his joy to see his friend awake. "Kaken!" He ran to the blonde side as he tried to sit up. "Take it easy." "I'm glad," Katsuki began to say but winced for the pain. "That they didn't find you." Izuku blushed and turned his gaze slightly. "Well, they did find the cave, but Maya knew, and she led me to their den, I think." He looked over to where Maya was curled up by the entrance. "I probably would have been caught by the League if it weren't for her." Katsuki's lips turned up slightly. "Good girl," he called to her. Maya's ears perked and she lifted her head to look over at the boys. She blinked once and nodded her head before back into her ball. Izuku knew that these wolves were smarter than most. That was the League of Villains, right? Izuku had figured that much from hiding, but he wanted to confirm it to be sure. Kaken nodded. And you got hurt, because they're after me. Shut up, Katsuki growled, making Izuku jump with the sudden aggression. I don't want to hear another word of your pathetic whining. Although both confused and surprised, Izuku obeyed. The cave was filled with a long awkward silence until Katsuki spoke. Prince Shouto, Katsuki stated. Izuku perked up at the mention of that name. Kaken noticed and frowned deeply. He's one of your friends, isn't he? His voice hissed at the word friends. Why yes, Izuku replied. How had he known? Izuku remembered someone mentioning they had to take the prince back when he was eavesdropping. Did the two meet while Katsuki was out? What about him? He was there, in the forest. Katsuki's eyes were strained on Izuku, watching for his reaction. His eyes widened and gasped. He was here. He exclaimed. What happened? Where is he now? How is he? But he probably already knew the answer. Kaken growled at the response. I ran into him. Izuku calmed to look curiously at the other, waiting for him to continue. He demanded I tell him where you are. What did you say? I didn't get the chance to tell him because the League attacked us. He only half lied about that part. If he had been more cooperative, they would know, but instead, he left it until the last minute because he was playing the I don't know game. Izuku's face dropped with disappointment. Oh okay, Katsuki clenched his fists when he saw that. He hates the way Izuku was excited at the mention of this prince guy. Katsuki hated the guy even more now. So the prince came all the way out here looking for you. His voice became more and more agitated as the sentence went on. Now here's a question for you, Deku. Izuku looked surprised at the use of the nickname again. He hasn't used it in a while. He also wondered what question he would ask, and if he would be able to respond. Kaken looked angry, very angry. But he didn't understand why. The League. Izuku. Or maybe Shouto. Just what exactly is this prince to you? Shouto. The deep voice bounded off the golden walls of the throne room. The vibrant colors and detailed decor were almost painful to the eye. This was one of the only places that the queen allowed the king to be so flashy, although he renovated a couple more since her death. It disgusted Shouto every time he walked in. He hated how much his father was wasting on something with no value. There was a difference between elegant and enthusiasm, and his father had crossed the line into it. Only a very few times does he enter this particular room, despite his father's protest to sit beside him. He only came in when necessary. That time was now. Shouto stood in the center of the room, facing the tall, dark figure sitting highly on the golden throne. The light of the sun beaming through the windows reflected and blinded the prince, leaving only the shadow of his father visible. I bet you can imagine how upset I was when I was informed you ran away. Although he attempted to use worry, the king's voice came out impatiently and aggravated. Although that was usually how he spoke to his son. What's worse is having you brought back here by those dogs from in the middle of the forest. What on earth were you doing over there? Shouto remained vigil, staring his father down for his reply. He was used to this response by now and sighed deeply. The king then stood from his seat and approached Shouto. His figure finally came into view with him now blocking the sun from Shouto's eyes. You were searching for that boy, he stated, but it came out as a growl instead of the calm voice he attempted to give. Again, Shouto gave no reply. It doesn't matter now. His father relaxed his intimidating stance and began moving back to the throne, hands clasped behind his back. Shouto waited tensely for the words to sputter from his father's mouth next. The League knows where that boy is now. They should find him soon and then all of this nonsense will be over. His jaw clenched along with his fists, but he bit his tongue to keep silent. But, of course, you must be punished for your actions. What more can you do? I've already let all of your horses lose again. He sighed and gave Shouto a pitiful glance over his shoulder. I know how upset you got last time, but I'm afraid you brought this upon yourself. And every guard is under strict orders not to let you out of the castle. Every muscle in Shouto's body screamed to do something. To yell and cry and throw anything in sight. He wanted to smash that ugly lion sculpture in the right corner and to rip the red satin curtains. He wanted to kick and scream and run away, but he didn't. He didn't do anything. He stood there and let himself be void of emotions. It was, after all, his fault that Izuku had to go through all of this. It was his fault he got too close. It was his fault that he let Izuku into his icy heart. It was his fault his father got angry. It was his fault he got kicked out of the castle. It was his fault he was being hunted like an animal to be slaughtered. It was his fault he made Izuku suffer. It was his fault. His fault. Shouto's fault. And he could never atone for his sins. Father! Tears threatened to spill from his eyes, but he willed them back with a clenched jaw. His father furrowed his brows with curiosity. He had never seen his eyes look so sad since his mother died. I promise. To stay in the castle and to let you teach me everything that you longing. I will be obedient and let you raise me just how you always wanted. I'll be the king you want me to be. Just please. He couldn't hold it back any longer. The tears fell all at once. The dammed-up emotion finally broken free. It's been forever since he last cried. Shouto always thought of it to be weak and useless, but he couldn't stop them from coming anymore. Please call off the league. I won't go looking for him anymore. I'll never see him again. So please just let him live. The king looked down at his son. Confusion molded his face. A long silence filled the room except for Shouto's sobs. He kneeled at his father's feet, begging him to let Izuku live. Very well. The king finally agreed. Shouto's head shot up. He couldn't believe his father would agree. He thought that he was too cold-hearted even to consider such a thing. This will work out well, actually. Shouto narrowed his eyes up at his father. He knew very well that he would use Shouto's words and twist them into something horrible. I could use your cooperation on something. If you do good, I might even let you see the boy again. Shouto listened to this, although he knew whatever came next would not be something good. But Shouto was willing to do anything to see Izuku again and to keep him safe. As you know, Toshinori has been a real pain in the side for years now. The king began by mentioning the strongest kingdom's king. Their kingdoms were allies, but not after several wars, and each one lost to King Toshinori's ginormous army. King Enji, his father, has always hated losing to him. His the only kingdom he could never bring to their knees. I believe it's about time we changed that. Just what exactly is this prince to you? Katsuki's glare pinned Izuku in place as he pondered the question. It took him by surprise. He didn't expect anything along those lines to come out of the blonde's mouth. And never had Izuku ever thought about that. He always thought it was clear that they were great friends, so why would Kaken even ask such a thing? Why would he even care at all? Izuku knew Kaken didn't like royalty, so maybe he didn't want Izuku to get involved with them. Although it was a little too late for that. Answer me, Deku. Katsuki growled deeply, causing shivers to run down Izuku's spine. He looked anywhere but at Kaken's piercing glare. His crimson eyes burned his skin, but he still was too afraid to look over. Deku. I don't know what to say, he really didn't. What did Kaken want to hear? But the fiery gaze forced his tongue. Shouto's my friend. He furrowed his brows. He still couldn't understand why he cared. Katsuki only teased his tongue and looked away. A sigh escaped Izuku now that the burning gaze was gone. An awkward silence followed after while they both were left to their thoughts. Izuku's thoughts trailed off to Shouto. How was he? Was he back at the castle now? He probably got in trouble with his father again. Hopefully nothing too bad. Will he come back to get Izuku again? With the league out to get him still, it probably wasn't safe for anyone. Looking over at Kaken, Izuku could see how dangerous these people could be. It might be a while until Izuku can even attempt to make it back to the castle. Although why the league was after him was still a mystery. But Shouto would keep him safe. The castle was his home after all, so of course, he'd be safe there. He would have to wait until Katsuki was healed before leaving. It was his fault he got hurt in the first place. Hey, Kaken. Izuku looked over only to find the blonde dozing off. His head rolled down over his left shoulder. He didn't look comfortable at all, but the boy had a peaceful sleeping face nonetheless. Izuku cracked a gentle smile at the sight. Careful not to wake him, Izuku guided the sleeping boy's body down onto his bed to rest. He wasn't surprised he fell asleep. With those injuries he'll need as much sleep as he can get. Guess he'll ask him later. Izuku decided to wander outside for a bit, although not far from the cave to be safe. Maya followed him out and sniffed the surroundings as if she knew he was cautious of something. When she relaxed her stance, Izuku did too. He was glad to have her protecting him. The wolf wandered farther into the forest, then paused to see if Izuku was following. Hesitantly, the freckled teen followed after her, trusting her judgment. She led him a distance away before pausing to listen to her surroundings. Izuku remained quiet as he waited. Soon after, her ears perked up in an alert stance. Izuku quickly hid behind a bush as he waited for the worst. But instead, a giant creature emerged from the bushes. A young brown horse with matted and clotted fur. Its eyes were wild and fearful as it reared at the sight of the wolf. Maya growled back, revealing her long pointy teeth. Another wolf jumped from behind to corner the horse. Tuck nipped at the horse's ankles. Before he even knew what was happening, Izuku found himself on his feet and running out to the horse. This only spooked him more and he kicked out toward Izuku. He jumped back not a moment too soon. "Maya! Tuck!" He screamed to get the wolves' attention. "Stop it!" The wolves surprisingly backed away but kept their hungry eyes on the horse. Izuku gave the horse a moment to calm down before trying to approach it again. "Hey," he used his calm voice reserved for animals only. He had used it back at the castle with Shouto's horses. "Shush, it's okay now, you're all right." Slowly, the horse calmed down. Their beady black eyes focused on the green-haired boy. Soon he got close enough to run a hand down his nose. Once he looked into his eyes, Izuku noticed something. A scar along his jawline and the white markings on his face were oddly familiar. "Roz." The horse blinked slowly at the name. Izuku was confident that this was his horse from back at the castle. He was the same color, height, even the same scar, and markings. He had to be Roz. "What are you doing out here?" he demanded, but the horse gave no reply. Izuku did notice how tired he appeared. Whatever the reason, it can wait until he was all cleaned up. So Izuku guided him to the waterfall he and Kaken always used. Roz drank greedily at the water, acutely aware of the predators watching nearby. Maya and Tuck followed them from a distance, still marking their prey. "Maya! Come here!" He knew Maya would respond to her name when called. She was a smart wolf and incredibly friendly for being raised in the forest. The black wolf emerged from the bushes beside him. Roz perked up and glared the carnivore down. "Easy you two." Izuku walked over and stroked Roz's mane before walking over to Maya and scratching behind her ear. "See? You are both friends of mine. And I'd hate for you to attack him, okay Maya?" Of course, he looked stupid, talking to animals, but he had a feeling that Maya could understand him. Well, he hoped at least. She dipped her head before making herself comfortable on a stone and bathed in sunlight. Izuku could never get Tuck to listen to him or even go near him, but he hoped Maya set an example and he'd leave Roz alone. But Roz seemed more at ease now. It allowed Izuku to clean the mud from his pelt while he drank. The questions still buzzing in his mind. Just as Roz had relaxed entirely, Tuck jumped into the clearing snarling and growling. It took everything just to keep Roz from bolting away. It took a moment to realize that the wolf wasn't directing it at the horse, but Izuku instead. Maya jumped to her feet and began to nudge Izuku back toward the cave. But when Izuku finally understood his message, it was too late. The human being they were warning him of came into view. Izuku was frozen in place as he watched the figure approach. His bright red spiky hair was the first he noticed. He wore a sleeveless black tank top with a red bandana hanging from his neck and black breaths to match his muddy black boots. "Midoriya! Kirishima! Haha, would you look at that?" His friend ignored the snarling wolves at his feet and marched over to the green-haired teen. Relief but also slight disappointment bubbled in his chest. He had hoped it would be Shouto to find him and bring him home. He came up and gave Izuku a rather manly hug with a clap on the back. "Good to see you again." His smile was almost as bright as Izuku's. "Yeah, same here, Kirishima." But Izuku's smile faded away. "But should you be at the castle? Where's Shouto?" Kirishima's smile remained, but his eyes lost the joy from moments before. "It's complicated." He rubbed his neck nervously, glancing around. He then gave Izuku a stern and serious look that made Izuku shiver. "We have to go." "What?" Izuku began to protest, but he stopped when Kirishima started pulling him along back the way he came. The wolves next to him growled more. Maya mobbed at Izuku's breathes while Tuck glared furiously at the redhead. "There's no time." The guard ignored the animals beneath his gaze and pulled harshly at Izuku's arm. Despite his best efforts, nothing he did could stop himself from being pulled away. "The League found you," an overly cheerful voice declared. Both boys turned to find a teenage girl perched up in a tree. "I told you we should follow him, didn't I, Darby?" Yeah, whatever." Another teen male a little older than them casually walked out from his cover behind another tree. Kirishima immediately placed himself between Izuku and the two League members. His twin blades pulled out from his sides and ready for action. "Back off," he growled. Now. The dark-haired man said, stepping closer and making the wolves turn their attention to him. Their snouts curled in a growl. Teeth bared and threatened to attack. They were much more aggressive with Darby than with Kirishima. As if they could sense his ill will. "Hand him over gently, and we won't harm him." "Don't lie," Kirishima growled so deep it frightened Izuku. He had never seen his friend this angry before. The fire in his eyes and redded stance was more intimidating than Izuku thought his friend could appear. "Shouto told me you're under orders to kill him." Izuku's eyes widened. Under orders? Shouto knew about this. Why? Did he do something wrong? It must have something to do with Shouto. But why? Nothing made sense to him. If only Shouto were there to explain everything to him. He wished the prince was there to comfort him and tell him it would be okay. He wished his friend was there to fight off these villains and take him back to the castle so that he can go back to the life he was living before. When the two would go out riding and stay up late reading books next to each other, or passing letters beneath the door that separated them. He wished to have Shouto just on the other side of the door. But instead, he was far, far away. It felt like miles. Like it would take years to get to him. He just wanted Shouto there next to him. "Izuku!" Kirishima's stern voice brought Izuku back to the situation in present time. He kept his eyes locked on the pair in front of him as he spoke over his shoulder in a hushed whisper. "When I say go, I need you to jump on that horse of yours and make a bolt for it." "But it isn't safe here anymore," his friend interrupted. Izuku's green eyes locked onto red. They were sad and dreaded the next sentence to follow. "Flee to All Might's kingdom. They can't get you there." "But Kaken, if I make it out alive," the redhead cracked a broken smile. "I'll tell him where to find you. And we'll both find you. If he agrees, that is. But I'll make sure to find you again, okay?" His words shattered something inside Izuku, making him feel hollow and empty inside. A dead weight placed over his chest. "I promised Shouto I'd get you out of here before they dragged him back to the castle." "But what if you die?" Izuku demanded angrily. He couldn't let his friend sacrifice himself for him. He'd feel the guilt on his shoulders for the remainder of his days. "Sounds like a manly way to die if you ask me." His smile turned into something more pure and honest than before. He chuckled slightly at Izuku's disbelieving expression. "You really think I'll die that easily? Can I kill cute Freckles over there?" The girl squealed with glee as she licked her lips with anticipation. "Doesn't matter to me." Darby shrugged. Both shifted to prepare for an attack. "Go! Now!" Kirishima yelled as he charged the older teen. Izuku reacted quickly. He gripped onto Roz's menere and swung himself onto his back. With one last long look at his dear friend, Izuku bolted into the forest. It physically pained him to ride on knowing he left his friend behind to fight his battles. Guilt swelled inside his heart, swirling like a dark storm. It consumed him from the inside out. But he kept moving. He would not let Kirishima's sacrifice to go in vain. He would go to All Might's kingdom. He would see Kirishima again. He would see Katsuki again. And he would be with Shouto again. Kirishima attacked the Derby guy head-on. He was surprisingly relaxed and gave little effort to his attacks. The girl came down from her tree but was swarmed by the two wolves that had been sticking with Izuku earlier. He was grateful for their support. Although lazy, Derby managed to dodge every last one of his attacks. He swayed from one side to the other, barely missing his blades. "Die, you stupid dogs!" The girl screamed in frustration and bringing her knife down into the smaller wolf side. It yelped and leaped away, only to fall to the ground and whimper. She then kicked the other wolf away, forcing it to the ground and staying there, dazed. The wolf then lets out a deep howl into the dimming sky. Luckily, the girl ignored it and went over to Kirishima. His anger boiled up to twice of what it was before at seeing how cruel she was to the wolves. Especially since they were friends of Izuku's and had been protecting him. They had earned Kirishima's most profound respect. However, now he had to deal with both of them. It didn't take long to overpower him. He had made little contact with either of them, only giving them cat scratches and ripped clothing. He hated how weak he felt among them. "Off you go now!" the girl exclaimed with glee as her blade came down towards his neck after pinning him to the forest floor. Just as he thought it was over, closing his eyes and accepting his death, a hand shot out and gripped the girl's, stopping her from the killing blow. "Ay!" she whined at Kirishima's savior. "Kurogiri, why'd you stop me?" Kirishima leaned his head back to get a glimpse of the newcomer. His face concealed behind a dark purple-black mask and contrasted his fancy suit and black tie. A strange combination of clothing out in the forest. "Orders have changed," he explained, ignoring the disappointed look on the girl's young face. "We are not to kill Midoriya Izuku anymore." "But this isn't him," she protested, giving the redhead a once-over before turning back to the other. "You can't just go around killing random people." Kurogiri sighed into his hand. "You're no fun." She pouted and turned around to leave. Derby glanced at the other teen before following after her. "I hope you don't follow us," warned the newcomer. His bright yellow eyes were glowing in the darkening forest. "Otherwise you will meet the fate that I prevented moments ago." "I want to get as far away from here," Kirishima replied honestly. He knew it would be pointless anyway. He already knew everything about these guys and why they were here and tried to kill him. Besides, now that Izuku was safe, he'd have to. OCRP. Izuku would be heading straight for All Might's kingdom on horseback. He'd get there in a couple of days or less. Kirishima had no horse, and he'd have to find that blonde kid again to let him know. "Hey, wait." Kurogiri paused to turn around and look down at the boy. An eyebrow raised. "How come your plans changed?" he asked. It wasn't every day that someone decides they don't want to kill someone. Not to mention the king was the one who issued the orders. So why had he changed his mind? Kurogiri shrugged. "I assume the prince had a talk with his father after dropping him off at the castle. I'm sure they sorted everything out. Although I'm told, he's never allowed back into the palace again." Kirishima nodded and watched the man fade away. Now things got complicated. Kirishima now had to track Izuku down and what? He can't go back to the castle anymore. But he can't just leave him in a foreign country thinking he's a wanted criminal from his own. Maybe take him back to live with his parents. Well, it didn't matter right now. First things first is finding that blonde guy again. And he was not ready for that angry mouth again. He looked over and spotted the two wolves lying on the grass a few feet away from him. One continued to whimper, while the other had ceased moving. CRP. A sharp howl split through the air, jolting Katsuki into consciousness. He recognized Maya's howling immediately and had come to know what meant what. She was calling for her pack. In which case, meant him. Something was horribly wrong with the sadness edged into her voice. As fast as his wounds would allow, Katsuki bolted from the cave into the dimming light of dusk. The howling cried again, guiding him in the direction he needed to go, but his exhaustion from the fight before dragged him down. The howling did not come a third time. Once he reached his wolves, he stopped to access the situation. He first noticed the red hair of that guy from the day before. The one that came to steal Izuku from him with the prince. Before his angry could lash out, he spotted his wolves on the ground. Maya whimpered, but Tuck was deadly silent. "What did you do?" he screamed. Katsuki wanted so badly to attack the redhead for all the damage he's caused recently, but put his wolves' safety first. He knelt beside Maya first. Her breathing was quick and sharp. Katsuki felt her ribs to find a few broken. Other than that, she seemed fine with a sigh of relief, but it quickly died down in his throat upon reaching Tuck. Blood splattered the ground around him from a deep wound in the young wolf's side. With the angle it was at, many of his vital organs could be punctured. Tuck's eyes were wide and afraid, and his breath was uneven and gasping little breaths. Slowly, Katsuki pulled his wolf onto his lap and stroked him behind the ear, where he knew the wolf always loved. He said no words as he watched the life drift from the young wolf's eyes. No tear fell from his eyes. Only a clenched jaw and an angry heart. He lifted his eyes to the other boy. He had remained perfectly still and quiet throughout this time. "What did you do?" he asked again. This time, his voice was softer, but still held its fury within each word. An icy hot tone that clearly frightened the other teen. "The League of Villains was here," he began, struggling to find the words that would satisfy the blonde. They both saved Midoriya and me. He wouldn't have gotten away if they hadn't come help." "Where did Deku go?" he demanded angrily. What the heck was going on? I told him to run to All Might," he explained quickly, hands waving frantically. "The League was after him, I had no choice. But I don't think they're after him anymore. I think Prince Todoroki managed to change his father's mind." He was interrupted by Katsuki's growl. "Shut up." His order was quickly followed. "Leave this forest." The blonde turned his back and moved over to Maya, lifting her off the ground easily despite the weight of the young wolf. "Wait, let me help. Don't touch him," Katsuki warned just as Kirishima reached out to pick up the dead wolf. "I'll come back for him." "But you're leaving now." "But we need to go after Midoriya." Kirishima followed the blonde despite his demands. "He doesn't have to run and hide anymore, so we should bring him back." "Who's we? And who cares what that nerd is doing?" The redhead tilted his head, brows furrowed. "But I thought he's your friend." "What?" Katsuki snarled over his shoulder. "Then why did you stop Prince Todoroki and I from taking him back home?" That earned a thoughtful silence. "I thought I told you to leave." "Aha. So you are friends," Kirishima exclaimed victoriously. "Get lost. Don't you want to go get him? Like I care where he's gone." He scoffed. "If he's safe in All Might, then why does it matter whether or not to bring him back? Who knows whether the League will go after him again or not? You totally care about him." Kirishima's smile broadened at Katsuki's proclamation. He caught the blonde in a trap that he quickly fell for. Who would care about someone as weak as him? Although he tried to sound angry, Kirishima sensed another emotion hidden in there. Embarrassment. "Come with me to All Might." "What? No. You didn't even think about it." "I don't need to." Kirishima let out a long and exasperated sigh. He was about to retort but stopped when he noticed something odd. His sleeveless black shirt appeared darker in a large spot on the side. Clips of yesterday's battle flashed through his mind. "Hey, you're hurt, so what?" He flinched slightly, but the redhead caught it. He gave him a once-over while noticing his weakened appearance. He hesitated before deciding to keep his mouth shut. The blonde probably wouldn't accept any help even if he offered. Instead, he followed the wounded teen back to his cave, where he watched Katsuki bandage up the wolf. It was a long time of silence before Kirishima finally spoke again. "I'm really sorry about your wolf." He watched the other's teeth clench but continued nonetheless. "It was my fault. I lead those villains right to Midoriya." The blonde continued to say nothing. Instead, he focused on the wounded wolf in front of him, doing his best to ignore the annoying redhead behind him. He did his best to push aside the burning anger inside his chest. It was his fault. He shouldn't have come. If he hadn't, then Tuck might still be alive and Deku wouldn't be gone. But I'm going to fix my mistake. Kirishima declared loudly, catching Katsuki's attention finally. I'm going to find Midoriya with or without you. I'll bring him back to his home with his mother, and he can go back to the life he had before the castle. The life he deserves to live. I know Prince Todoroki would want that for him too. Is that so? Katsuki growled now that royalty was mentioned. Or does he even care? That nerd is only his servant. Why would he care what happens to him? A fire lit in Kirishima's eyes, surprising the other teen. Don't talk like you know either of them. He growled, straightening his stance to look more intimidating. With the slightly surprised look in Katsuki's eyes, it seemed to be working. His sharp teeth were bared as he glared down at the blonde with the fiercest gaze he could muster. I know for a fact that Shouto Todoroki is not spoiled prince you think he is. Within a month Midoriya broke the ice around his heart, and he started being nicer to everyone in the castle. We all love Midoriya, and we want him to be safe. If that means we can never see him again, then so be it. However, I also know that I can't leave him in a foreign country when he can be at home with his mother. So I'm going to find him and bring him back. I don't really care whether you come or not, but if you care about him at all, then you'll come with me. His speech was followed by an awkward silence and an awestruck gaze. Never had anyone talked to Katsuki like that. His words shook Bakugo to the core, stirring something inside of him. A sudden urge to jump up and run through the forest and find Deku flashed quickly through his mind before being pushed away. Fine. He huffed angrily and turned his gaze. Even though he owed that loser nothing. Even if he knew he'd be fine on his own. Even if he didn't care what that nerd went and did. Something inside of him desperately wanted the times they had together back. Like the day at the waterfall, or the nights he curled up next to the blonde. The moments they went out on walks after Deku's ankle healed. Watching him play with Maya. Now that he realized that all of those good days would leave with Deku, and his life would return to the boring way it was before, he wanted that dumb green-haired nerd back. All of the time they had together. He wanted it all back to the way it was previously. Seriously? Kirishima shouted uncertainly. The mood had turned a fool. Dude, that's awesome. I knew you liked Midoriya. I mean, who doesn't, am I right? Shut up, Katsuki growled, his face boiling. We're not leaving until Maya's all healed up. I can't leave her to fend for herself all alone now. I'm sure that nerd can handle himself for a couple weeks. It took him 3 days to arrive at the capital of All Might. Both Izuku and Roz were exhausted. Although Roz was lucky enough to have gotten something to eat during the travels. Izuku was lucky to find an apple tree, but his small pockets limited his supplies. He had saved one left until he could find more food in the town. But unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. He had arrived in the late morning and walked all around town. He had no idea what to do now, but he needed food and shelter, so that meant Izuku needed money, which meant that getting a job was his only option. But after wandering and searching, he couldn't find anything. Izuku's only ever had the job at the castle, but he didn't want to meddle with royalty for a while. Instead, he'd lay low and be an average civilian. He would make new friends and create a new life for himself. And even though Izuku kept telling himself so, he would never forget his friends in endeavor. Roz's empty stomach is what led them to where they were now. People wandered the streets of the market. Food filled the air, mixing with all kinds of yummy scents. He earned many annoyed glares as he and Roz split the crowd. The horse stopped at a particular tent. 3 horses tied up to a post next to it. At first, it looked like it was empty, but a strangely familiar man poked his head out from the tent door. Well. He stepped out and approached Izuku. You're the prince's friend, ain't ya? And if it isn't that broken runt from last time. You've fixed him up well. He walked around Roz, inspecting every inch of him. Izuku nervously watched him do so. What was this guy doing here? Did he come to All Might to sell horses too? He doesn't look like he's been eating much or being brushed properly. He looked up at Izuku suspiciously. You don't look too good off yourself. What should he say? The truth? A lie? Can he trust this guy? I'm looking for a job. He stated honestly. Lying was always something he could never allow himself to do. The man laughed. His voice was hoarse as if laughing was a rare occurrence. Got fired did ya? Yeah. He never really thought about it, but he was fired, wasn't he? It wasn't something he wanted to think about though. I just got here, and I don't have any money or anything. A sly smile spread across the man's lips. Well, you can sell me back that horse of yours, and it'll get you through a few days. His grip tightened on the reins. Roz was the last thing he had connecting him to his times at the castle. His last connection to Shouto. Roz isn't for sale. Do you know how to take care of a horse? He asked accusingly. I do, actually. He announced proudly. It was all thanks to Shouto and Kuji. All right, then I can make you a special offer. Izuku perched up at this. He listened attentively as the man continued. You'll need a place to put your horse so that he can stay with my horses. But you have to work for me, and you'll get paid very little in return for your horse's lodgings and care. I'll even let you live in the stable attic. Izuku couldn't believe this offer was even being spoken. Why yes. He agreed immediately. All of his recent misfortune had finally led to something good. And it was about time too. A small grin appeared on the man's face. He reached out a hand. Call me Aizawa. Izuku gladly took his hand and shook it forcefully. Thank you so much, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa lived a little far outside of town. His stable was much larger than Shouto's, and he owned 284 acres of land. A third of it being a forest while the rest being flat farmland along with a river cutting through it. It was stunning and peaceful. How on earth did you get enough money for this by selling horses in the market? Izuku asked as he gaped at the house in front of him. It was large but plain looking. A dull light brown from oak wood and stone brick foundation. It was 3 levels from what he could tell, and about twice the size of Izuku's house. Aizawa laughed but gave no reply. He leads Izuku to the stables where they met with the other farmhand. He had strange purple hair that spiked up unnaturally. His eyes were sunken and tired, similar to those of Aizawa's. He wore a large purple hoodie with baggy black briefs, giving him a rebellious look to him. Izuku Midoriya, meet Hitoshi Shinsu. Aizawa introduced the two. Izuku held out his to greet the other teen, only to get a disinterested glare. Hitoshi, Izuku will be helping you out with the horses. Shinsu rolled his eyes. I don't need any help. What's with you and picking up strays, Shouto? Oh. Would you rather I left you on the streets as well? Aizawa questioned with a sly smirk. Shinsu turned his gaze. Didn't think so. So play nice. He needs a place to stay too, you know. His not dash, no, he'll be living in the stable attic, Aizawa replied before the purple-haired teen was able to finish his sentence. Shinsu sighed with relief before turning to Izuku with a reluctant smile. Welcome to Eraserhead Farm. He faked the warmth in his voice, earning a sigh from Aizawa. Show him around, will you? Aizawa began to make his way to the house. I'm going to take a nap. Lazy old hag, Shinsu grumbled under his breath. Finally, he turned to Izuku with a disgusted expression. Follow me. He sighed and led the way to the stables. He showed him the various rows of pens which were all almost occupied. A few other people came by with their horses. Shinsu explained them to be people who leave their horses in Aizawa's care. This was frequent among the middle-class civilians. They usually lived in the city, so it was hard to keep their horses there. It was the farmhand's job to take care of the horses for their emestas. Aizawa had saved 3 rows for these individual horses. 2 rows were filled with horses ready to be sold in markets. These were trained to the minimum. They allowed people to be ridden and were calm when it came to saddling up. Other than that, there wasn't much they could do, since it depended on what their MSTs needed them for. Some had a sturdy build for working and had not been trained to be ridden. They would probably be sold out to a noble's farm. The last row was reserved for the untamed horses. These had been recently bought or captured from the wild. It was their job to tame these newbies and turn them into useful animals so they could be sold. As they walked by, several were kicking their gates. None seemed content to be there. They moved on to the pasture just outside. The horses were allowed to roam almost the entire property, except for a small section from the land entrance to Aizawa's house. Although a smaller division was split off by small wooden fences to keep the ones without riders nearby. From where he stood, he could see several people out with their horses, and 3 inside the closed-off pasture. He could spot a bridge over top of the river near the farther side of the land. All in all, it was a appealing place, and the horses were lucky to live here. Guess I'll show you where you'll be staying. Shinsu turned back to the stables, not waiting for the green-haired teen to follow. He leads him up a small staircase hidden at the backside of the stables into the attic. It was large but full of random items, which made the space feel cramped and dusty. Every breath was a struggle. Shinsu made a path leading to a door at the back. He used a key to unlock it and opened to reveal a long hallway. Half was open up to the horse pens below, while the other was dotted with a series of doors. Shinsu peeked his head in each one until they found one empty enough for Izuku to use. "You guys don't clean up here, do you?" Izuku coughed in his sleeve as he looked around the room. It was small, not much smaller than his place at the castle. And without any possessions, it wouldn't be too bad. "Guess that'll be your first job," Shinsu suggested while already halfway out the door. "I'll go find you a mattress to use." He shut the door behind him, leaving Izuku with only the light from a tiny square window. Izuku rolled up his sleeves and began moving the junk from this room to the one next door. Izuku's replacement came in today. Kaminari helped Shouto move Izuku's stuff into Shouto's room. He didn't want to get rid of it. He'd have to find a way to get it to him. Maybe send it to his mother's house. If he was there, that is. The truth is, he had no idea where Izuku was anymore. His father only told him, and the League last reported him alive. But how can he even trust that monster of a father? When he was introduced, Shouto acted as cold as ever. It was the same as how he acted with everyone, even Izuku. But he doubted this one dumb enough to try and befriend him. Shouto didn't really care about this new guy. His name had already slipped his mind. All he could think about was Izuku and his conversation with his father. Attack all might. He had undoubtedly lost it this time. Attacking their most potent neighbor would only lead to trouble. But it's not like he could do anything about it. Shouto already made the deal. He would become the perfect prince. Just like how his father always wanted him to be. He's previously participated in 3 conference sessions talking about battle strategies during the past week. The League of Villains was already in agreement. It disgusted him. The fact that his father would be working alongside that venom band of thugs proved just how desperate the king was to winning this war. Although Shouto saw no need to fight. It was a pointless battle that gave them no gain. It was a fool's errand. But he kept his mouth shut. Shouto followed everything his father said. He trained with him despite the brutality. He sat next to him in meetings even though every inch of him screamed to protest. Shouto let his emotions slip away. He did his best to forget the thoughts of finding Izuku again. He tried to let go of the times they spent together. How he made him smile for the first time in forever. He blocked it all out because he needed to. Shouto needed to prove that he could be the best son. That he was worthy to rule the kingdom of Endeavor after his father. Only then can he change the ways of his country. If his father didn't turn the kingdom into rubble with this war, that is. A soft knock at the door awoke Shouto from his thoughts. He hadn't realized how much time he wasted staring at a blank page of his journal. Usually, he wrote every day, but his ideas had drifted away. "Come in." His new servant stepped inside and left his dinner on his table before quickly disappearing again. He sighed with relief. Shouto was glad this one didn't even bother speaking to him. It made everything easier to deal with. "Yo, Your Highness." Kaminari barged into his room soon after the servant left. Shouto gave him an annoyed glance but didn't mention anything about his rude disturbance. "Any news on Kirishima and the rest of them?" Shouto asked. Kaminari had been his eyes and ears to the outside world now that his father had taken complete control over him. He hardly had time to himself anymore. And with all of his horses gone, he had nothing to do. Kaminari's smile fell. He leaned in close as he whispered his message. "The king's totally tightened security since you last escaped, and everyone has to be inspected before exiting and entering the castle grounds. It's hard to get a message through, so if Kirishima sent one, then it'll just get confiscated at the gate. Shouto frowned as he pondered more. None are allowed to return to the castle, so coming here themselves would also be pointless. His contact with anyone outside was blocked, so now what could he do? But I do have good news. Kaminari continued, piquing Shouto's interest. Tsuyu told me she has a day off next week. I know that's still pretty far off, but she's the closest one. I convinced her to find Uraraka at the inn and pass on a message for us. The corner of Shouto's mouth twitched, threatening to smile. At the news. This was good. They finally had a chance to communicate with the outside. But his smile quickly turned into a concerned frown. Sometime soon my dad will start gathering soldiers. Knowing him, he'll probably take anyone who's old enough without consent. We need to tell them to leave the country and get as far as possible from All Might. My father plans to massacre the entire country. Every last person. After 1 week, Izuku had finally gotten the hang of how everything worked at the Eraserhead stables. He got to know many horses and the regulars that visited. The most common was a personal friend of Aizawa named Hisashi Yamada. Although he usually didn't even come to ride his horse, instead to chat with his friend inside the house. Yo, Midoriya. Hisashi's familiar booming voice echoed through the vast stables. Izuku turned to watch the man with crazy pointy hair approach. He paused his sweeping to greet him. Hello, Mr. Yamada. He smiled politely. Are you riding today? You bet. Mind fetching me my horse? He then searched around dramatically. Say, where's Shouto? Ah, I'm not sure. He's not at the house. Not even asleep in his bed, Izuku sighed. He was already used to the way Yamada waltzed around like he owned the place. It was actually quite entertaining to see how Aizawa always dealt with him. He still calls him a nuisance, although everyone knew it was far from the truth. Izuku saddled his horse like how Shouto taught him and brought it out for Yamada. He gave him an enthusiastic thanks before bolting off down the path leading to the forest. He then wandered around trying to find something else that needed to be done. He turned the corner to find Shinso knelt down on the ground. Hello, Shinso. He greeted and knelt beside him. 3 of the cats were gathered at the purple-haired teen's feet. 2 bright orange tabbies, another jet black. Izuku reached out to scratch one behind the ear. Hey, farm boy. A harsh voice called out loudly, scaring away the cats. Shinso scowled as 3 older boys approached. Izuku recognized them as the children of low-ranking lords. They came often enough for Izuku to know them, although their names had slipped through his mind. Playing with cats. Honestly, how lame can you be? What's wrong with cats? Izuku interrupted. He stood up to face the boys. They say cats only hang around evil things. One kid at the back replied. Although that confused Izuku even more. That was a total lie. Cats are adorable and friendly creatures. How could they have gotten into a rumor such as that? Guys, we shouldn't aggravate him, the smallest one at the back suggested hesitantly. My dad said not to talk to the lower classes. They are vermin. You're right. The first agreed, staring down his nose at Shinso who was still knelt on the ground. Especially his kind. I say Lord Aizawa's crazy to have adopted such a filthy orphan. He spat at Shinso's feet. A contentful grin plastered on his face. I'll go get your horses. Izuku offered and went running off to the horse stalls, only to get stopped by the leader of the trio. And who are you? He asked accusingly. Another stray. Don't tell me that crazy old man got another orphan. Izuku was about to defend himself, but Shinso suddenly bolted to his feet, making everyone flinch at the sudden movement. Despite Izuku's first guess, Shinso moved to walk away. Let's get the horses. He whispered as he passed Izuku who quickly followed behind. Once the boys were satisfied, they left into the pasture. Shinso returned to the cats without even looking as if any words hurt him at all. Izuku took a seat beside him. Why are they so mean to you? Izuku asked after a while of silence. At first, he thought the other teen wasn't going to reply until he did. Well, those boys. They knew me in a way before I came here. His voice was so soft and quiet that Izuku almost couldn't hear, so he leaned in closer for the tale. He gently stroked one of the cats as he continued. They first saw me back when I lived on the streets. I was a mess, and only the cats from the allies would come near me. They saw me many times, begging for money. They were convinced I was a demon of some sort. Izuku was quite shocked to hear that. He knew Shinsu used to live on the streets, but he had no idea what he had to suffer through. I'm not a demon, his voice hinted restrained tears. Just because I get along better with cats doesn't mean I'm evil. Of course you're not, Shinso. Izuku patted him on the back. The other flinched under the contact but recovered quickly. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think you're the nicest person I know. Shinso regarded him questioningly. You're incredibly loyal to Aizawa, and if animals like you, then that means you're a good person. Izuku pointed out to his friend. I've seen the way you treat the animals around here, and how you love nature. That doesn't sound like a demon to me. Who cares what those pampered boys think? You have twice the heart they do. A small smile curved along Shinso's face. He turned to look at the green-haired boy beside him. You really are amazing, Izuku Midoriya. A small sparkle shined within his purple eyes as he gazed up at Izuku. Izuku's cheeks dusted pink. What? If anyone's amazing, it's you. It must have been hard not to stand up to those boys because they're guests. Shinsu laughed gently. Yeah, I wish I could have said something, but I don't want Shouto to lose any clients. Speaking of which, Izuku changed the subject to answer a question he had been pondering for a while now. They called Mr. Aizawa a lord. Is that true? Shinso rubbed the back of his neck shyly. Yeah. Aizawa hated all the attention, so he moved out here and started this ranch. He's done quite a good job at erasing his title. Hardly anyone knows who is. Izuku nodded in agreement. It made sense that Aizawa was that kind of person. It made Izuku admire the man even more. Hey! Izuku, Shinso began hesitantly, refusing to look the other in the eyes. Izuku regarded him with curious round eyes as he waited patiently for the following words. Would you like to go to the market with me tomorrow? Shouto is having me run some errands for him. I would really, enjoy your company. A broad and excited smile plastered Izuku's face. It was bright and blinding. Of course. He hadn't been outside the ranch since he arrived, so he'd be more than happy to accompany his friend into town again. You can show me around. Shinso bowed his head bashfully. Yeah, it took all the guts he had to ask Izuku that, and he was certainly glad he did. After today, Shinso had really come to like the green-haired teen. Shouto walked back and forth along the front line of cadets. His father had ordered to have any healthy male and female join his army. Shouto was to train the newbies along with the help of a few officers, while his father made the rest of the plans with his generals. It was an annoying task since few have any fighting experience. But most are hard workers at least. Shouto felt terrible that he was forcing them into battle that he was sure they couldn't win. It was a trivial task, but Shouto had no room to argue or complain. Today he let them off early. There were more important things he needed to get done. His faithful friends were still out looking for Izuku without any idea what was happening. He had to let them know somehow. Just as planned, Kaminari was seated under the old willow tree in the garden. He stood when Shouto approached. I finished writing the letters, he announced as he pulled an envelope from his pocket. He handed it to the prince. Let me know how you think. The prince read through it, then nodded and handed it back. I'll pass it on to Asui then. He then took his leave and ran over to the servant door leading to the servant quarters. Back in his room, Shouto pulled out the journal that he spends his time writing in. Izuku had always asked about it, but at the time they weren't anything more than a servant and MSTR. He wished he could tell his friend about it now. He pulled open the yellow pages. A waft of old paper filled his nostrils. It was one of Shouto's favorite smells that he found from his journal and books lining the shelves. Black ink colored the pages. Each letter put together to create a story. Each story had been one that Shouto had lived through. Each thought he put into words were his own. He had many journals over the years, but he must admit that this one filled the fastest. The words spoke of frustrating commands of his father, along with punishments for his rebellion. They told stories of peaceful days in the forest, away from the demands of his life. But most importantly, they wrote of a boy. A boy who was friendly and kind. One who broke into the prince's heart that he had so carefully built walls around. A boy who made his day worth it. A reason to wake up with a smile. It then talked about losing that light in his life. He became lost without it. He had come so close, but the light remained out of his grasp. If only Izuku knew how he felt. A light went on in Shouto's head. He could tell him. Shouto quickly snatched a fresh piece of parchment and his pen and began writing his message down. He then bolted from his room and down the winding halls. Guards and servants rushed out of his way with a series of questionable gazes. His first stop was the kitchen. "Where's Tsuyu Asui?" he demanded to the workers. "You just missed her." A girl with rosy skin replied, pointing out the door. "She was just let off for the day." He wasted no time in running to the gates. The primary entrance guards yelled at him to halt. They must still be under orders not to let him leave the castle. But he ignored them and kept going. He could see the girl almost to the outer gate. "Asui," he called, catching the girl's attention just as she handed the guards her ID. "Prince Todoroki." She greeted him with a small curtsy. The guards behind her observed, waiting to see what the prince was doing. "Can I help you?" Side-eyeing the guards, Shouto handed her the leather book in his hands. "You forgot your book." She tilted her head. She caught the hidden message in Shouto's eyes before she could finish her sentence. "Right, my bad." She tucked the book under her arm and nodded in understanding to the prince. "Your Highness." The guards behind him had finally caught up. "You are not allowed to be outside the castle. Please return without resistance." With an eye roll, Shouto let the guards return him to the castle. His actions would no doubt be reported to the king. But the message was out, so it wouldn't matter. Hopefully, Izuku will get his message. If it takes days or weeks, then that would be fine. If only his words could reach him. Rain clouds formed later that day. The big, gray clouds were threatening to pour. The mood was depressing, or maybe that was only a reflection of personal feelings. Although useful for plants and growth, rain was always a time that brought sorrow. But it did bring in many good customers. The inn was filled with travelers seeking warm food and shelter. Okiko was busy handing plate after plate. Her parents working in the kitchen cooking large amounts of food and drink. Her eyes kept wandering to the ever-growing table of cloaked travelers. Suspicion built up within her chest. She was about to investigate when the doors flew open. A gust of wind and rain chilled the room, followed by a series of annoyed grunts. Two teens entered. The first was a tall blonde with flat wet hair. He walked with confidence as he scanned the crowd. His red eyes searched for an enemy that didn't exist. He was followed by a familiar redhead with similar flattened hair. He appeared exhausted and embarrassed by the other's dramatic entrance. His eyes lit up when he spotted Okiko. "Yo, Uraraka." Kirishima greeted loudly and wandered over to her. The blonde's glare looked her up and down with a scowl. It sent shivers down the girl's spine. "It's been a while, how have you been?" "Ah, good." She couldn't help but give the blonde a strange glance over her friend's shoulder. He continued to glare at every soul that would meet his eye and more. He was bringing a lot of attention to himself. "The others are meeting in that corner, I think." Okiko nodded towards the group of hooded figures in the shadows. She had assumed it was them at least. "Sweet, we made perfect time." He turned to march towards the table. Okiko followed behind the angry blonde to keep an eye on him. "Sup guys?" The hoods flew off, revealing the team that had first set off to find Izuku weeks ago. They were all content to see Kirishima again. Their chatter went off into tales of their journeys. But before they could get too into it, the blonde interrupted. "Shut up, all of you." He slammed a hand on the table to silence the group along with half the inn. "I came here to find Deku, not to talk about old times." His glare was pointed toward Kirishima, who guiltily looked back. "Who is this?" Ida demanded, giving Kirishima a quizzing glance. All eyes were on Kirishima as they awaited his reply. "He was the one you found Izuku and kept him safe from the League of Villains," Kirishima explained. He glanced sheepishly at the blonde, as if unsure how much to say. "Bakugo wants to find him as well." That stupid nerd is probably dead by now. Bakugo huffed and leaned back in his seat. Despite his words, Okiko could tell that the blonde only pretended to think lowly of Izuku. Apparently, the angry teen had also taken a liking to her green-haired friend. She puffed out her chest with pride. Izuku sure knew how to make friends with everyone. What should we do? Yoirozu asked the group. Not even Gyro could track him down. He could be anywhere by now. First of all, I didn't want you to find him, Bakugo shouted to Momo. Surprised faces followed. Second, he ran off to All Might. So the League couldn't get him. But he's all by himself, and it's been a week. Kirishima nodded to let the others know that what he said was true. Bakugo and I plan to bring him back because the League is no longer after him. We came here to let Uraraka know, but I guess we came at a good time cause you guys are all here. Okiko found the chance she waited for to break into the conversation. I have a letter from Prince Todoroki. She declared while reaching into her pocket to retrieve it. She then handed it to Kirishima to read. I managed to call off the League of Villains, but Izuku can never return to the castle. I regret not being able to be there myself, but I made a deal with my father, the king. I have to warn you. He plans to attack All Might sometime within the year. Although I don't know the exact date. I must beg you to find Izuku and flee the country. It's no longer safe for those our age. He's already begun to gather men and women from all over. Whatever you do, stay as far as possible from All Might Kingdom. The king plans to wipe out the entire nation. I wish I could do something to stop it, but I'm already under strict supervision. I cannot stop this war, so please stay far away so that you avoid the conflict. I don't want such trustful friends to meet an unkind fate. The table was silent. Everyone was thinking about the prince's words. It was Bakugo who was the first to speak. Are you saying that to save Izuku, we sent him to his death? The blonde growled deeply and threateningly. He loomed over Kirishima, who cowered under the other male. Okiko quickly pushed Bakugo away. It isn't his fault. She yelled, trying to keep the new guy from breaking out a fight. We can still bring him back. We have time. But how much time? Ojiro asked, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. He said it could happen whenever. Zero reminded. What if we can't find him? Will we die too? Nobody's dying, Yorozu stated strongly. We're talking about war, Tokoyami added, pointing out the brutality that always followed battle. Gyro can find him in time, surely. Ida pointed out, gesturing to the silent girl among them. The girl T-scared and crossed her arms. If this was a week ago, then forget it. I don't want to get more involved. She declared, standing up and pulling her hood back on. The king's a fool to think he can beat All Might. I'm leaving before things get out of hand, and I suggest you all do the same. Gyro, Okiko let her voice fade away. The betrayal sank deep into her heart. She watched as the female exited the inn, followed by hesitant glances from her comrades. We can't leave Midoriya in All Might. Kirishima declared, hoping to rile up the others into joining him. She has a point, Yorozu remarked. The others nodded in agreement. The strategic action would be to do as Shouto said and leave the kingdom. With Izuku. Okiko argued, but no one listened to her. Sorry, Uraraka. Tokoyami placed a hand on her shoulder for comfort. But it isn't safe here anymore. Even you might get placed into the army. You should take your family and leave. Both he and Yorozu got up and left the inn as well. Ojiro followed behind not long after with only an apology. It left the group down to 5. I gave up everything to find my friend, and I'm not going to give up now. Ida declared. Zero nodded in agreement. I'm not going to chicken out. Besides, I'm sure we can find him in time. Kirishima nodded towards the 2 remaining allies. I think we should split up again. Zero and Ida together and I'll be with Bakugo. He began to discuss his plan with them once more, while Okiko could do nothing to participate. He was heading the right direction to the mountain pass. He should have at least made it to the capital by now. We can travel together until then. Bakugo T-scared. I don't need these losers' help. Everyone looked both shocked and offended. Kirishima elbowed him. I can find Deku on my own. Who is this guy again? 𝐬𝐿 asked, earning a menacing glare from the blonde. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 broke in. She brought several mugs of hot chocolate. Should I book you guys a room for tonight? We're very busy, so one room is all I can offer. Ida nodded eagerly. Yes, thank you, Uraka. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 couldn't shake off the hot gaze of the blonde. She just couldn't understand why he kept glaring at her like that. It kept her on edge the whole time. Once the inn kitchen was closed for the night, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 began cleaning late into the night. She hummed tunes to herself while she wiped the tables. Whore you to Deku? A harsh voice demanded, startling 𝐒𝐴, forcing a squeal from her lips. She turned to find Bakugo leaning against the stair railing. What the shark tooth told me about the others being friends from the castle, but he never mentioned you. The blonde growled. 𝐒𝐴's eyes widened as the blonde got closer. Shark tooth. Kirishima. Well, her breathing began to speed up along with her pounding heart. Our parents have known each other forever. We were friends when he lived here, but then moved. Bakugo didn't appear to believe her. Why do you care? She questioned, gaining more confidence when the blonde hesitated a step closer. I'm his friend just like the rest of them. Fine. He turned away as quickly as he arrived and marched upstairs. 𝐒𝐴 scoffed. He entirely left to avoid answering her question. It made 𝐒𝐴 laugh a little bit that such a stubborn man would walk away from situations he didn't like. It didn't seem like something she'd think he'd do. But she caught him a little trap. So you do care, here? The town market was lively and crowded. Shops with vibrant colors lined the streets for as far as could be seen. People from all over gathered to buy and sell imported and local merchandise. Voices of so many bundled together into one blurry noise. However, it wasn't unwelcome. Izuku enjoyed all of the commotions. He loved being surrounded by new people. An urge to wander from person to person and listen to their stories of travel arose inside his chest. The only thing that held him back was his companion. Unlike Izuku, Shinsu hated crowds. Social situations made him incredibly uncomfortable. He always felt that all eyes were on him, and they judged his every move. He couldn't understand what was socially acceptable for him to do either, but it didn't matter because they judge him no matter what. However, the smaller boy walking ahead of him was the complete opposite. It was both annoying and entertaining. Shinsu. The green-haired boy waved his friend over. He pointed to a stall selling gemstones and jewelry. Although Shinsu considered it to be foolish to waste money on useless items, he let himself view their beauty. Izuku held up a stone of various warm colors. Yellow melting into the red as if on fire. This is an imperial topaz. It's my country's national gemstone and can only be found in caves at the foot of the border mountains. Shinsu eyed the appealing stone, turning it in his hands to see each angle. The way the colors fade into each other captivated him. When my parents got married, my dad bought my mother a necklace made from imperial topaz, Izuku informed. His eyes sparkled at the mention of his parents. She still wears it. A sudden gather of tears pooled Izuku's emerald green eyes. Shinsu moved to see what was wrong. He awkwardly placed an arm around his shoulder. I miss them so much. He quickly wiped away his tears as if they hadn't come at all. I'm fine, thanks. He placed the stone back on display and moved away from the stall. Shinsu gave it one last look before continuing along. A storm had gathered that night. Dark gray clouds followed by a harsh wind. The rain that fell was large and loud as it pounded to the ground with incredible force. The night lit up with streaks of lightning, which was quickly announced by booming thunder, shaking the land. The storm came from the south, where Endeavor was. Izuku wondered if Shouto and Kaken saw it already. The rain and broken leaves thudded against his single window, making it hard to sleep. A constant thud from below awoke him anytime his eyes shut. Eventually, he gave up. Izuku decided a walk would do him some good. He could check on the horses and make sure they were all okay. Once out of his room, the noises only got louder. Neighing and whinnying from the horses along with banging on wood in distress. The rain and thunder were only making the sound louder. Izuku did his best to calm them but to no avail. There was hardly anything he could do. 𝐴 already closed the gates of the stables and all the horses were in and accounted for. The constant thud suddenly turned into a bursting bang followed by stamping hooves and a loud whine from a couple of rows down. That was where the wild horses were kept waiting to be trained. Izuku only had to get halfway there before a horse turned the corner. They nearly collided, but the horse reared, and Izuku fell off the ground in shock. His heart beat rapidly in his chest. The frightened black horse raced back the way it came. After recovering, Izuku chased after it. He noticed one of the stall's lock was broken and the door ajar. The black stallion continued to pace across the hall, his neighs frantic and breathing quick. Izuku cautiously approached. "Hey," he tried to whisper, but his voice was drowned out by all the noise. He reached for the lead hanging from his stall. He continued his approach, but the horse ran into another row. The other horses became more anxious as the wild one ran about. Midoriya. Izuku turned to find both 𝐴 and Aizawa entering through the small door at the entrance. He sighed with relief, thankful that they had come to help. Izuku quickly ran over to explain the situation. "It's all right," Aizawa assured. "It can't go anywhere. We can solve it when the storm's over," and he calms down. But Izuku began to protest, but he held his words back and obeyed. Soon, Aizawa and 𝐴 left back to the house, leaving Izuku with the wild horse running around. If it was really okay, then there was no point worrying anymore. Izuku returned to his room, but the cries of the horses below and the howls of the wind above kept him from sleeping at all. When morning came, the storm had died down to a light rainfall. Aizawa and 𝐴 arrived to help lead the horse into a spare stall while they fixed the lock. The poor creature had earned multiple scratches and bruises from crashing into things, but nothing serious. "You don't look good," 𝐴 commented while leading a couple of horses outside to the pen. Izuku hadn't slept a wink, and he probably looked as bad as he felt. "You didn't sleep, did you?" Izuku nodded tiredly. His friend sighed. "You can take the day off if you'd like." The taller teen offered, but Izuku quickly declined. "I couldn't do that." He waved his hands frantically to dismiss the idea. He owed Aizawa a lot for taking him in. There was no way he could skip out of a day of work because he was tired. 𝐴 shrugged and moved on with the horses. It was true that Izuku felt incredibly exhausted even though the day has just begun. But there was still a lot of work to be done. The storm caused a huge mess outside. Supplies and objects were thrown around along with fallen tree branches and littered leaves. He began by putting everything back where it should be, throwing branches and raking leaves. It took a lot of physical energy, which was better than mental because he was brain dead at this point. Thinking straight became difficult. And did he eat this morning? Guess he forgot. What time was it? Will Aizawa have made lunch by now? Izuku. He flinched when his name was spoken. 𝐴 was suddenly right next to him, the rake held between his hands. Izuku hadn't noticed he took it. "I took your lunch to your room. You should really rest." "I'm fine, I promise," Izuku assured. Although that was far from the truth, he couldn't show any weakness. He could work more. It would be fine. It could be worse. "You've been staring at that one leaf for 5 minutes," 𝐴 pointed out, picking up the green leaf from the ground and twisting it with his fingers. "You also threw the cat's bed out with those branches. They've been trying to dig it out for a while now." He finally noticed 3 cats trying to move the debris. 𝐴 walked over and pulled the bed free for them and carried it back to the stable where it belongs. "At least take a nap." Izuku sighed and wandered slowly back to his room. Just as told, a simple sandwich laid on his bed. After quickly devouring the food, Izuku allowed himself to curl up under the covers and doze off. He dreamed he was back at the castle. Some parts of the dream faded away as his memories of the castle grounds began to fade slowly. He hasn't been there in forever. Izuku really missed it. "Midoriya." A familiar voice called for him from the other side of the door. Without hesitation, he walked through. "Prince Shouto." He greeted. He placed down a tray of food that he didn't remember having there before. "I had the strangest dream," the prince began. Izuku noted the lace on his white pajamas along with his messy bedhead. The light streaming from the windows made Izuku think it was just an average day at the castle. You left and never came back. He laughed slightly to himself. I thought I'd never see you again, Izuku. The use of his first name sent chills down Izuku's spine. It was strange, Shouto had said his name a few times before, but never had they caused a reaction such as this. I'm glad you came back, the prince said, revealing a sweet smile which made Izuku blush. Oh, of course. Izuku struggled to form his words. Sometimes I wish I'd never left. What were these words coming from his mouth? He did miss the castle along with his dear friend, but he was glad to see his mother again and to meet Kaken and Shinsu. Was that how he honestly felt? Maybe things would have been better if he hadn't left. I wish you didn't go back. Suddenly, it was Kaken standing there. Izuku looked around to find himself deep in the forest, next to the waterfall. 2 black wolves were circling the blonde. It's safer for you out here. You are free here. You don't have to work or worry about food. I'll protect you from those villains. Can your precious prince do that? Confusing sank inside his chest, filling Izuku with dread. Why is he saying that? Kaken would never. Don't you just want a normal life? Shinsu now stood before him. The familiar smell of hay and dust filled the air. The weak light from the gate illuminated the stables. Don't you want to have a normal job and a normal home? They can't give you that. It was true. How could a prince or a forest dweller provide that? Izuku never wanted to stick out. He wants to be like everyone else. So why has this happened to him? He only wanted a job to support himself. When did everything become so complicated? Wake up, Shinsu said again, although his voice sounded different. More real. Hey, wake up. Izuku jolted awake, colliding heads with Shinsu. The taller male cursed and kneeled on the ground as he waited for the pain to subside. Izuku held his forehead for the same reason. Ah, Shinsu! He exclaimed loudly, making the other flinch. Izuku knew Shinsu hated loud noises. I'm so sorry, but what are you doing here? Shinsu glared at him from the floor before standing up and regaining his composure. I need your help for something. He then left without another word. Izuku sensed he wanted him to follow, so he did. Shinsu led the way down to the horses. He stopped at Roz's stall. Saddle him up, will you? Although confused, Izuku did as he was told. Shinsu left somewhere else while he got his horse ready to ride. Once done, Shinsu returned on the back of his horse. She was a black mare with a sturdy build. Let's go. He led his horse out toward the back entrance, leading to the many paths around the land. Where are we going? Izuku asked as soon as he caught up. Maybe there was a broken fence they needed to fix. Izuku noticed the sun was going down. The sky was turning a bright yellow. You'll see. They continued for a long time before Shinsu paused his horse at the edge of a small cliff. From there it dropped down into a large river that was outside the property. A short fence was all that stopped anything from diving off the edge. Shinsu's gaze was set on the colors of the sky ahead of them. Izuku followed his gaze to watch as the sun dipped into the rolling hills. Pink, red, orange, yellow, and blue all mixed to form an appealing painting. Cold air ran gently through Izuku's hair. The two remained vigil for several minutes, taking in the scenery. Soon Izuku's curiosity got the better of him. So, you wanted help with something? Not really, Shinsu replied quickly. Izuku raised an eyebrow as their eyes met. Shinsu's purpled irises were sad and lonely. He looked over at the green-haired teen with longing. I just wanted to talk. Okay. Izuku didn't understand why they couldn't talk back at the stables, although he wasn't complaining to come out to watch such a appealing scenery. About what? His friend sighed deeply. What are you doing here? He asked abruptly. The question took Izuku by surprise. What did he mean? Did he not want him here? I mean, you used to live in Endeavor, right? Why did you come here, to All Might? You come with absolutely nothing but the clothes on your back. I want to know why that is. Izuku took a moment to digest his questions. Of course, Shinsu would want to know. It was rather odd that he appeared out of the blue without anything to call his own. He knew these questions would pop up, and he was surprised it even lasted this long. Even Aizawa hasn't said anything yet. It's kind of a long story. He trailed off, thinking of how even to begin. Where does he start? I don't really know exactly. One day I was being targeted by this group called the League of Villains. I fled the country to get away. The League? Shinsu echoed in shock. So you had a life then? You have a family? Friends? Izuku nodded. Only my mom. My friends? He trailed off thinking about his friends at the castle and Kaken too. They must be anxious about him. What do they think about his disappearance? How is everyone doing? Do they miss him at all? I miss them all a lot. Before he knew it, tears streamed down his face. At first, Shinsu was somewhat shocked but recovered quickly to ask his last question. Do you wish you were there, rather than here? Shouto woke up with a wet pillow again. He could feel the fresh tears still sliding slowly off his cheeks. Every night he had the same dream. It was him and Izuku riding in the forest. The sun shined almost as brightly as Izuku's blinding smile. The woods were green and lively. It was just like things were before, but even better. Shouto also smiled. The worries of the upcoming war had disappeared along with his controlling father. They were free to do whatever out in the forest. No one was there to stop them from being together. It was what Shouto wanted more than anything in the world. But then he'd lose sight of Izuku. He would turn the corner and then be gone. No matter how hard Shouto searched, he could not find his friend. In his most recent dream, he could see Izuku in the distance. He was calling his name. Izuku's voice was full of fear and distress. Shouto reached out his hand, but he could never get close enough to grasp it. It was so frustrating. Then, as he continued searching, he'd come across a figure on the ground. Each time it would Izuku's dead body. Shouto had no idea what happened to his friend, only that he was lifeless. He could never save him no matter what he did in each dream. Izuku always died. And all Shouto could do was cradle his friend and cry. He'd apologize over and over, but what good was that? It was his fault his friend was dead. Your Highness! A nervous voice called. Kaminari had his head poking between the doors. Shouto nodded and allowed the page boy to enter. His usual bright and happy face were now dark and glum. Shouto knew something was wrong. The king has requested an audience. He then quietly shut the door and walked over quickly to whisper in his ear. I overheard him talking with his generals. It seems the battle preparations are complete. Shouto frowned deeply. He knew what this meant. The prince had done all that he could to slow the process, but he knew the time would come. Now all he could do was hope that his friends managed to flee the country. A war with the most influential nation would only resort to death. But all wars did. If they didn't win this battle, then they'll have made an enemy with the wrong people. But what if they did win? So many innocent people would be killed. His father, the kind, would wipe the land clean and make a fresh start for his people, but would their victory last? All Might is allied with many neighboring countries and has countless loyal followers. One is bound to attack while they are weak from war. Shouto couldn't understand his father's need to defeat his one-sided enemy. Surely he saw the whole picture. No matter how many times Shouto tried to make his father understand, he just wouldn't listen. All he heard was what he wanted to hear. He was incapable of obeying someone else. Once in the conference room, he found the generals all clearing out by the time he entered. Soon it was just him and his father. Shouto! His father gave a simple, curt nod as a greeting. He waited for Shouto to bow before continuing. The battle plans have been finished. We leave for All Might tomorrow. Shouto nearly choked on his saliva. Tomorrow? That's a little early, don't you think? Are you sure? That is my final word. The king interjected. I assure you, we have been ready for quite some time. Shouto held back a growl from inside his throat. Of course, he had been preparing this for a lot longer than Shouto first presumed. It had probably been on his mind since they first allied. The king was waiting for a chance to backstab King Toshinori. If that's all, Shouto was about to take his leave when his father stopped him. You know, his father paused to pull out an envelope from his pocket. I received this interesting note from the guards at the gate. They pulled it off this young kitchen girl. It says some fascinating stuff. Shouto froze. He slowly turned around to face his father, who had now gotten up to hand his son the letter. He slowly turned it in his hands until he noticed his father waiting for him to read the message. He opened it up and began to read. Prince Shouto, I regret to inform you that my Doria has fled to All Might to get away from the League. We're leaving to bring him back right now, so if you could somehow stall, we have a chance to get him away with us before the war. We'll get him back, I promise. Good luck with your problems too. Shouto glanced at his father, horrified. His friends were all in All Might. If they didn't hurry, they'll all be killed. He can't save them. What has he done? Had his warning been too late? Would Izuku have been saved had he been able to send the letter sooner? His nightmare was coming true. His dear friend would die, and it would be Shouto's fault. He father laughed. It was deep and menacing. Now I understand why you've been trying to stop me from going to battle. It's too bad your friend are going to get in the way. You even tried to warn them. His father chuckled, even more, doubling over to wipe tears from his eyes. As quickly as it had come, his laughter died down. I would punish you for treason against the crown and its secrets, but I can't imagine a worse punishment other than knowing your friends are dying because of you. The air around him became tight and hot. Shouto's lungs gasped for breath. He can't breathe. He can't breathe. He can't breathe. His knees collapsed on himself, and he ignored the pain in his legs and hands when he crumpled to the ground at his father's feet. It was his fault. It was his fault. His friends would die. Izuku would die. He can't save him. He can't save him. No. He has to save him. 2 dozen eggs, 1 gallon of milk, cheddar cheese from that shop at the corner, 3 heads of lettuce, 5 tomatoes. Izuku continued to mutter as he made his way down the street. He scoured the stores for the items on his list. Aizawa had planned to have a special dinner tonight, although Izuku still didn't understand why. This was the first time he had been trusting shopping by himself, and he wasn't going to disappoint. He managed to find everything by noon and quickly made his way to Aizawa's small town stables on the outskirts of the capital to where Roz was waiting. While on his way, he could have sworn to have heard a familiar booming voice along with spiky red hair among those in the crowd, but soon they were swept away by the crowd. He sure misses his friends. Did you get strawberries? Aizawa asked Izuku as he inspected the groceries. Izuku's face paled. I don't remember you saying strawberries too. The man facepalmed and drew the hand along his face with an exasperated sigh. Those are the most important. He quickly looked around to make sure no one was listening. Shinsu loves strawberries, so I need you to go back and get those. Although confused, Izuku did as he was told. By the time he reached the town, most market shops had turned in for the night. The chances of finding one selling strawberries were incredibly low. But Izuku searched until finally, he found one last shop selling fruit, and luckily, they still had strawberries. He paid and then ran back to go home. He nearly ran into a small group of middle-aged men. Offering his apologies, he moved around them, accidentally eavesdropping on their conversation. I heard a loud commotion out by the mountains the other day. One informed the others. Yeah, and you can see large fires out in the forest too. A second added. It's like someone's camping out there. But with so many. But Izuku was gone before he could finish hearing the rest. Izuku shrugged it off as nothing. While riding home, the dimming sky did reveal a bright light at the foot of the mountains. He ignored the problem once home. Aizawa quickly snatched the berries and vanished into the kitchen. Bored, he decided to find Shinsu out in the stables. Just as he assumed, his purple-haired friend was found playing with the cats again. Izuku sat down beside him and was quickly surrounded by a small army of cats. He laughed and did his best to even out the petting. Did you see the big light by the mountains? Izuku couldn't help but ask. He tried to push it aside as nothing to worry about, but a strange feeling kept nagging at him. He couldn't quite wrap his finger around it. Yeah, why? Shinsu tilted his head as he looked sideways at his friend. I wonder if it's a fire that would cause serious trouble for everyone. With the river next door, they could take the horses and be safe, but the thought was still scary. Shinsu shook his head. We just had rain. I doubt there could be a fire. Then what is it? Before this question could be answered, Aizawa called the boys in for dinner. The house smelled delicious upon entering. Aizawa had cooked up an impressive meal. One much larger than Izuku has ever had before. The food brought smiles to both boys' eyes, especially Shinsu's. I'm here. The loud voice of Hisashi echoed throughout the house as the man entered. He came over to the boys and roughed Shinsu's hair. Happy birthday, crazy cat boy. His birthday. Now everything clicked into place. So that's why Aizawa cooked up such a large and special meal. Izuku had no idea it was Shinsu's birthday. Aizawa came over and whacked Hisashi with his spatula. I was supposed to say it first, Yamada. My bad. Hisashi put on his most innocent-looking face, although it was anything but sorry. He then moved to the dining table and took a seat as if he owned the place. Which he basically did at this point. The others followed suit. Izuku loved the way they resemble some strange family, although none of them were related by blood. They all talked about whatever the topic went to, switching from one thing to another and letting the conversations flow freely. Izuku felt comfortable among these people. He indeed had made himself at home at Aizawa's horse ranch. Their meal was followed by a cake that Hisashi bought from a bakery. It was a appealing strawberry shortcake topped with a delicious strawberry syrup which Aizawa had made using the berries Izuku had made sure to buy. Although embarrassed, Shinsu was also incredibly happy. Izuku loved seeing the smile plastered all over his face. They all had a lot of fun that night. When Izuku ran off to bed, he felt like he could sleep forever. His limbs were exhausted from all of his work that day, and his brain was finished with communication. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He awoke to distant screaming. Bursting from his room and running through the stables, he could feel that something was wrong. The horses all paced with agitation. Once outside he found Shinsu, Aizawa, and strangely Hisashi as well standing at the gate. All their faces turned to one thing. The capital was on fire. Katsuki knew something was off. All day he felt agitated. The animals he passed felt the same thing. However, he was foolish not to have done some investigating. But when it happened, it was too late. It started with men on horses charging into town. They wore heavy war armor and rode with torches. They set the market on fire first. Katsuki and Kirishima had been wandering the town, having only just arrived. They couldn't do anything about what came next. More men followed, tossing jars of explosives. One after another, the buildings set on fire. It wasn't long until the whole town was awake and afraid. The third attack came with more men on horses wielding swords. They began brutally murdering any civilian that crossed their path. What is this? Katsuki growled as he avoids burning debris. He and Kirishima made their way to the center of the battle via back allies. These men are in Deva's army. Kirishima stood still as soon as he recognized the emblem on each piece of armor. I don't understand, what are they doing here? Bakugo used the sword given to him by Ida before they split to take down one of the soldiers from his mount. He slammed him against the wall and put the blade to his throat. What's going on? He demanded the frightened guard. The man stuttered incomprehensible words before Katsuki shook him vigorously in an attempt to gain some information out of him. Finally, he gave away. I'm just following orders, he explained while cowering under the other's strong glare. King Todoroki has ordered an attack on All Might. Why? Kirishima approached. He guards looked over at him and relaxed when realizing that this guy wasn't as intimidating, although still in the grip of Katsuki's fists. He knew Shouto warned him about this, but he still didn't understand why. They have an alliance. Why would he attack an ally? The guard shook his head. I'm just doing as I'm told. They said there would be a great reward for all participants and my family's really poor. Enough with your whiny excuses. Bakugo interrupted with a growl. His usual frown now curved deeper the more he heard from this soldier. What kind of human being kills innocent people? Bakugo, Kirishima placed a hand on the other to calm him down. We knew this would happen. Katsuki snapped around to face the other. We could have done something. Kirishima shook his head. Don't blame yourself. There's nothing we could have done. Katsuki loosened his grip on the soldier, who quickly broke free and fled the scene. Neither boys moved to stop him. The blonde's fists clenched and unclenched over and over as he tried to keep himself from exploding. I'm angry too. The redhead looked around to the orange flames consuming the town around them. His eyes full of sorrow and distraught when he looked back at his companion. But we came here for a reason. Katsuki remembered why they had come. Deku, he looked over at the fleeing people. He watched others get trodden underfoot of their own, while others were sliced by the passing swords. Don't you dare die on me. The news of the capital spread quickly. It didn't take long before the whole country was aware of what was going on. The castle was in a more massive panic. The layout of the land had the capital constructed a mile from the outer walls for a reason such as this. They isolated the castle to protect the people from an invasion. However, it had the opposite effect as planned. They had not anticipated the first strike to be on the town. Servants buzzed around in a panic as their king walked past. He stood tall and kept his head high as he marched into the conference room to where his council waited. Several lords and ladies live in the castle, but the majority have their homes elsewhere. Toshi, the town, a senior man and old mentor of the king, was the first to speak. He was short in stature and had graying hair, but the fire in his eyes remained. So I've heard. Toshinori pinched his nose in frustration. They'll come here next, you know. One of the ladies informed. She had dark raven hair and light blue eyes. Her white and purple dress framed her body well, as she always dressed in tight clothing. But who are they? A lord with a husky voice from a mask questioned. Endeavor, of course. A small man with an animal-looking appearance. I knew we couldn't trust him. A lady in white and gray reminded the group. Enough! King Toshinori exclaimed, silencing the argues of the group. We must reason with each other, or this will never work. I think we need to gather all the lords and ladies and prepare for battle. He motioned to a servant in the corner of the room. Send a message to them all. Tell them to bring their armies. Surely they know to do that anyway. Another lady rolled her eyes. She was the youngest of them all, with curly blonde hair and a purple dress. I'm sure they'll come to aid as soon as they catch wind of what's going on here. We can't take any risks. The rat man scolded the girl. We could be attacked at any given moment. As if on cue, the castle walls shook from a massive explosion. The council faced the windows to see the gates being torn apart by flames. A vast army rushed through the new opening. They're here. The servant yelled, racing out into the halls. Toshinori pulled the sword from its sheath and raised it into the air. Slowly, the others raised their weapons as well. To battle, my friends. They charged through the castle, joined by any guards inside and regrouping with their own army already fighting with the attackers outside the main doors. They charged into battle without hesitation or fear. At first, they were winning. The strength of the lords and ladies at battle combined was terrific. They were the best in the country, which had earned them their titles. They fought alongside their soldiers until numbers overcame power. They soon found themselves surrounded. Toshinori's old mentor bounded to his side. We'll create an opening for you to escape. They fought back to back as he spoke. I cannot leave you. He tried to argue, but he knew that it would be the best. He was not as strong as he used to be. It was only a matter of time before he was brought to his knees. Please, Your Highness. Lady Midnight begged him while fending off the attackers with her WHP. She began tossing her sleeping vials into the crowd. The soldiers of All Might knew to cover their faces immediately. Soon, the crowd began to fall to the ground in a deep sleep. The ones behind them learned to cover their faces, and the vials became useless. She cursed. You can take shelter with Eraserhead and present MIC. His friends and allies pushed a path back to the castle to let their king find a way out of the battle to fight another day. With one last hesitating look, King Toshinori ran through back to the castle. He was greeted by many servants, waiting to help in some way instead of fleeing with the others. This way, Your Highness. One led the way down servant walls that would lead him outside the castle walls. The others fell in behind to keep watch of any who followed. The halls led to a secret door behind a tapestry which opened to a narrow hallway heading slowly down. The servant wasted no time in jumping inside. The other stayed out and locked the door. They would make sure no one followed. And with the sound of shoots and wails of agony, they had been. The banging door, however, did not budge for them. It leads on forever before finally opening up through the ceiling with a ladder. The path continued after that, but they mounted the ladder to open out of a tree trunk. The servant quickly shut and locked the hatch by twisting the metal handle. "This way, my king." He bolted through the forest. How he knew of this path, the king had no idea, but he was glad the boy did. Although he did not know his name, for there were many servants at his castle, he did know his face, nor would he ever forget it. The trees blocked the night sky, but the king was glad. He knew it was covered with grey ash and reflecting the flames of his beloved town. The screams of his people could still be heard. In fact, they grew louder as they went on. Eventually, they came to a stop at the top of a hill that overlooked the town. King Toshinori looked on with horror as he saw the city up in flames. From there, he could see the men on horses slaughtering his people. How could they have done this? Why was he killing the innocent? Can't he do anything to stop this? If he had an option, he would have given up his throne in a second if his people would be left untouched. "We must hurry," the servant boy reminded, even though his eyes were glued to the scene before him. He must feel the same. They were both helpless. However, he managed to tear his gaze away first, and pulled at the king's arm. "Aizawa's land isn't too far away. If we stick to the shelter of the trees, we can make it there, but we have to hurry. It won't be long until they find the king missing." But something deep inside him refused to move. He cannot flee while his people are in need of help. He cannot run away to save his own life while others are dying. We need to help them. Without thinking, he was racing down the hill towards the town. The servant cried for him to stop, and to not have the sacrifices of his friends in vain. But he couldn't stop the man. The people were crying and shouting, but their voices were drowned out by the collapsing buildings. Toshinori immediately went to work by guiding the people outside the town. The forest would be safe, for now at least. He pulled people from the rubble and guided children to their mothers. He had always been this way. He still felt like it was his duty to protect and save his people. It was. There were his people. The king had done his best to keep them in a peaceful time. He despised war, so he allied with his neighbors. So how had things come to this? "This way, everyone." A voice that wasn't his cried out to the people. A figure dressed in black and a mask over his face was helping to people outside the town. Toshi immediately ran to this man's side to help him. "There's a river to the west," he informed the man while helping a woman back on her feet. "They can flee the fire there." The hooded man nodded and began announcing which way to go. The west also led to Aizawa's property. He could take the people in and shelter them in his stables. His old friend was also the type to help others. Suddenly, a wave of soldiers charged toward the fleeing people. Before Toshi could react himself, the hooded man jumped forward and threw something at the feet of the horses. They reared, knocking most of the soldiers from their saddles before bolting off. Only then did he notice the live snake slithering away from the commotion. One horse, however, jumped over the snake in an attempt to flee to the forest. The man was barely able to jump out of the way. The wind of the horse made his hood fly off, revealing strange bicolored hair of white and red. He looked over to the king, knowing his cover had been blown. The king knew exactly who that was. His left side was unmistakably one belonging to King Todoroki's family. This was the crown prince of Endeavor. Even though it was his people attacking, he had moved to help the people of his enemies. He quickly pulled the hood back on and disappeared through the rising smoke. Toshinori stood, dumbfounded. Why would the prince be here? Why was he helping his people? Nothing made sense. "Your Highness." The servant had finally found him again. Smoke and dirt blackened his face, and his brow glowed with sweat. "The people have fled. Let's go now." The king listened and followed the servant in the direction of the people. He hated how many bodies he had to jump over. He whispered an apology to each and every one. It was his fault that this had happened. He should have known. Endeavor would do this. As the king, he could have done something to prevent this. But he didn't, and now hundreds of innocent lives were lost. He looked up at the gray sky. The orange flames liked the ash above him, making snow of gray and black. They covered the town, the forest, and the people who slept eternally. Toshinori refused to let these people be forgotten. He no longer has the strength to fight this war, but he can find someone who can. Surprisingly, the casualties were few. Not as many dead as expected, but quite a few wounded and sick from smoke inhalation. Shouto wished he could say the same for the other side. He walked the blackened streets alone with the charred corpses left behind. The fires had taken up the entire day before they were able to control it again. In the end, only 3/4 of the town burned. The remainder had been cleared out and was now base for Shouto's section of the Endeavor Army. The king had sent the new recruits in to attack the town, while the royal army of trained warriors raided the castle. He could have stopped this. The thought played over and over in his mind. For all he knew, Izuku was among the unrecognizable dead. Or, he could be back home with his mother, safe and sound. But he knew nothing. With what is done, Shouto isn't sure if he can ever face Izuku again. He did it to save him. Shouto had no choice. If he hadn't agreed to do his father's will, then not only would Izuku be dead, but also Kirishima and Bakugo as well. The League members were all terrible people. It continued to disturb him that his father would get involved with them at all. If they had come to attack the people, then even more innocent blood would be shed. Shouto couldn't help but think about the man he met the night of the fire. He was dressed not like any other civilian, and he immediately recognized Shouto. A lord, perhaps. But that man's unwavering smile was so familiar. He couldn't possibly be king of all might. His father had attacked the castle to kill him. How on earth did he get away? More importantly, all the fled to a safe place now. His father might attack more villages, so if they avoid those areas and stay in the forest, they should be all right. At least he hoped. All this death and destruction was all his fault. He had done exactly as his father commanded. But he should not have. He should have listened to his heart and stopped his soldiers. How can any human being stand by and do nothing as others screamed for help? These people were their friends. They had done nothing wrong. Shouto wished he could be punished in some way. That way came a lot faster than he expected. Royal Sum. A voice shouted as they jumped on top of him from an alleyway. Shouto crumbled from the new weight and soon found himself pinned to the ground by an unknown blonde. His angry red eyes were staring daggers down at him. "You're a traitor." A small knife was cutting at his throat more and more. Shouto did nothing to stop him. It would be better if he were dead. Then his men would be in chaos, and it would give the people time to escape further. He wasn't allowed to see Izuku again anyway, so what was there to live for? Bakugo. Another voice rushed over. From the corner of his eye, Shouto could see the unmistakable spiky red hair of a friend. His eyes widened once he saw who exactly he had pinned to the ground. Prince Shouto. He quickly dragged the angry blonde away, yelling curses and protests, but let it happen. Kirishima, if he was here then Izuku. Where Midoriya? The blonde T-scared and his friend looked away sheepishly. Sorry, Shouto. We haven't been able to find him. Shouto's heart sank. Oh, what if he was part of the ones dead? It would be quite ironic, wouldn't it? In order to save Izuku, he helped his dad take over a country, only for him to be in that country and he died during Shouto's attack. He could almost laugh, although more out of grief than amusement. Death was nothing to laugh about. I doubt that nerd would die that easily. The blonde spoke up, surprising Shouto. Although he appeared nonchalant, it was clear he was trying to convince everyone that Izuku was still alive. Mostly himself. The truth was, he was just as worried about him as the rest of them. I'm sorry, who are you? Rude, yes, but Shouto has never seen this guy before, so he's not another friend from the castle. Just how does he know Izuku? The blonde shot him a glare. Katsuki Bakugo. He spat. I'm here to take that dumb freckled nerd back with me. With you? Shouto questioned. A slight blush formed on his cheeks. Yes, with me. He shouted loudly. The blonde stood up straighter, trying to intimidate the other male. Shouto laughed. Was this guy challenging him? Kirishima stepped in between them before things got ugly. He faced Shouto to explain things. Bakugo was the one that kept Midoriya safe in the forest. He wouldn't be alive if it weren't for me. Katsuki barked. This guy was really starting to get on his nerves. How dare he come to him and talk as if Izuku belonged to him? Izuku was his own person and belonged to no one. Bakugo better learn to respect that. Common guys, Kirishima nervously interrupted. We're all after the same goal, aren't we? Both boys huffed and turned their gazes away from each other. It would be impossible for them to cooperate with each other. Despite Shouto always being the mature one, Kirishima would have to step in just this once. Let's work together, he suggested, although he wasn't going to give either much of a choice. We can use Prince Todoroki's power and authority to help and Bakugo, and I can be your outside men. My soldiers aren't just civilians, Shouto informed, eyeing the road warily in case there were unwanted eyes and ears. I know my father has some spies among them. I can't do anything that would break his trust. Kirishima thought for a moment, but it was Bakugo who came up with the next idea. Then mix your interests. He pointed out as if it were obvious. You can use your father's will against him. How, exactly? Shouto questioned skeptically. The blonde shrugged. He wants to control the people, right? So he'd want to establish authority over them. That means he'll put on a display of his power, like the fires and the castle. But not everyone got to see it. If the king has any brains at all, he'll go and take control of the rest of the towns. Finally, the other two boys understood where this was going. I wonder who he'll send to do that job. If his father sent him to take control of the other towns, he'd have the opportunity to look for Izuku. He could use his father's plan to align it with his own. Wow, Bakugo. Shouto laughed slightly and shook his head in disbelief. You really do have a brain after all. This way. Izuku guided an elderly woman into the stables with all the other refugees. The horses had been moved into the outdoor pen. It was squishy, but livable for now. The people came in non-stop for the past day and a half. Most had gotten lost or were merely slow from age or wounds. Any of the wounded were quickly moved into the medical tent Aizawa had temporarily created from his market tent. He had seen many nasty burns on most people, and a few wounds caused by a blade. Izuku was afraid to hear why. Izuku was no healer, but he did his best in making everyone comfortable in their temporary homes. He had even given up his own room for a single mother of 5 children. The father has yet to be discovered. The faces of the refugees were all but ones of those who have given up. Excuse me, good sir. A weak voice asked behind him. Izuku turned to find 2 figures waiting at the gate of the property. One was short with yellow hair and piercing blue eyes. His cheeks were hollowed and his frame was petite. Beside him was a hooded figure with messy dark hair. Their eyes met for a moment, but he quickly looked away and pulled the hood tighter around his face. Does Aizawa Shota happen to be around? The blonde questioned almost angrily. Or maybe annoyed. Upset. Probably all 3 considering what's happened. I think he's in the stables, but I can go check. He then waved for them to follow as he marched toward the stables. The man quickly caught up to walk next to him, while the younger one lagged behind. Are you guys refugees? Izuku asked. He knew it was a touchy subject, but this man didn't seem to mind. I guess we are, aren't we, young Tamaki? The man looked over his shoulder at the other, who flinched under his gaze. Yes, sir, Amijiki replied in an almost silent voice. See, can you call me Amajiki, please? My bad. He chuckled gently, although sadness was hidden behind it. You have to stop calling me sir, alright? Tamaki laughed nervously but nodded. His laughter died once they reached the stables. The people gathered there was insane. It was basically half the capital. About a quarter fled to another town, and the remainder were dead in the streets of their beloved city. Out of all the people gathered, nobody smiled. Their eyes were empty and void of color. Everything had been taken from them, so they had no reason to smile. Their lives had been flipped upside down. Toshinori. Aizawa approached after unloading extra blankets from the main house. He looked the man up and down. "You look terrible." The man, Toshinori, huffed and rolled his eyes. "What did you expect? I'm not as young as I used to be." Aizawa would usually laugh, but instead, he gave the man a deadly serious look. He checked over his shoulder at the people in the stables before stepping out. "I'm going to take Toshinori to the house to talk. Please make this young man somewhere to sleep." Izuku looked up at the sky. The day was nearly over now that the sun touched the horizon, creating an orange sky and pink clouds. He then turned to the young man. He didn't look too much older than himself. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." He stretched out his hand in greeting. Hesitantly, the other shook it. "Tamaki Imagiki." He replied sheepishly. "Nice to meet you." Izuku smiled. He did his best to be sincere despite the smell of death followed by all the refugees. Tamaki gave a half smile in return, but it quickly vanished. "I guess I'll start by asking if you have any family I can help you find. We have a board of names of everyone here so people can find their families." Tamaki shook his head and looked back toward the castle longingly. "I only have my best friend, and he's at the castle." Izuku's smile faded once he saw the tears form on the other teen's face. "Hey! I'm sure he's alright. I don't know if he's alive or if I'll see him again." Izuku really didn't know what to do. He could only suggest one thing. "We can go put your name on the board, so if he comes, he can find you." Tamaki nodded, and so Izuku led the way to the board on the stable door. Tamaki jotted his name down at the bottom of the list marked for last names beginning with T. "And what's your friend's name? In case he comes I can let him know immediately." "Mirio Tagata." Tamaki began wiping away his tears. "Thank you, Midoriya." "No problem." Izuku smiled back. "Let's find you a place to rest for the night now, okay? The castle overrun, here." Aizawa confirmed with the now ex-king. The man laughed. "I can't believe the day finally came. I didn't think he'd actually do it. We all knew it would happen eventually." Toshinori reminded with his face in his palms. "But, now, what do we do?" "Fight back of course," Aizawa stated quickly as if it were obvious. "I already sent a message to all the other lords and ladies along with the Northern Army." He spoke of the army reserve in the north specifically for days like this. It was an army school to train for war. It had come in handy many times before, and it would surely benefit them now. "I don't think I should reign again," the old king suddenly declared. "I want to find a successor." Aizawa stood upright fast enough to knock his chair back and cause the table to shake. "Are you mad? At a time like this? You can't bestow such a burden on a child now of all times." Toshinori waved his hands to dismiss the idea. No, you got it all wrong, my friend." Aizawa calmed down and put his seat back as the man continued. "I think that now would be the best to find a successor. Tragedies bring out the best of people, you know. Besides, I'm old and weak now. It would be best for someone else to become the leader of this nation. But I won't make them take back the kingdom on their own, of course. And where do you suppose you'll find one?" Aizawa rolled his eyes at his friend's optimism. It's been a while since he showed this much enthusiasm after he was severely injured several years ago. He pondered for a moment. "There are tons of people here. Refugees," he reminded. "They've lost everything. Which is perfectly why I'll give them everything." Aizawa shook his head. "I can't believe you're even saying this." He facepalmed before coming to a realization. "You plan to give your successor one for all, don't you?" "I'm too old to wield it now. It needs a new MSTR." Toshinori rubbed the back of his neck nervously. "Besides, how else will I choose my successor?" Shouto, King Todoroki, greeted his son with nothing but a nod as he watches from All Might's throne. Shouto entered the room and dropped to one knee before his king. "The capital is secure," he informed his father. The boy kept his head low and avoided looking into the older man's eyes. Those eyes would show him nothing except greed and anger. His son could longer bear the icy gaze. "All the citizens are either dead or have run off to another village. What will you have me do next?" The king rested his chin on his fist to ponder. After a moment, he spoke up. "Shall we move on to the next village then?" Shouto gritted his teeth but kept his anger locked away. His face revealed nothing of his disgust for his father. "I don't see the point in that, Your Highness." Shouto picked his words carefully as not to upset the powerful man in front of him. The king looked down with confused and challenging eyes. For once, Shouto looked up to meet his gaze. "We should use the people, not kill them." The king leaned back in his chair, looking further down his nose. "And what do you suppose?" The teen forced back a smile. Everything was going as Shouto predicted. Maybe his father had never beaten All Might was because he was so predictable. His goals never changed, and neither did his view. He was so short-sighted and could only see what went on in front of him. He was too focused on his victory to even second-guess his son. "We should show our 𝐷𝐻𝐻." Shouto used words he knew would appeal to his father. The words he wanted to hear from his trusted eldest son. "Tell them that you are the king now. That their king is dead and has a new ruler. Their lives belong to you." The king smiled greedily. A small chuckle echoed through the room. "The burning didn't do it." Shouto shook his head. Although news travels fast, only a fraction of the people actually witnessed it. King Todoroki thought on the fact. He leaned forward in his throne, intrigued with what his son had to say, so he continued. "We should go from town to town and set an example. Put the people in their place. Let them know how things will work from now on." Shouto could tell that the more he spoke, the more interested the king became with his idea. "We can make these people our workers, and our people can rise from the gutters. The people of Endeavor will love you even more." "And do you suppose will do that?" the king demanded. "Me. Only if you want to, Your Highness." Shouto bowed before getting up to his feet. "You may think about my idea if you wish. You know where to find me once you've made up your mind." He waved his father goodbye over his shoulder as the guards opened the door to let him out. "Wait." Shouto paused, a smile cracking on his face, but he quickly forced it down as he turned to face the new king of All Might. "Can I entrust this to you, my son?" Shouto bowed once more, this time much deeper. "It would be an honor to prove myself to you." His father nodded, and Shouto continued his way back. As the doors behind him clicked shut, he muttered under his breath. "How far have you fallen, father?" "Midoriya!" The children screamed his name. It wasn't until one jumped on his stomach that he woke up. "What's wrong, kids?" The green-haired boy rubbed his eyes and faced the trio of children in front of him. One held a ball. "Come play with us." The girl reached for his hand and began to pull him to his feet. Another boy came to pull his other hand. Izuku decided it wouldn't hurt to play with them. They led him to the gates to play soccer. Izuku and the girl against the two boys. These past few days, Izuku had enjoyed playing with the children during his free time, but he would always have to leave to help Aizawa out. Food was a problem here. Yesterday, Izuku went with many other men to bring extra provisions from a hidden storage unit in the forest. However, that wouldn't feed so many people for much longer. It wouldn't be long until they ran out of food. And with the nearest town in ruins, there was no hope for food for miles. Unless they hunted for it, but that would still be way too many people. Besides, these people were city folk. Few would even know the first thing about hunting. "We're going over to Arena." A woman carrying a sack of supplies and belongings from her home rushed over and dragged one of the boys away. A young girl clung to her mother's side while an older boy, although not yet in his teens, helped carry the younger boy along despite his protests. Already so many have decided to make their way to Arena, the town over. It was a good thing, to have fewer mouths to feed and more places to sleep. However, none that left have sent any news of making it there safely. There was only hope. That was all most of these people had. Looking around, everyone was downtrodden and had empty eyes, waiting to be filled with a joy that would never come. It was sad. Izuku, along with the other children, were the only ones who could even smile through all of this. But it pained him every time to do so each time. "I can still take you two on," the remaining boy declared, although his eyes betrayed the sadness that came from losing his friend. However, he put on his best. smile as he challenged his opponents. Izuku would not let him down. However, he went a little easy on him. Their game was interrupted by a loud yell from someone outside the gates. "Do you even know where we're going?" One yelled loud enough for Izuku to hear clearly despite not being yet in view due to the curve in the road and the tall looming trees beyond. "Of course not." Another retorted back. "I'm just following the road. That lady said there was a shelter just ahead." "I don't trust that filthy woman." The first spat. They probably were speaking of the woman and her children who left for arena. There was nothing wrong with the woman. "You're just grumpy because you haven't seen your precious dash," the voice cut off into a yelp of surprise. "I will end you." The man snarled. It wasn't until then did Izuku recognize the voices. As two figures turned the corner into view, he realized he was correct. Before he could think, Izuku found himself running forward to greet his friends. When they first noticed him, they took a ready stance, as if to fight, but realization quickly dawned on their faces. 𝐭𝐿 was his first target. He jumped onto him and wrapped his arms around the more massive teen. He still walked around without a shirt, only his soft red cape for warmth. Although Izuku was strangely glad to feel the blonde's warmth directly. Izuku couldn't believe his friend was here at all might. His wounds looked pretty much healed from when he found him bleeding to death in the cave. It feels like it's been forever since they were together with the wolves. Speaking of which, Izuku didn't see any. 𝐭𝐿 must have left him behind. He was a little disappointed at that. Although it's not like you can have two wolves follow you around all the time in public. Some people might not like that. "Midoriya!" The other boy shouted, drawing Izuku's attention from the blonde he was latched on to. Kirishima's smile rivaled Izuku's. "I can't believe you're all right." Although reluctant, Izuku removed himself from Katsuki to give Kirishima a weaker tackle. It was quick and friendly. When he looked back at Katsuki, he noticed he was entirely flushed at the face and still stunned. His crimson eyes still locked onto the green-haired teen. "Look, Bakugo." Kirishima bounced over to give the other a nudge. "It's your Deku. He's right here in front of us. Perfectly safe." "Deku," he growled, although it was soft and quiet. Izuku smiled wider. He waited for 𝐭𝐿 to say something already. He was dying to see how much the blonde missed him. Katsuki then moved closer, towering over the smaller teen. "Do you have any idea how long we've looked for you?" he shouted. The other boys were equally just as shocked at the sudden aggression. "We thought you were dead for all we know. Why did you have to be so hard to find? And why didn't you come back to the caves? I would have protected you from those thugs." Izuku snickered into his hand. "I missed you too, 𝐭𝐿." The blonde growled when Izuku took hold of his hand and began dragging him through the gates. Kirishima followed behind while holding back his own laughter. Although his eyes betrayed a hint of jealousy at the contact between the two boys ahead of him. There wasn't much room left in the stables, and Izuku gave up his room and bed, so there wasn't anywhere else to go. So when night came, the three boys quietly sat on the hay bales, staring into the night sky. All the blankets had been used up, so the three boys had only one to share. Bakugo declared he wanted it, and since he didn't have a shirt, the others didn't argue. It was quiet. Everyone else had long since gone to sleep. Izuku felt so lonely, him being the only one awake from what he can tell. He always hated being the last to fall asleep, but he couldn't help it. His thoughts were on a rampage. Neither boy said anything about how they managed to find Izuku where they've been since he went missing. Not that he particularly cared. All that mattered was that he was here with them now. He felt safe, but at the same time, he felt worried. They'll try to take him back. And where will he go? Back to his mother. Maybe he should keep his new life here with Aizawa and Shinsu. Although with everything going on, things might never go back to normal. Who knows what King Todoroki is planning next? It's unfortunate planning really. That he happens to be in All Might when it's attacked by his own country. How he longed for his days back at the castle. Those were his favorite memories. Although the ones with 𝐭𝐿 were also incredibly wonderful. Never had he felt so free before. He wondered if it was possible to return to that life. 𝐭𝐿 probably thinks he's too much of a burden. Oh, how his life has become such a maze. He is too far lost within the walls, not knowing where to go, or what road leads where. A breeze made him shiver. Man, it was cold. As if hearing his thoughts, a blanket was thrown over top of him. Izuku looked over at 𝐭𝐿. His red eyes were practically glowing in the dark and they stared right back at him. 𝐭𝐿, you were muttering, he stated and turned over to the overside. Izuku looked over at Kirishima on the other side of the blonde. He was fast asleep. But you'll be cold too, Izuku whispered, not wanting to wake up the remaining boy. Katsuki did not reply. Instead of words, Izuku edged closer to 𝐭𝐿 and wrapped the blanket around them both. He could feel the taller teen's muscles stiffen as Izuku pressed himself to his bare back. You're so warm, 𝐭𝐿, Izuku sighed. What are you doing? Katsuki growled, but despite his protests, he didn't make any move to separate himself. I'm warming us up, Izuku replied, happily snuggling closer. He took his silence as an invitation. With his cheek pressed against Katsuki's shoulder blades, Izuku couldn't have been happier. It had been forever since he's had Katsuki's company. He missed everything about him. His strangely pleasant smell of flowers and leaves, his rough outside, but soft inside, his gentle touch and wary gaze. Suddenly, Katsuki began to shift. At first Izuku thought he was moving away from him, but instead, he turned to face the green-haired teen. Izuku gasped when their eyes met. 𝐭𝐿's crimson eyes were calm. Well, it was something Izuku had never had anyone look at him like that before. The blonde slid one arm beneath Izuku and the other over the top and pushed his back to make him come closer. Izuku found himself buried in 𝐭𝐿's neck as the other gave him a hug that Izuku never thought he'd ever received from the angry teen. 𝐭𝐿? Izuku began to ask, but Katsuki silenced him. Shut up, nerd. Izuku smiled softly and let himself fall asleep in Katsuki's arms. He was warm and safe, and above all else, he was happy. Midoriya, help me with this. Shinsu called for his friend to help move a couple of gray blocks into the horse pasture. They could no longer treat the horses with carrots and apples now with so many extra mouths. The horses would be stuck with plain old hay for a while. As they moved them inside, Katsuki and Kirishima stopped by. Need some help, Midoriya? The redhead asked while already grabbing a hay block. Bakugo decided also to grab one and bring it in as well. That should be enough for today, Shinsu concluded. We can't feed them too much with our supplies running so low. We could use the hay for beds too. Although as the days passed, more and more left for arena. Only half the people remained. Those were they who had no family or friends to stay with and had nothing of their own. Few had managed to bring along money and food to get by, but the ones at the heart of the fire weren't so lucky. Izuku found himself even more fortunate to have found such a safe place to work and sleep. Who knows what would have happened had he been in town at that time. Speaking of which, they hadn't heard from Ichizashi in a while. After Shinsu's birthday party, he stayed the night but left the next morning to check out the commotion in town. He hasn't returned, nor has he sent a letter to let everyone know where he was and when he'd return. Aizawa got more and more anxious about it as the days went by. Twice now Izuku found Aizawa waiting at the gates in hope to see his childhood friend return. However, he still has yet to show himself. Unconsciously, Izuku's feet led him to the gates. Although he didn't know why, since there were no more people passing through from the burned-down village. The road was silent and void of anything living. It had been a week since the destruction of the town and invasion of Endeavor. Sometimes Izuku would think it was a dream only to wake up and find reality. He dreamed of being back in the castle with Shouto or sometimes in the forest with 𝐭𝐿. Either one was better than the mess his new life had become. He was supposed to start over and live a calm life. This wasn't supposed to happen. It's as if some curse follows him that he can never be happy. Don't be like that. Izuku scolded himself. He was happy. He's glad to have found such an appealing place to live and work with such amazing and kind people. Izuku was delighted that Kirishima and Bakugo managed to find him and happy that all these people were safe. But it wasn't enough. Izuku still felt like he was missing something. He was missing a part of him, and he didn't know what it was or how to find it. Ah, young Midoriya. Footsteps approached Izuku from behind. He turned to find the old friend of Aizawa's walking up to him. He paused once he stood at his side and looked out into the forest. Aizawa's told me a great deal about you. Izuku raised an eyebrow. From when he first met this skeleton of a man, Izuku felt something off about him. Although he wasn't sure what it was just yet. What did he say? You're hard-working, kind, thoughtful, and quite selfless. The man chuckled. He says you should probably care for yourself a bit more. He noticed you haven't been eating lately. Izuku blushed. Of course, Aizawa would notice. Izuku thought it would be best to give his share of food to those who need it most. Children and mothers would make better use of it than him. Besides, their food was running low. It wouldn't be long until this place would be nothing but a roof over their heads. They should all head for arena soon. Surely someone would take them in. He also mentioned Shinsu. The man went on. Izuku still tried to find the point in all this. His gentle, smart, sympathetic but not much of a leader, the blonde turned to face the stables, eyeing Bakugo and Kirishima leaning against the building. How would you describe those two over there? Izuku hesitated but gave him a response anyway. Kirishima is friendly and loyal. He's a good leader and takes the time to listen to his friends when they need him too. He looked over to Kaken. Kaken, well, he's pretty prideful and arrogant, but when he has his mind set on something, he won't stop until he achieves it. The man beside him nodded. He then turned to face the green-haired teen. I don't believe I've introduced myself. He held out his hand. Call me Yagi. Izuku Midoriya, but you already know. Izuku reached out to accept the handshake. Tell me, Midoriya, Yagi continued, looking out into the forest. Have you ever wielded a sword? The question took him by surprise. No. Yagi sighed. No one does these days, but I know both Kirishima and Bakugo are really good at fighting. Izuku offered. Yagi looked back at the two boys, spotting their weapons at their sides. He hummed. Well, I guess that'll do. He was about to turn around and leave when he looked back over his shoulder. One more question. How loyal are these two boys to you? Izuku smiled as he thought about it. They came all the way from Endeavor to find me. I'd say I couldn't ask for better friends. Shouto watched as the guards cleared the town square of Arena. They shoved civilians and livestock harshly aside. One placed a barrel at the center which Shouto used as a little stage. The townspeople looked up at him with fearful eyes. They should tell by his hair who he was and know precisely why he was there. He hated seeing the anger and fright as they looked at him. When Shouto ruled, he'd change. That to be respect and love. He didn't want to force the people to listen to him. However, he'd have to play the villain for a while until the throne was his. Listen here, people of All Might. He declared loudly, drawing the attention of more passerbys. You all know that your king is dead. Although it was false, the king had disappeared somewhere within the kingdom. The people didn't know that. He waited for the gasps and cries into silence before continuing. From now on you will be ruled by King Todoroki of Endeavor. There will be new rules for you to follow and rebellion will not be tolerated. One man, either brave or stupid, charged up with an axe in hand. Shouto closed his eyes as his guard stepped in and didn't hesitate to put an end to the man's life. Please just listen to me. Shouto silently begged the people to be obedient. This will all be over soon. Shouto cleared his face of emotion once again but refused to glance over at the crimson puddle forming around the unmoving figure. I believe you now understand what happens to those who disobey. The people glanced around nervously. From now on you must all be in your homes by midnight. Taxes of 1/4 will be collected at the inn over there. As he spoke, his men moved to ransack said inn across the street. He had not chosen it randomly, however. Shouto was not dumb enough for that. He checked the building and paid the family handsomely for ownership. The people had already taken their stuff out since Shouto needed to display his power of whatever he says goes. Further rules will be adjusted with time, Shouto concluded, eyeing the people. He saw fury and pain. There wasn't a single drop of hope in their eyes. Hold your heads high. Shouto wished he could tell them. I promise to save you all. Any disobedience will not be forgiven. He reminded, seeing more fear and suffering. By nightfall, the inn had been readied for Shouto to spend the night. Tomorrow Shouto planned to move on to the next town. He'd need to appoint someone trustworthy to look over the taxes and punishments. However, no one came to mind. He'd probably promote some random soldier in his crew. The inn grew quiet. Shouto and his 2 generals his father sent with him slept in the rooms while the soldiers took turns patrolling the town. Midnight curfew wouldn't start until tomorrow, but the people weren't aware of that. Any caught wandering were merely warned for tonight. So tonight would be his only night to sneak out. With his cloak covering his hair, Shouto left from the kitchen door. His guards weren't high-ranking enough to question his movements. They would assume he went out to check out the town. The ones that were patrolling outside, however, they were high enough ranking. His father lent him a quarter of his loyal Knights of Endeavor. These men have worked closely with the king for years. They would report any strange movement. As Shouto walked, he traveled through back alleys and anything dark from the street torches. As planned, he found 2 figures waiting at the very edge of town inside an inn. All other inns would be closed had Shouto not already paid the owner for the unlocked doors. He couldn't say anything against it since Shouto could have him killed. Although that never would be the case. 𝐸𝐴 Shouto greeted his ex-soldier and knight. They turned around and greeted him with a smile. Good to see you 2 again. The 2 nodded as they greeted him as well. There was little talking as Shouto wanted to get straight to the point. Any news on Kirishima? Shouto asked. 𝐸𝐴 pulled a note from his pocket and handed it to Shouto. They witnessed the fires in the capital, 𝐂𝐿 said solemnly. Luckily these 2 had gone straight to arena. They were supposed to leave for another town once they were confident Izuku wasn't there. Kirishima mentioned in his letter that he and Bakugo would be heading to a farm owned by one of the Lords of All Might where all the refugees went. If Izuku was in the capital, then he'll most likely be there. If he isn't part of the dead. Shouto reminded, but he kicked out the thought immediately. And anything from this town? 𝐂𝐿 shook his head. No sighting. Nor has anyone seen him. Shouto nodded. I'm leaving for the next town? 𝐴SIMA, I believe, to the west of here tomorrow. We'll head over tonight then. 𝐸𝐴 declared, standing up to retrieve his things. The prince motioned for him to sit back down. No need to hurry. Go ahead and rest up. One more thing, Your Highness. 𝐂𝐿 hesitated to ask. With the capital gone, and new rules being applied, there aren't any messengers available to use. If Kirishima finds him, we have no way of knowing. Nor can we contact you either. Shouto pondered for a second. Tomorrow at noon, meet at the center square of the village. With that, the prince threw his coat back on. He dumped a small sack of coins on the table before exiting the room. Don't forget to pay the innkeeper a couple of silver for his time. Katsuki considered himself be a very patient man. He waited a full 24 hours before even breaching the subject. He was quite proud of this achievement. But now, Bakugo was about to explode. He could no longer stay here. It was time to bring Izuku home. Yo, nerd. The blonde pulled the shorter teen away from talking to that weird guy with purple hair. Bakugo really didn't like him. He was always with Izuku and glared whenever Katsuki got near the 2. He reminded the blonde of a DMNT wolf. It was late afternoon, and the sun began dropping slowly down the sky, bringing a cooler tint to the air. The atmosphere was clear with only a few fluffy clouds that reached out into the sky. What is it, Kakin? He looked up at the taller teen with stupidly large emerald eyes. Something about it infuriated Katsuki. Let's go home already. Katsuki already began pulling him toward the gate. He thought it would be that easy until he felt resistance. Izuku stopped walking and gave the blonde a questionable glance. Home. Izuku choked out the word. Suddenly tears began to fill his round eyes, making Bakugo panic. Did he do something? Say something. What was wrong? How does he stop it? Stop crying, why baby? Bakugo growled while leaving one arm to hover awkwardly above the crying boy. He really wasn't good with these kinds of things. What's wrong? It was more of a demand than a concerned question. Izuku sniffled. Eyes just I haven't used that term in forever. He wiped his eyes with his elbow with one hand and reached out with the other to grip Katsuki's cape. With one fluid motion, he pulled the cloak off himself and onto Izuku. The blonde accepted the hug Izuku forced on him and patted his head reassuringly. Bakugo looked around to see if anyone watched this scene. He'd bulge out their eyes if anyone had, but no one was there to see. The gate was on the other side of a small hill, so it offered cover from the eyes of those in the stable. "Where is home?" Izuku suddenly asked after gaining control over his movements once again. Katsuki shrugged. "Wherever you make it," he offered simply. As a child, Katsuki never considered the place he lived to be his home. To him, home was a place you felt safe. A place where you are loved. Now, home would be the forest. But maybe that had changed a little bit. When Izuku had visited, he honestly felt happier. And when he had gone, it became twice as lonely. "I don't know where to go, Kaken." Izuku trailed off and looked around at the farm. "I love it here, with these people. They've all been so kind to me." Katsuki held back a growl. It angered him that he would even contemplate staying here. Maybe it was just jealousy. And what about those in Endeavor? Izuku paused to think. Now that he was welcomed back into the country, although not into the castle, surely he would return to his homeland. "You can go live with your mother again, or start over in a new town." Bakugo offered suggestions to fill in the silence. "You could even come back with me." Izuku looked up. Katsuki hated those emerald eyes. It's like they stared into his soul. Like they knew his every intent. It made his heart do angry somersaults inside his chest. "Really?" Izuku asked. "Of course, idiot. It's lonely without you." It took everything not to say those words out loud. Instead, he growled, blushed and looked away, but nodded nonetheless. "I'm not a bother." "Why would you think you're a bother? Sure, you're utterly useless, but I'll take care of you. You won't get hurt again while I'm around." "Most of the time, yeah. And the other times?" Teasing edge Izuku voice, making the blonde turn his head even more. Shut up." He pushed the smaller teen away. He apparently was feeling better now. There was no need for comfort anymore. Izuku twiddled his thumbs as he tried to find the words to speak. "You could also stay here with me at Aizawa's. I can talk to him. I'm sure he'll let you stay. You can even bring Maya up. There's tons of room for her to go. This could be our home." Although as tempting as the offer sounded, Katsuki could not accept it. Had this been under different circumstances, he would have quickly said yes. "There's a war going on here. You think the civilians of All Might will stand around as they are pushed around like this? There's bound to be a rebellion eventually. It'll be safer in my forest." Izuku lowered his gaze. "But what about Aizawa and Shinsu? I can't leave them here like this. They're exactly why we should leave," Katsuki informed, his patience growing thin. "I've heard them talking about rebelling already." Although he appeared shocked, Bakugo had a feeling Izuku already knew. "So we run away. It's the best option." "But all these people," Izuku looked back over to the stables at all the refugees hidden inside. "They need my help. There's nothing one person can do." Bakugo pointed out, trying to reason with the other teen. "You can't do anything for them. It's best for us just to escape." Izuku looked down at the ground, silence followed. Katsuki knew Izuku had given up. There wasn't anything he could do. He was just one person. He was nothing important. Only a civilian doing the best he can to help others. But there was a limit to what he could do. "Okay." Bakugo hated to see the emptiness in his eyes and hear how sad his voice sounded. But this was for the best. "We leave first thing tomorrow then," Bakugo declared. "Say your goodbyes." Tonight felt especially dark. Perhaps it was the changing of seasons, or the sliver of moon in the sky. But to Izuku, it felt more like dread. He didn't want to leave these people. He felt like there was so much more he could do, but maybe not. Izuku was only one person, and he had no talents either. There wasn't something only Izuku could do individually. With so few people left in the stables, it wouldn't be hard for Izuku to leave the other boys to it. Aizawa, Shinsu, Yagi, Tamaki and everyone else who's been helping out can handle things on their own. He already spoke with Aizawa about leaving earlier. He agreed to let him go of course and wished him the best of luck. Shinsu was still uninformed. It would be best to leave that for the morning. There you are, young Midoriya. Yagi's drained and exhausted voice. Only then did Izuku realize how far he wandered from the stable and house. He wanted to get away from the crowd and be by himself for a while, but the distance he created was a little farther than he would have liked. At the moment, he stood at the top of a small hill overlooking the large field in front of him. The older man was clearly out of shape with the way he breathed as he mounted the climb. "I've been looking for you," he declared after finally catching his breath. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I heard you, and your two friends plan to leave tomorrow morning." Izuku looked down at the green grass in embarrassment. He was such a coward, running away when he could help. But did he really have the ability? Was handing out blankets really the best he could do? "I also heard that you want to help these people, but don't know how." The man continued, catching Izuku's attention. He then let out a quiet chuckle. "You remind me of myself when I was younger." The grass became less. Shouto imagined it would be. Being this far north let the average temperatures drop. Instead, it was merely warm and welcoming. It was much more enjoyable weather than in Endeavor, which was always hot in the summer. He only had a couple more minutes to spare before he'd have to return to his troops to avoid suspicion. Ida and Zero better hurry. It was only a bit longer before the two approached him with another man hidden beneath a cloak. Well. The man laughed as he got a view of Shouto's hair. "If it isn't Endeavor Jr." Shouto grit his teeth. "Who is this?" he demanded the two boys. "He knows where Midoriya is," Ida informed, although he gave the man a skeptical look over his shoulder. "We're unsure if he's telling the truth yet, but he's the first lead we have had in a while." "And where is Izuku?" Shouto asked the blonde man. The man smiled. "First name basis, here." Shouto blushed slightly but quickly covered it up with another glare, making the man laugh. He raised both hands innocently, only teasing. "Unfortunately, I can't say where, but I can show you since I'm going there anyway." Shouto narrowed his eyes. He really didn't trust this man. He was probably leading them into a trap. But what could he gain? He couldn't possibly have known that the prince was a part of this. Even if he were telling the truth, if he would only show them, then Shouto would never find out where he was since he can't ditch his men without suspicion. And with communications down, there would be no way of contacting Zero and Ida. If he wanted to go, then now would be his only chance. "Stay here. I'll be back in a little bit." With that, Shouto quickly made his way back to the next in his troops raided. His father's spies should be on patrol around the town at the moment. Now was his only time. His men saluted him as he passed through the door. Shouto walked with purpose to the general, lazily relaxing at a table with a large lunch placed in front of him and a cup of wine in his hand. His rosy cheeks indicated his drunken state. Shouto really rated his father's high-ranking soldiers. They were all trash. "I received a message from my father," he declared after ordering a soldier to grab his things. "I'm heading back to the castle. Please take care of things in the villages." Yeah. The general laughed. Shouto was lucky that this general was the one in charge of the tavern while the spies were gone. This one was also technically a spy, but a lazy one. If Shouto claimed his father requested him back, then he'd believe him. The only problem was when the spies returned. They surely wouldn't believe this general's story. Shouto would have a day or two before word got to his father. By then it wouldn't matter. Izuku would be sent home, and Shouto would be certain that he's safe. When the guard returned, Shouto took his things and handed the man a small sack of gold. He leaned close to the guard to whisper in his ear, "Some won't believe my story. Vouch for me." With that, he exited the building to meet his friends and guide to Izuku. Finally, he could see his friend again at last. Even if it were only for a little bit before never seeing him again, that would be enough. He just wanted to see him one last time. "I'm sorry I didn't say anything before." Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously. He wasn't sure how Shinsu would react to him leaving, but procrastinating sure didn't help. ♯was the type to hide his emotions, so he usually kept a straight face to anything that came his way. Even a slight smile was rare enough. However, as Izuku spoke to words, ♯'s look could be described as nothing except betrayal. It struck Izuku in the heart to see such a sad and disappointed expression. It's so sudden, ♯trailed off. The two were at the gate already with Izuku's things backed up, which wasn't much. He left all the clothes Aizawa bought him for his stay and only brought a couple of items for a keepsake to remember them by. One being a broken horseshoe. Izuku helped take off one of the horses. He remembered everything ♯ and Aizawa taught him. Roz nudged ♯ closer to Izuku. Now they stood only a foot apart. ♯ blushed and tried to back away, only to run into the horse, who was furiously rubbing his nose on his back. ♯ smiled and stroked the animal's long nose. "Take care of my Doria, will you?" Roz let out a little whine as a reply. "Hurry up, Deku." Bakugo called from little ways away. He was against letting ♯ and Izuku talk alone, since he doesn't entirely trust the purple-haired teen. They were always glaring at each other. Izuku quickly hugged ♯ before taking Roz by the reins and leading him away. The other teen was left in shock, not expecting the hug. Kaken whacked the green-haired teen beside the head for no good reason when he reached him. "I'll make sure to visit someday." Izuku waved his final goodbye to ♯, Aizawa, and Yagi. As he looked at the blonde man, he remembered his words, but he quickly pushed it aside. He was too happy. Kaken promised to do as Yagi asked Izuku to do, although he left out a couple of parts. Okay, maybe he left out everything except the location. He'll tell him when the time comes, and he knows Kaken will side with him. He wouldn't have come all this way if he didn't like Izuku. Turning to face forward, he began to fix his mind on what his future would gift him.